Vet. I'll just leave it like Raz, raz. Simone. de lunch, want hij moet straks met de lunch even trillen, anders kan hij niet door, zeg maar. Dus ik ga even kijken hoe laat we precies de lunch hebben, want dan kunnen we dan mega veel lawaai maken. En zeg je, want anders gaat dat niet lukken. Ja, daarna heb ik toch koptelefoon op, dus dan maakt het dan minder uit. Maar voor die tijd als we gaan, is op, dan is het ook verder klaar. He's now doing a route that they go stop. Thank you.
During lunch, they're probably going to make a lot of noise.
Yeah.
They have to trail.
Yeah, the men from the stone. But they're doing like. Maakt het eerst ook wel hele mooie. Het is echt wel.
Ja, ik heb nog penalty tegen.
Ja. Dubieuze penalty.
Ja, en de laatste paar minuten ook nog gehaald. Uittrap uitgekomen.
Ja. Ook een beetje te druk. Aan de andere kant bijvoorbeeld niemand gedacht dat ze nou nog nee, nog. Veel mensen niet voor gedaan.
Alrighty. We'll go ahead and get started this morning. Welcome to the PSV Stadium, both PyData and JuliaCon. As you can see behind us, I said we were pre-compiling grass yesterday, but I believe we have failed to pre-compile the grass. So I've been told that this stadium will now become the world's largest sand volleyball stadium in the near future. But today's opener will be done by the PyData team, so I'd like to introduce Koen from the PyData team to give the rest of the opener today.
Thank you. So, great to see you all here. Very excited to be opening this conference today. So, today we're having two conferences together. We've got JuliaCon and we've got PyData Eindhoven. So, it's very nice to have all of you here together, and I'm gonna be very interested to see what kind of cross-pollination is gonna take place. So, we've gathered in the Philips Stadium today, which is a very cool venue. And I'm very glad that they're able to facilitate our stay here. So this is the home of PSV, the best football club in the Netherlands. And thank you. So they've won the National League 25 times. And this stadium itself can fit about 35,000 people, a little bit more. And I've heard there are plans to actually expand that as well. And what's really great today is that we can kind of be part of the success of this stadium, of the PSV team as well. And I think we've got a nice surprise here that we can show to you. So I'm originally from Eindhoven, so I'm very proud to have this one here. And this is the actual trophy. It's just really cool to have it here. And so it's not really for you, it's for me. I will not cry. And I'm not going to make any promises. But there might be a very small chance that you get to take a photograph with this one. So we're going to see whether we can make it happen. Not promising anything, but it would be very cool if this would be a reality. So I want to thank the Philips Stadium for arranging this. And I'm very excited to see how this day will go. So we're a bit short on time. We started a bit later than planned. I'm going to quickly rush through everything that I've got to say. I think it's important to kind of show the history of these two events and why we are actually combining these. So JuliaCon has originally been hosted at a lot of different universities. For example, Chicago Booth, MIT, Berkeley, the University College of London, UMB in Baltimore. And PyData Eindhoven is relatively young compared to this long track record of JuliaCon. It's a local chapter, PyData Eindhoven. We started in 2019 as a collaboration between ASML and Greenhouse Group. They hosted the first event. And from there, well, we tried to expand it a bit. So over the years, we've separately done a lot of different events. But last year, we actually combined forces here in Eindhoven. And we had the first local JuliaCon here at the high-tech campus, which was a great success. And we got a taste of well, how the Julia people are, how the Python people are, and what happens when you put them together. It was a great match. So actually for this year, we decided to combine these two events. And combine forces, combine all of the assets that we had, and we were able to actually book this stadium. So that's pretty cool. It's a really cool achievement, and I'm very proud of the team that made this happen. So why do we actually do this, right? I think we're all in it to make the world a better place. And it's really nice that we can actually do this through open source code. So we're working together with this umbrella organization, NumFocus, and NumFocus basically is an organization that helps a lot of open source projects set up these projects in a proper way. They do this by giving them the financial means, assistance on the business part, assistance on the legal parts, and they're really valuable to kind of get this community growing and get everybody here together. But it's not just NumFocus that helps us out here, right? So there's also a lot of sponsors that we should thank. Right now, I'm going to say my special thanks to Julia Hub for sponsoring, also to ASML. They're one of the biggest sponsors that we have, and they're making this a reality together with us. So these are all of the sponsors for the JuliaCon, and we're very glad to have them all here on board. It's an honor to have you. Now for the PyData event, we also have Intel, Xebia, and ASML as our big sponsors. It's very cool to see these companies, also local and regional companies, sponsoring these events and providing the measures and the means to make this a reality. So the plan for today, there are a lot of different sessions. There are a lot of different sessions to attend. The folk from PyData can attend the JuliaCon events and talks, and the folk from JuliaCon can attend the PyData events if they want to. The schedule is online, so if you're in doubt of where to go, check it out. It's on either juliacon.org or PyData Eindhoven website. There's booths, there's sponsors, they all want to show you some cool stuff, so I would definitely advise to visit those. There's coffee throughout the day. There will be lunch served around 12:30. I do want to make a note that there's about 3 sandwiches each. So if you all kind of stick to that, well, to that amount, then we're going to make sure that everybody gets fed correctly. And there's also some other stuff to take, so I think we're going to be all well fed. If you have any food allergies, just ask the staff, they will help you out. So at the end of the day, there will also be some drinks. So for PyData, there's going to be drinks on the 4th floor. And for the ones who registered at JuliaCon, there's a diversity dinner. That will take place on the 3rd floor of the stadium. Then quickly the floor plan. So it's a pretty big venue. You can kind of get lost. So you all came in through the ground floor, the 0 here in the Netherlands. Yesterday we found a lot of people that kind of got confused. On the 1st floor we've got all of the PyData talks. They're mostly on the left side of the venue. There's also a praying room there. The main stage is where we are now. It's on the 2nd floor. Then on the 3rd floor we've got all the sponsors. Lunch will be served there. Food and drinks are there. And then on the 4th floor we also have some additional talks. Another side note, for the events that are taking place in this stage, we are going to have headphones to kind of make everything better, better audible. There might be some construction work going on, so there are some headphones to actually make sure that you can hear everything, follow everything, and be informed correctly. If you've got any questions, find the people with the white shirts. They either have a JuliaCon logo, a PyData logo, or 2 of them. They will help you out in finding everything you need. And all of these people with these white shirts, they are actually making these events happen. So I want to give a short hand of applause for those who are helping out. Thank you for that. Then there's also a code of conduct. I think it goes without saying, be nice to each other, be respectful, don't discriminate. If there are any problems surrounding that, it's possible to report everything. It can be done through the NumFocus website, the PyData website, the Julia website, and here are some contact details as well. So if you see anything, you can reach out to any of these persons. They're all here, running around, so make sure to use them if you need them. Then quickly, I'm going to go through the scheduling. So it's a little bit confusing maybe, but there are some overlapping parts of the schedule. So the first keynote that we're going to have in a minute is going to be shared. The last keynote of the day by Sam Aaron is also going to be shared. It's going to be very cool, so I advise to stay until the end. We're all going to be having lunch on the 3rd floor. And then there's a second keynote at about 11:30. That's mainly directed at the JuliaCon folk. And on the PyData side, there's a PySport track. So there we're going to dive into all of the different stuff around data analytics that surrounds sports. So with that, I'd like to give the mic back to Ray.
Yep. Alrighty. So this is mostly for the benefit of the online audience. We have a lot of people watching online. Yesterday we had over 5,000 viewers online, including all of the parallel tracks. I wanted to announce that we are adding memberships and super chats and that kind of thing to the online experience. You get cool perks on YouTube, but for the people here, that may not be so useful today, hopefully. I'd also like to announce the keynotes that we have today a little more specifically. The first is Dr. Sam Aaron, the creator of Sonic Pi. It's a live coding music tool. His talk will be in the evening today. We'd love if everybody shows up, and we will also likely be taking the sort of traditional JuliaCon photograph shortly before that. So if everybody can pile into this sort of center stage as much as possible, that would be great. Next, at 11:30 for the JuliaCon folks, but also for any Pi Data folks who are interested, we have Dr. Andrew Fitzgibbon. That will be a remote keynote because, unfortunately and fortunately, he is also being inducted into the Royal Society today at the same time. So he has been very generous in joining us, but he is also a little busy. And then finally, I'd like to announce our next speaker, our morning speaker. Maurice Dumais. Maurice is the VP of Development and Engineering at the Business Line Measurement and Applications segment of ASML. He's been there for over 27 years, heading software development for several years. His background is in electronics, I believe, and so he has that in common with many of the attendees. And so please welcome Maurice Dumais.
Thank you, Ray, for the introduction. We do have to switch the video for a moment. I'm doing this from an ASML laptop, so the USB port does not support video for security reasons, so I have to switch to the regular HDMI port. So thank you all for having me. Not seeing it switch. I do see, yep, there it is. This is, for me, already turning out to be a great day. Yesterday was a bit disappointing if you're a Dutchman. But backstage, I got to take a selfie with the championship plate of PSV already. So I hope you have the same opportunity. I'm an Eindhoven local since 40 years. I'm a big PSV fan, so I feel really great actually touching the championship scale and having a selfie to show to my kids. The other great thing is I get to brag about ASML. I mean, as you all know, ASML, a highly successful company. Over the years it became, and a lot of people are philosophizing, how could that happen in Veldhoven of all places? What's the secret ingredient of ASML? And there's documentaries about it. My true belief is that the secret ingredient of the success of ASML is software. All those magical things we do with hardware in ASML are made possible by the secret force, and I made a reference to, those of you may recognize, to Star Wars. I think software is the true force behind the success of ASML. And I'd like to use the following slides to explain why I think that is the case. But first of all, we have to go back to the general talk about semiconductors in general. Here you see a picture of the first actual chip. I tried to figure out how much transistors are on the chip. I think it's 2, could be 4, don't know. It's from 1959. And if you see where we are today, what microchips have done with society in general, chips are everywhere, right? I mean, they are part of our day-to-day lives. Of course, smartphones, smartwatches, solar panels, electrical driving, data centers. We cannot think of society today as it is without chips. Apart from chips, we also see that chips are becoming, or systems and products are becoming heavily connected. The average person on the planet has 5 connected devices. We have over 40 billion connected devices. And the expectation is that in 10 years from now, we will have 350 billion connected devices. The amount of data which is exchanged, the amount of data which is produced is 175 zettabytes. I have no idea what a zettabyte is. I counted the zeros, 21 zeros. That's what is produced next year by all these connected devices. So we're becoming an increasingly connected world, and that has been made possible actually by the semiconductor industry. So that same picture back from 1959, where we had 2, maybe 4 transistors on the chip. Nowadays we cram 60 billion transistors on a single chip. So just think about that for a moment. Transistor size has shrunk dramatically over time, and that has been made possible by lithography, the art of printing on silicon, actually. So I threw in a nice video which shows how those structures on a chip, how that works out. We have a picture of an iPhone. It's already a video which at the end will show the dimension size which the industry is printing at. The video is actually a few years old, so it shows dimension sizes of 15 nanometers where we do overlay. The overlay is how well you can print different layers on top of each other. It shows dimensions of 15 nanometers and an overlay of 4 nanometers. As I said, the video is quite old. Today, the industry, the critical dimension is around 3 to 5 nanometers, and overlay is between 1 and 2 nanometers. Nanometer is also a thing where you have no, or at least I have no real imagination what's a nanometer, so I threw in a few things to give you an idea. The human hair is 50,000 nanometers wide, and it grows about 8 nanometers per second. Bacteria, they range from 800 to 1,000 nanometers. Grass grows at 33 nanometers a second, and what I find most impressive, a virus, the common cold, 25 nanometers. The coronavirus, I looked it up in Google, around 100 nanometers. And what I find impressive about that is, if you know what a virus does, there's tons of information in there. The 100 nanometer device called the coronavirus put the world completely upside down. And why am I saying this? Because, yeah, okay, we find ourselves quite impressive what we do in the semiconductor industry, but if you look at what nature is able to achieve, we're just getting started. This humbles us, right? So about ASML, we have humble beginnings. We started in 1984 in that shed in Eindhoven as a spin-out set of people out of Philips, a joint venture between Philips and ASMI. The people who started back then were not even that happy. They felt that they were discarded pretty much. They did have a big can-do attitude. They were like, okay, we're either going to make this fly or we're dead in the water, basically. It took actually a decade of perseverance for that set of people and the ones which came in also before ASML actually got some traction into the market. So after 10 years, the first real systems were sold, the PAS systems, PAS, and that's where things started to gain traction. Now, if you look today, that perseverance, but also innovation have brought us where we are today. Today we are actually, all the chip makers, pretty much all of them use our technology to make chips. We are the biggest tech company in Europe if you look at market capitalization or the worth of the company. We have an annual R&D budget of around 4 billion. There are countries where the gross national product is less than 4 billion, by the way. We have a global presence of over 42,000 employees. This is what 40 years of innovation and perseverance has brought to ASML. We did do that on our own. From day one, ASML heavily relied on an innovation ecosystem from both design and manufacturing. So we heavily rely on co-developers and suppliers, for example, Zeiss. They manufacture our lenses. Today, probably the most critical part of the whole system, also accounting for roughly 25 to 30% of the total cost of the system. Martin van der Brink, our former CTO, used to say, our partnership with Zeiss is even more tight than a marriage. In a marriage, you can divorce, but Zeiss cannot do without us, and we cannot do without Zeiss. We're condemned to each other. That's how intimate that relation is. Of course, we also do a lot of development with our customers. They do constant process innovation, and we want to be part of that process innovation to first help them out, but also to understand where are the innovation possibilities and opportunities. We work a lot with co-solution partners, other players in the industry, because we're not only concerned about making the machine, no, we're concerned about optimizing the whole semiconductor process, actually. And of course, we learn a lot from academia, and we work a lot with the technology partners, institutes such as TNO. We could not have made this happen without these partners. About product development, I explained to you what a nanometer is. Managing nanometers, although they are very small, it's all about managing complexity. Let me show you a few examples about the complexity of our systems. This was the first volume EUV system, the system with 13 nanometer light. It has over 100,000 individual parts, 3,000 cables, 2 kilometers worth of hosing, 40,000 bolts. It took us 20 years to develop this. It takes 40 containers, 20 trucks, and 3 fully loaded 747s to transport one machine to a customer. It has about 1,500 sensors, the simple ones, but also the more advanced sensors such as cameras to capture imaging data. It weighs over 180 tons. That's the equivalent of around 140 Mini Coopers. Generates 4.5 terabytes of data per day. And if you look at the software part, we have over 80 million lines of code in it. More than 2,100 software components, 200,000 files, and 20 years worth of coding legacy, which we also need to take along while developing those new machines. A few key innovations which I would like to show to get a bit of an idea of the complexity. And also these key innovations were contributing a lot to the success. The first one is the twin scan, where you see 2 stages with the wafer from which you take out the chips, right? So what you see on the right-hand side, a bit vague, is the optics lens, the most expensive part, as I explained. The idea is that we make optimal use of that lens. So the lens needs to be constantly in action. So that lens on the right-hand side is exposing a wafer. And in the meantime, on the left-hand side, in parallel, you see the wafer fully being characterized, fully being measured by in both height and also horizontal plane. And while one wafer is being exposed, the other is being measured, and by the time it gets under the lens, we know exactly how to correct based on those measurements. Also, what you see, the 2 tables, this is a bit abstracted, but not completely. These are maglev stages, so they magnetically float on top of a magnet plate. And during the movie, you may have seen that the plate was actually moving to counteract the forces which are excited by those stages. That counteract mechanism is to keep the whole system stable. That lens needs to be nanometer level at standstill. So that's why we move the magnet plate while it's moving. So you can imagine that a lot of software is needed to make this happen. Another interesting one, which actually was the breakthrough for EUV. EUV light is at 13 nanometers. That's actually soft X-ray, we also call it. How do you make that light? You need a plasm. And how do you generate a plasm? You take little twin droplets. You take a 50 kilowatt high power laser. And with 50 kilowatts, you can pierce through 15 millimeters of steel. Those tin droplets are 20 microns. That's not a fair battle. So what happens if you start shooting with a 50 kilowatt laser at those small tin droplets? They more or less turn directly into the plasm, but you have to do it very accurately. If you hit them at the center, you get tin debris and you get the whole system clouded. This we do 50,000 times a second to generate that light. Now think about the software you need to get that accurate. So that brings me to the next topic, software development, the force that makes micrometer parts achieve nanometer precision. The most accurate parts in our system, if you look at the mechanical drawings, they have tolerances of up to 2 to 3 micrometers. Yet in the end, we achieve nanometer precision, and that's because of software, actually. So the software complexity, as said, we have over 80 million lines of code, and we are in constant development. We have close to 5,000 software developers in our company, churning out new software for new machines, for hardware upgrades, for new software functionality, for performance increase of scanners, tailoring to their automation needs, and of course, we do have the occasional bug, actually more than we want to, and these need to be fixed. And our software supports old and new systems. As I said, we have over 20 years of legacy, which we need to carry around. Overall, we have a plethora actually of programming languages, partially due to the legacy, also partially because we do see the added value of new programming such as Julia. And over time, we also started doing Python. And that in itself also creates an additional complexity. But now about the true complexity, the world of nanometers. At the nanometer level, the world is chaos. You may be able to imagine if you have even what seems to be a flat surface, it is not flat. A straight line is not a straight line. Even if you have a very rigid piece of mechanics, as soon as it starts to move, it actually does this at the nanometer level. If you want to measure position, you typically work with light sensors. They travel through air. Air has different characteristics, you have different pressures, you have different humidity, you have all kinds of effects which distort your position measurement, which you need to correct for and account for. So at the nanometer level, the world is actually almost chaos. If it were true chaos, we would not be able to correct, but we have to try to control that chaos. And that's where we develop highly sophisticated models to predict all these type of effects. And we have them from different sources, different disciplines, physics, statistics, machine learning, what have you. And of course, we constantly then want to measure what is going on the wafer, what is going on in the machine, and from that predict, correct, and control. A lot of what I said up till now was about that magical scanner, that magical exposure machine, but ASML does not only want to sell that machines, they want to help out in the full process optimization at our customers. So that's where other machines come into play, such as measurement machines, but also applications to monitor what's going on in the fab, to drill down, to diagnose what are we seeing actually happening on those wafers, and also to start to control in the fab what's going on those wafers. The interesting thing is, if you look at all the machines in those fabs, there is only one machine which can make corrections at the chip or even inside the chip level, and that happens to be our scanner. That means that we have the most intricate actuator in that fab to do all those manipulations. That's also why we provide correction interfaces to outside applications, which we then connect to a big box which contains a lot of ASML building blocks, enabling process monitoring and control. And apart from the scanner and the measurement systems, ASML also sells these products, the measurement systems and the applications, to do analysis, diagnosis and control. And that's an interesting business. That's also what is my field within ASML, the business line I work for. Does roughly about 10% of the revenue of ASML, but we do account for 20 to 25% of the profit. So it's highly interesting business. Why? Because there's a lot of software involved. And as you know, software, yeah, you don't need hardware, so it's cheap to buy. Now in this whole area, we see a lot of domain algorithms which drive the performance, and every piece of equipment, it generates data, and every piece of equipment needs to be tuned to the process of our customer through what we call a recipe. So that recipe defines how these machines are actually working for that particular chip on that particular wafer. The data is created and processed by sensors and algorithms in the various equipment types, and what we see is we pull that data out, and we need various algorithms to start analyzing and visualizing that. And we use all the different programming languages I just mentioned, and that creates, how should I say, an additional complexity and also a potential problem. Because if you have nanometer accurate algorithms, it can make a difference if you program it in Java or in Julia, if you look at the outcome of certain calculations. So how do we develop typically? As I said, the nanometer world is chaos, and we have smart people thinking about what's going on in that world. And they first start with a mental model. Okay, maybe this is happening. Maybe indeed that temperature variation of the air is disturbing my position measurement. So they start compiling the data, they do cross-correlation with maybe pressure sensors or temperature sensors, and then they see, yes, I see the correlation, and they think about some way of correcting for that, and they basically make a prototype algorithm. They test, and guess what? Hey, it seems to work, and that's when we need to productize it. Now, typically, that prototype is done in Python or in MATLAB, not the languages which we generally consider to be product-grade languages which we want in those products of ours. They're not strong typed or what have you, so not ideal for putting into an actual product. What then happens is we need to translate these models into what we call product code. And we need to do that for different types of equipment, so we end up having typically 2 or maybe even 3 different implementations of the same algorithm, and that we then ship to our customers. Now, this seems rather cumbersome, and that's also why we want to skip that step from prototype to product code. That's also, by the way, the reason why we, in the end, started working with Julia, because we considered Julia a programming language which was almost close to product grade, actually the best approximation of product grade programming languages. And with, for example, Julia, we can move to one single implementation of that algorithm, making it also more portable, and also skipping one step of that development process. Ideally, we then have one algorithm which the developer prototypes and which you can put on the equipment in the different applications. Now, it's not only about programming languages, we also need the right architecture to facilitate flexible development. I showed here a picture of a measurement machine. What the measurement machine basically does, it takes camera images of the wafer, of features on the wafer, and from that we want to distill an overlay number. Overlay, again, that's the ability to stack layers exactly on top of each other, highly important for chip making. So you take a picture, and then you need to calculate the overlay. That calculation, that translation, we call a measurement application. And the interesting thing is that these measurement applications depend a lot on the process of our customer, so the actual chip he is making and all the distortions. So there's no such thing as the ideal measurement application, depending on the customer or the fab we're working in. So we need to do tailoring of that measurement application. And that's the work of typically our developers, our software developers. The way they do that is they tailor based on certain software building blocks, and then they come up with the ideal measurement application for that customer. Now, the thing is, you really require early or easy deployment at the customer to know whether is that measurement application doing the right thing or not. And you may even have to, if it's not so, you need to do an iteration and you need to then deploy it again. When it comes to deploying software at our customers are very sensitive about putting new software on a system. They're running production, they don't want disturbances in their production, so every new patch or whatever we bring out is highly scrutinized, evaluated, so that doesn't help in that fast iteration. So we need a means to easily deploy, and what we now developed for this example, we developed, first of all, a development environment where you can play around with those Lego blocks, and then tailor and define your measurement application. You store that in a model registry, so we call that a model. We attach that model to the measurement recipe, and the measurement recipe actually is done by our customers. So we don't have to ship new software, you can actually sneak in the software through that recipe, and therefore easily deploy it on the machine. And of course, the important thing is that you still don't as a result, bring the machine down, because then you back to square one, our customer is annoyed. So you need to make sure that those building blocks are really very reliable. And the measurement application, you can still have a bug in there, but it will not bring the machine down. It may not be the ideal measurement. So using this deployment mechanism makes it possible to easily deploy. And over time, we hope that even local developers can take this off our hands and do the actual tailoring of these measurement applications. So this is an example of, it's not only about programming language, but also architectures which facilitate this iterative, fast development. So with that, I have one more topic about workforce development, how to learn to apply that magical force. Who's a Star Wars buff, by the way? You recognize the picture? Okay, Jedi pupils using the Force to hit that magical ball floating in the air with their lightsaber. Yeah, you cannot do that without the Force, right? And that's also a bit what we try to do within ASML. We don't really see the things which are going on. We use our brains as lightsaber to attack those things. So key sources for workforce development, in my view, the most important one is at the end, learning on the job. Nothing can beat that. But of course, we have extensive learning programs and events, a lot of online courses and conferences like these to expand our social network, to meet up with potential new partners. That's also why we're here today. We find this extremely important, and that's also the reason why we sponsor this. These conferences and partnerships, we also work with academia. We do that across the globe, within Europe and the US of A. And that brings me actually to the last part. And I see that I'm pretty well on time. That gives plenty of room for questions. Key takeaways from Master Yoda for the Star Wars buff. As said, society has a huge appetite for microchips. And Corona has taught us, or the recent years have taught us that it's a fundamental ingredient of our economies actually. It's no longer a nice to have. It makes economies actually happen or slow down. That's also why you see a lot of geopolitical things going on in the chip world at the moment. The true danger of that, by the way, is that it can stifle our speed of innovation. ASML helps drive shrinking features on chips through the lithography, scanners, measurement machines, but also the applications I mentioned. Making microchips is becoming increasingly complex, almost exponentially complex, and so are ASML's products. And that's where the challenge of software development in ASML comes in. We are the masters of dealing with that complexity, both at the system level, the architectures, and at the algorithm level. We need to develop and deploy algorithms fast, flexible, and we need state-of-the-art programming languages and architectures to help us out there. And of course, most importantly, we like to employ people which really, they're not only willing and able, but they're also excited about this kind of challenge. That's for us a true necessity to keep on going along the path we are. And with that, I would like to thank you all for the attention. And we do have room for questions, but first of all, I would like to point out this. If you want to know more, we have a nice QR code which you can scan. The material will be shared afterwards. So anybody who would like to pop a question? Thank you.
Thanks. It was a great talk. A really good talk. Thanks. It was super nice. So if someone has a question, yes, Chris. Please wait for the microphone, which is flying.
So I want to come back to a point that you kind of alluded to here about mathematics happening differently from different programming languages and different chips, right? So one of the things that we've worked a lot in the Julia community is on the core math libraries and saying, oh, let's not use the math library that comes with the operating system because different operating systems might have the 16th digit of sign be different, right? And we've always kind of had a high-level justification of, oh, someone somewhere might need to have this, right? I'm kind of wondering, it sounds like you might actually be needing that. So, could you give any examples of where this has been, differences in core math library functions and the 16th digit has like really mattered down?
I think actually I see Martijn sitting here. He's from the math department, math software department. The reasons one of the core reasons why we don't want different implementations is exactly that. If you go into the really accurate calculations, you end up having different results. Sometimes even typically Java. I mean, it's platform independent. You can end up having different results simply because you're on a different platform. So actually, in that sense, you want to eradicate that when you become at these precision levels. And maybe Martijn, if you want to add to that.
Yeah, thanks, Maurice. So actually, the guy next to me is Jorge. Can you hear me? All right. So actually, the guy next to me inspired me or triggered me on this path, saying basically you got standard libraries, just like you say, with the standard limitations that come along. And Jorge actually triggered me, saying, "Oh, Martijn, we can make our own ASML customized libraries that are fully tuned for the, the resolutions that you'd need." So that's basically what got me triggered by Jorge. So credits go there. And then the hard work starts, right?
And maybe Jorge, if you want to add anything.
Sure.
I know you as a modest guy, so you're not going to brag how hard it is.
Well, we indeed do have to homogenize all the libraries, and indeed we have a lot of implementations going along at ASML. We're trying to get the latest and greatest, and that's usually a problem also. Not only have the same one, just have the same version. And if we make it in Julia, that could be one way to do it. So one way to have a standard implementation that can work along. However, yeah, we have to deploy in several platforms that we have, and that's actually the challenge that we have nowadays. Yes, so that's the only thing I can add.
Any other question? Up there?
You ready?
So this is going to be interesting, whether you can make it that far. Let's see.
Nanometer precision, right?
Yeah. We expect nothing less.
Oh, shit.
Well, the vector was okay. Was too short, but...
Thanks a lot. So I was wondering, so what kind of, it seems like you're using a lot of Julia, right? So I'm specifically interested, what kind of, for which applications you're using Julia, and if you're using any packages from the open source ecosystem, or if you're developing your own packages. I mean, it seems like you have a lot of own packages, and I was wondering, if you plan to release some of them open source, if they're, of general interest for us or not.
All great questions. I can answer maybe the first one. You said it sounds like you're doing a lot of Julia. We're embarking in Julia. It's out of the, 80 million lines of code. I don't think we have 1 million yet. So we predominantly use it for those algorithms to actually make the bridge between the physics domain or whatever domain such that we don't have to recode what was written in in MATLAB or Python into C++ or Java. That's a prime reason we do it. All the other code around those algorithms still remains what it was. I mean, recoding all that other stuff is a humongous amount of work, is a potential for introducing a lot of new bugs, and does not really generate additional value. So we have quite some applications which actually consist of hybrid languages. To your question on the open source and libraries, I have to refer to Jorge probably again. So he will be able to answer that.
Allow me to take this one. So on the open sourcing, yes, we're very active, and we try to open source packages that we think are worth to the open source community. So there's a few talks also at this JuliaCon. Go check it out about especially packages we deliberately want to open source because we think the community can benefit from that. On the internal library, sure, we also have inner source packages, and like Maurice is saying, we're piloting. We're figuring out whether Julia can help us. We're definitely on a good way. And the core challenge is about the cross-deployment, the different platforms where we need to deploy the same algorithm, version controlled, so we know we got identical results inside the scanner, but also outside. That's the status where we are. You want to add that?
So we actually released one open source module for Julia to make PowerPoints. There's a presentation for that. Yes. But we're going to release other open source libraries. There are modules in this case. They're in the pipeline. It takes some time to get the clearance to release them. So one is almost there. This is one for parse XML files. So that's by Tom over here. And yesterday I also mentioned about one encryption library, so the crypto key for PKI. Oh, and the MATLAB bridge, yes. But that requires a new name because originally it was called Bifrost, right? And that name is taken, so that will be released at some other point with other name, I think.
Okay. Nice. It's a great discussion. We have more people with more questions.
There's a question over there, yes?
The nearby one, please.
Yeah, thank you. Great talk, first of all. I really enjoyed the overview. My question is more relating to the trust of customers. So in your method for deploying algorithms and code, you don't really have the customer in that process to validate, to iterate with. How do you hold on to that trust when deploying the code at the customer side? And do you quantify the business value for them and communicate that to them?
I like the question, thank you for it. Customer trust, with any trust, it's easily gone and hard established. So in the deployment mechanism I described, I think you can, well, we explain this to customers how we do this, such that they trust what we're doing to begin with. At the same time, our customers are very hesitant to also share a lot of data with us, because that data tells us exactly what is going on in the processes. So we are a bit in a funny business with that process optimization. And why is that? We're to some extent even competing with our customers, because that's where for them the distinguishing value is. So our customers compete with each other on their ability to do cheap and accurate processes, and we deliver solutions for that, which they ideally would like to define themselves. But when you're a customer and you have the option to either do it yourself, or you have a perfectly well trick which does the job, yeah, you would be stupid not to use it. So there's that constant dynamic with our customers where they don't want to share everything, but they want to share basically on a need-to-know basis, such that they just get what they need, and we want to know as much as possible, actually to help them and actually to help the whole industry. So that is a very delicate mechanism. We also are now putting in place what we call data sharing agreements, where we very officially agree on what exact data do we share and what data do we not share. By the way, it also goes the other way around. Our customers are very interested in what exactly goes on in our scanner. They really want to know exactly how that works inside, such that via that same correction interface, they can manipulate it and maybe squeeze out even the last nanometers without telling us, and through that potentially providing that value to their competitors. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Really insightful.
Cool. So we have room for one more question there, Max.
Oh, okay. Is this it? Oh, yeah. Okay, so if I'm correct, 1 nanometer is about the size of 10 atoms or something.
Yes.
So what happens beyond that? And do you have to model this at some point quantum mechanically, or
so
does this work?
Short answer is, I have no clue. And it wouldn't be a problem if I don't have a clue, but yeah, what happens beyond that? Actually, the company has no clue. On the other hand, we do have... 10 years ago, I was sitting at the desk of the CTO, Martin van der Brink, and I was in my 40s, and I asked myself the question, am I going to reach my retirement date within ASML? And I asked the question in a different way to Martin, because I don't want him to think that I'm concerned about my retirement date. So I asked Martin, how long does our roadmap extend? What happens after we hit that? The answer was, we have a 10-year roadmap. And as long as I have been working for the company, and also today, we still have a 10-year roadmap. At every point in time, we have a 10-year roadmap. And he said something different. Do you know another company which... He sensed what my question was about. Do you know any other company which has a 10-year roadmap? No, I don't. If you look at what is that roadmap about, yes, we will hit a barrier at a certain point in time, and you also see the industry now defining different ways of dealing with that barrier. What is actually going on is, instead of shrinking the features, we see us going vertically. So we see chips are going to become 3D in the third dimension, and then we are still cramming more transistors on the same surface square millimeter, but we're going in the vertical dimension. And that also brings a completely new set of challenges. So I expect myself to reach my retirement date, and I think also the way things have been going, every other employee at ASML as well. So third dimension is what we expect. We will actually the industry is already moving in that direction today. Yep.
Awesome. So extra round of applause for our excellent keynote speaker.
Thank you very much.
And we have a small present for our keynote speaker.
I like great vineyard. It says Julia's Vineyard. So Jorge, thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us.
Okay. And thank you for having me, and thank you for the attention.
So our next talk will be from Michael Timman. It will start in 10 minutes. So you will have time to redistribute to different rooms if you want. But if you want to listen to the talk about 1.5 language from Michael, please stay here. And Michael, I will ask you to go to the AV crew to set up. And for all other speakers as well, please, before your talk, go to the AV crew and we will set you up. So one small announcement. So if you are bothered by the noise here, you can use the headset, which is located at the entrance. So you can use it if you want. Hi everyone. So our next speaker is Michael Timon. So as you all know, Julia positioned itself as a language that is going to solve notorious two-language problem. But some people started to kind of discuss maybe it's not really the case, maybe it's actually, maybe it creates a 1.5 language problem. And this discussion started last year, and this talk is going to discuss it even more in more details. Round of applause for our speaker. The stage is yours.
Thanks. So yeah, good morning. Are you excited about JuliaCon? Oh no, come on guys, we're in a football stadium. Are you excited about JuliaCon? Yeah. Still a little bit like not crazily excited. I guess we all have been Dutch yesterday evening and we've all been disappointed. I'm hoping I will not disappoint you any further. Like you just mentioned, so this journey began, well, for me, 1 year ago, when I learned at the live stream last JuliaCon that there would be a JuliaCon near me in 6 months. And me and a colleague needed an excuse or a reason to go. And we figured we don't have a package, we don't have open source contributions, we didn't have any like major technical insights or techniques. Maybe we can just share our story, our experience as a newcomer to the language. And if there are not too many submissions, then it's a long shot that we get accepted. And I arrived there, and people start telling me, oh, I'm looking forward to your talk, and the room was packed. And I was overwhelmed and blown away by the reaction and reception. I did not expect to make this much of a splash. To this day, I checked earlier this morning, it's still the most watched video from the JuliaCon local. There was long discourse discussions, Reddit, someone even posted it to Hacker News. I don't think it made headline, but still. Yeah, it's crazy. So, what was the reason I was giving this talk? Well, you're probably well aware of the two-language problem because it has been used a lot. This is not the first instance of the string 2 language, but at least the two-tiered architecture. So it was pretty much built in as a design choice. This was a goal, and this is what Julia is the main takeaway point and the main selling point and the main advertisement point, I think, is to solve the two-language problem. So let me quickly restate what I think the 1.5 language problem is, because there has been some confusion and there has been a lot of discussion. To me, the 1.5 language problem is the problem of expectation management. So solving the two-language problem generates an expectation. But I also think that this expectation is not very easily, very trivially satisfied. You have to put in work to solve the two-language problem. But this is not, as it might appear commonly in the presentations, in particular, once the packages are mature enough that they are used and loved all over. And an important addendum to this is a thank you. This is a concern about the human experience, not about the technical aspects of the language. So I still don't know Julia enough that I would be able to speak about the technical aspects, but I think the community aspect and the human experience is very important as well, and I will go into this. We'll talk more about this later. So also this means that this talk was miscategorized. I should have selected the Julia community category. Please forgive me. So I don't think I'm the first person to make this observation. So last December, Myrte presented as well, and she phrased it in this two language equals two cultures problem. So there is a clear expectation that on one hand, there is the dynamic, high-level languages that are easy and fun to work with. And then on the other hand, there's the low-level languages that are for the people who are totally passionate about speed and about architectures and like very technically minded. And so there's a divide and how to bridge that. And Julia is supposed to be sitting in the middle. Now, one of the things that I want to bring to this discussion are two mascots that I created, or well, Dali created them for me actually. So whenever I talk about programming speed, about fast iterations and rapid prototyping, you will see these lovely bunnies. And then when I talk about fast execution, I will, the cheetah, the fastest land mammal, will send in for this. I tried to color the cheetah blue and make the dots also in the Julia language, but I'm hoping that someone with better computer graphics skills than me will have a shot at this. So let me recap my perception of what the discussion was after the talk and online and all over. So one feedback that I got was, okay, the view that just porting it to Julia was totally naive. So before I started programming Julia, this was how I perceived where sort of the speed versus rapid development trade-off would be happening, right? So with C, you don't have rapid development, but you get blazingly fast speeds. With R, and you might not get the very fastest speed, but you have nice high-level development. And just by porting it to Julia, I will participate in some speed at least. Like this was my belief. And to be fair, yes, this was totally naive. I realize this now. I took in too much of the advertisement, and then I got carried away. I wonder, though, where I might have gotten this view from, right? So I still believe that the continued emphasis that the speed and the rapid execution gets at conferences, let's say, colors minds of people outside of this community. I'm hoping that most newcomers are not as naive as I was, and I'm hoping that I'm just weird, but maybe I'm not. So obviously, the next thing is, yeah, this is the realistic expectation you have. If you are new to a language, you will probably not use it to, well, not correct, I don't want to say correct, but you will not exploit all of its capabilities. And so this is particular with respect to runtime. You will be slow. So it's a sort of like a corollary. I can program slow and messy code in any programming language, and if you apply yourself, you can too. I believe in you. But also the flip side, of course, is don't expect to be using the language to its full capabilities when you just start out. And then there will be a learning curve, right? So what was the next talking point that I've witnessed on this discussion? And this is also something that came up in last year's, so the JuliaCon local 6 months ago. This was the talk by Liam, who presented right before me in the session. And he said, okay, this is a multidimensional problem. And this is something that was resonating with people. It's not a bug, it's a feature, and it's an orthogonal feature, if you will. So this one-dimensional graph that we've seen earlier, so Myrte presented this across the x-axis, I presented it across the y-axis. It's really living in a two-dimensional space where you have rapid prototyping in one axis, you have rapid execution on the other axis, and you try to go with the language as much to the upper right corner as possible. You want to have both. These are made up Pareto fronts. I am guessing that they might look like this. I have no idea. I'm thinking that this is really how it's perceived as well. Also, as a side note, if you would scroll in, if you would zoom in on the Pareto curves, they would look like fractals a little bit. And this would totally justify the non-integer dimension of the Julia language, but also about every other language, I guess. So the final discussion point that I've seen, and this was sort of maybe the outside view, I had the impression, was that happiness is an illusion. So I've drawn continuous curves for the Pareto fronts for all languages, but probably they are not continuous, right? They can't be. And so maybe the way to develop in Julia is really, you have one way of developing that is rapid prototyping, but then you need to turn it into a language that looks a lot like the fast execution, but then it will look totally different. This was my impression 6 months ago, and some people still share this impression, I think, from the comments that I've read online, that they just don't drink the Kool-Aid. They don't believe that it's possible to go towards the upper right-hand corner sky. They say, okay, this is two different things. It might be a cool feature that you can stay in the same programming language to achieve both things. So that is, I think everybody agreed with this aspect. But I still think people said, okay, there is no panacea. You will not achieve both at the same time, literally. And I also going to touch back on this a little bit later on. Now, I promised that I'm trying to bring solutions, or let's say suggestions, right? What is required, in my opinion, to move this forward? So one thing is, I actually don't know how software architecture would look like in Julia, given that it's sort of this two languages, or that it is both two language and one language, right? So the functional programming aspect of it reminds me a lot of Scheme and Lisp and Haskell and stuff like this. And there are books about how to design software in these languages. Then there's design patterns for object-oriented languages. This book in the middle was, I've been told, was the classic of back then when Fortran was still the way to go. I don't know, I've not read it. What I have read about Julia programming was these two books, or at least I skimmed them. I found them very helpful. In particular, the design patterns and best practices I enjoyed a lot, because to me, it presented a lot of things that I would have not expected coming from the Julia and viewing it like weird MATLAB syntax or weird Python syntax, right? So there are completely novel design paradigms, in particular with dynamic dispatch and multiple dispatch. Sorry, not dynamic, but multiple dispatch. And I don't even know whether we have fully explored yet, or you have fully explored how to best make use of this multiple dispatch system. to get the best of both worlds, right? Because I still believe that once you've optimized your code for speed, it's harder to take the code back to rapid prototyping. So also last year I tried to play around with the ODE ecosystem and hack in something new that wasn't there. And walking through this code base, like just quickly hacking together a plugin, that was not possible. And so I ended up writing a very naive solver and then trying it out on this way, right? And yeah, this is something that I pose to you as the real experts. What are the high-level approaches to think about the package that you want to write, that it will maintain extensibility, but also achieve the speed. And yeah. With respect to this, so Jorge gave me a shout out yesterday. Today I will return the favor. I was totally unaware that he was going to present this talk, but I am very much looking forward to it because from my expectations, I think his ideas are going in a similar direction. Also, yesterday during the State of Julia, there was the modern Julia workflow website, and I also enjoyed this a lot. I think I only found it after I had the prototype developed, so that is my excuse. But I think those people are also doing a very good job. About the expectation management. So maybe if you look at the tutorials, you realize that some tutorials present rapid prototyping and some tutorials present ideas for rapid execution. And feel free to use these logos. I also tried to maybe even have a scale where you could see on the lever whether this is a balanced approach or one favors one over the other. You could also think of further categories, right? So some people want to be hardware specific, and you could maybe have a magnifying glass, or someone wants a high-level view, and then you have binoculars or something. I don't know. Some people like notebook development. Some people like are interested in app development, and then you could have all these icons, and then a newcomer who wants to see, okay, what is this text about, or what is this resource about, can quickly tell what is the expectation that I should have. I don't know, maybe. But so most importantly, I want you. And I mean, probably for the people who are sitting here, I don't have to say this because you are here because you already have a vested interest in Julia. Is this the camera for the live stream? I want you at home, right? I want the people who have not yet contributed. I want the people who think maybe I don't have anything to contribute. I will disagree with the State of the Julia presentation yesterday. They said the easiest way to contribute was to contribute a package or add to an existing package. I think the easiest way to contribute is to start writing up your learning journey, start helping improvising the documentation. I was so excited after last year's event that I wanted to contribute to the core language, and I was in this bubble of new contributors with, like, I think 8 lines of docstring. So no technical contribution, but still, and I feel very happy, and I'm very proud of it. But also think of all the other ways the community can spread love, right? So the way I learn most is to sit down with a colleague who is more experienced than I am, or maybe even as inexperienced, but still like talking about, okay, why did you do this? Wait a minute, why aren't you doing this and stuff? And so the meetup locally are a great way to get there, but particularly with the modern IDEs with Visual Studio Code, like actually setting up a remote connection and then just using your favorite video platforming, video conferencing tool, you could just, like if you're in the same time zone or if your sleeping schedule synchronize, you can sit down with someone and say, okay, let's do this together. And this is a lot of fun, and this is how some people can learn a lot, and particularly if someone more experienced tags along with someone less experienced, things can get done. The request a reviewer, senior reviewer service. So I think in some sense this already exists in that if you post a new package announcement on the Julia discourse, people will start to have a look at it, and then like if you are, you don't have to get insanely lucky to have someone more experienced than you also have a look and maybe even just leave comments or issues. But maybe this can also be institutionalized even more, right? So you are a beginner, you thought this was the best thing that I could come up with, but you're unsure who to talk to, then just post it to the discourse, say, I humbly request a senior reviewer, and then of course time is always limited, but maybe other people really like helping new people. And so this would be a perfect match. And I think in this particular sense, I want to have it all, right? Does anybody know what this picture might represent? Shout out. Yeah? Yeah, it's survivorship bias, right? So they realized that what they had to reinforce in the airplanes was not the places where they got shot, but the places where they did not get shot, because they had not observed those planes. And so what the people that are sitting here are the survivors of their newcomer experience in some sense, right? So they either immediately fell in love or they stick around long enough to develop this very deep passion. And so the expertise is no longer a problem, but the people who are trying out and failing, or the people who are unhappy with some aspects, like some quit loudly, but many I think also do not give feedback, and I want to hear it. I don't know whether the Julia discourse is the right place, but if not, then just send me emails at mail@michaeltiemann.net, and yeah. So be kind, be considerate, but just talk with people. And the last thing that I want to share with you is to have fun. And this might look like a final slide, but it isn't. So this is what I screen grabbed from the Stack Overview developer survey. The blue dots are the desired ranges, and the red dots are the admired ranges. At the very top is JavaScript. JavaScript programming is not fun, subjectively, in my opinion. But I can see the appeal because you can do fun things with it, right? Website programming is a lot of fun. Python programming, yeah, it can be fun. And this is very well represented because it is admired. Julia programming, you have to actually scroll down quite a bit till you get to this point. And it's highly desired. So people see the appeal, but it's not admired. And to me, this tells me that people are not having as much fun as maybe they should have, in particular in the beginning. And what do I mean by fun? So when you listen to the talks at JuliaCon, you get a sense that this crowd enjoys a very peculiar interest and a peculiar sense of what is fun and passionate. I mean, your day jobs are cool jobs, don't get me wrong, but what do you do for recreational programming? And I want to see more of that. So I was very excited about the Joule game package. I have not played around with it myself yet, but I want to play around with it at some point. Creating your own website with Franklin or with Genie is fun. I also enjoyed in the last year this YouTube channel, Doggo.jl, because he was a very fun and engaging way of speakers. And so if we see more recreational stuff being built with Julia, small apps, small websites, games, like things that you would show your high school kids, and you wouldn't show the climate models to your high school kids because one, like climate change is depressing, and two, like, what am I supposed with all this with all these physics and stuff? But a game everybody can enjoy, or I don't know, like a music manipulation stuff or image manipulation, and I think this will start people to think about Julia differently, and then the expansion will happen to places where we have not previously seen it happen. So yeah, this is a final slide. Thanks.
It was a great talk, Michael. Thanks. We definitely had some fun during your talk. Very nice slides. So does anybody have a question? Yes, there?
So there's this notion of with software mid-life cycle loss of generality. This notion is sometimes referred to as a bad thing, where the software, when it was first created, was very general, very flexible, and then as time goes on and maybe the original developers have left, or but the software has been used for quite a while and it becomes harder to develop, it becomes more restricted, less able to add new things to it, more focused on the main task it's being used for, it becomes harder to generalize later. Or sometimes it can be talked as a good thing, like you didn't really understand the problem domain when you started, so you made this super general solution that doesn't really work that well for the particular domain you have. And so as it loses generality, it gains focus and specificity. I was wondering if you have thoughts on this and how this fits into your Parento frontier, I guess as software ages over time, when we start talking about Julia code bases that have been developed for the last 5 years, even, and now we have code bases that are 12 years old written in Julia.
So I think that you might actually be more apt to talk about this than I am, because I am a newcomer. I'm going to just cower out of this and say, please discuss this on the discourse, like after this week, or maybe during coffee later today. I would expect that having a package, like having two versions of a package, that one is not yet optimized and one is optimized, might be worthwhile, but it's also going to be maintenance hell. Yeah, people with better technical insights than me, feel free to share. Sorry.
Thanks. So in order to keep the time, we unfortunately don't have a room for other questions. Thanks, Michael, again. Extra round of applause. So our next speaker will set up the laptop, and it's Elliot Saba, one of the core developers of the Julia language. And the talk will be about binary builder number 2. So as all of you know, maybe not all of you, but actually many packages in Julia, they depend on some external libraries written in other languages. For example, plots.jl needs some plotting libraries written in other languages to be set up. And this all happens behind the scenes, very convenient for users. And binary builder.jl did it, and binary builder number 2 is even better, faster, cooler, and nicer, and Elliot will talk about it. Round of applause.
Thank you, Dimitri. All right, can't do this without this. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Elliot Saba. I'm Static Float on GitHub. I'm the blue whale with the Santa hat. This helps people to remember. So, welcome to my personal mountain that I have been moving for the last couple years. I call this talk Binary Builder 2, Return of the Compilers. Alternatively, Revenge of the Transitive Dependencies. Or even Terror of the Triply Escaped Wrapper Script Argument Parsing. Now, just as a preface, for those of you who are not fully aware, Binary Builder is not a way to compile Julia code. So if you're here for this, this is your judgment-free time to get up and go to something else that's more interesting. Also, Binary Builder 2 is not production ready. But it is sufficiently developed to experiment with. And it's these kinds of experiments that I want to invite other developers to come in and help provide feedback, help shape the development of Binary Builder 2, etc. So I'm going to be showing off a lot of cool things that I've built and that kind of open up possibilities for the future. But it's not quite ready yet for us to integrate into Yggdrasil and start building everything with. OK, so let's start with what was wrong with Binary Builder itself. One of the big pain points, especially for our intrepid Yggdrasil maintainers, is that large projects like LLVM, CUDA, etc., have these torturous build cycles where we build some large project, we save that as a temporary JLL, we then use that as the input to a further build process that splits it apart into separate pieces. We have to make sure that the version numbers match across all these different pieces. If one piece fails, then we have to do all of the things over again so that the version numbers match across the entire thing. It's just a huge mess, and it's cataloged in this issue that's been open for literally years. Another big problem with Binary Builder is that what we call compiler shards, the pieces of the root FS system that we assemble for the build environment, are very difficult to create. There's a lot of black magic that goes on in there. There's patching around of the GCC and glibc build processes just to make everything work as reliably as we want it to. And this makes it very difficult to add new targets, to add new ways of building things. There's been interest in having like RISC-V and WebAssembly and outputs for Binary Builder for a long time. And although these efforts made some progress, they're quite stalled out for years. So something needs to change here. And I blame this all due to the monolithic design of Binary Builder. It's this huge towering stack of technology that goes all the way from containerization primitives up through building cross-compilers, and finally to like the infrastructure that bundles and prepares JLLs for preparation on your computer. So how am I going to fix this? Of course, a gigantic rewrite that takes years. How else would we fix it? More layers of indirection. The first thing is to break it apart into a more modular design. So instead of having one giant package, or since Mose was so upset with the pre-compilation times, he actually split it out into 2 packages. Now we have like 13 packages. But the cool thing about these packages is that they're useful in isolation. So for instance, the containerization primitive from Binary Builder has now turned into sandbox.jl. The collection of wrapper scripts around GCC and Clang is now in its own Binary Builder toolchains.jl. And that's a package that you can actually use outside of Binary Builder. So if you want to get a C++ toolchain on your local machine targeting some other machine, you can just ask for it, and it'll download a JLL, it'll JIT out some bash scripts for you, and boom, you can just use it. We're also reworking the internals of Binary Builder to use these primitives that allow you to have a build flow. Say, build something, extract some pieces, wrap that up into a JLL, extract different pieces, wrap that up into a different JLL, etc. So things like the Clang build process, the CUDA build process should be greatly streamlined. And just in general, we're going to try and centralize more pieces of Binary Builder in one place so it's clearer how the whole thing fits together. Right now, there's like magic pieces of Yggdrasil that build GCC that then get written out to your local directory, and then you commit that up to Binary Builder. It's a huge mess. We'd rather just have binary things are JLLs. And when you want GCC for Binary Builder, you download GCC JLL. Everything should just be JLLs. So right now, these are some of the new packages that I have built that exist. They're even registered, although they're all pretty unstable. So don't, with the exception of like Sandbox, which has been around for a while, and JLL prefixes also has been around for a while. I am going to talk about these and just give a brief overview, some quick demos of these things, and we'll kind of build up some of the pieces so that we can get our way up to Binary Builder 2. What is it? How does it bring all these things together? And what does it look like to use? So Sandbox gives us our file system and environment control. This is the containerization primitives that I'm talking about. So it has a few separate features like nesting, so you can have sandboxes inside of sandboxes inside of sandboxes. You can have persistent overlay mounts. So that's how we do things like have a root FS system, like a base Debian image, and then you make changes to it. Those are stored in an overlay FS layer, and then you can leave that container, then come back to it to debug something that went wrong, and your changes are still there without actually affecting the root FS system on disk. It has bin format MISIC and QEMU support for multi-arch execution. Meaning, if you're on x86 Linux, you can run AArch64 Linux things. This is a possible potential hope for doing bootstrapping of foreign executables inside a binary builder. So we've always cross-compiled everything and have not had the ability to run things for the target inside of our build system. But in some cases, we may be able to. It's not something that we want to do every time, but in cases where we absolutely need it, it would be nice to have the option. And I'll show an example of this later. So Sandbox is it's basically a containerization layer for Linux guests. And it runs best on Linux, but it can also run on Mac and Windows through use of like Docker and Podman. It can kind of puppeteer those things to do what it needs to do. There's one glaring exception, which is these overlay mounts, which are kind of fancy. I have not yet figured out a way to replicate that using Docker and Podman. And because that's important for some like high-performance stuff we do in Binary Builder, Binary Builder 2 does not work on macOS and Windows yet. But I will probably implement a slow workaround for those things in the future so that it will work on Mac and Windows. OK, so I've talked a lot. This is going to be a veritable fire hose of information, but let's take a quick break for a demo. So Sandbox demo. What does Sandbox look like? Is this visible to everybody? Is it too small? Let's make it a little bigger. Is that good? Great. So just a quick example of what do I mean by containerization? What is Sandbox? Here we say, OK, we're using Sandbox, and we're going to build a Sandbox config, and we want to mount a Debian root FS at the root of the container. And I want to mount a read-write directory, which is just going to sit right next to me in this directory. And we want this one to be read-write, not overlaid. And we'll define some environment variables just for fun. We'll hook up standard in and standard out, and then we'll just run bash. So if I run this Sandbox example, what happens is, boom, it drops me into a container, just like Docker would. And if I look around, there's some stuff here. I can do like apt update. You know, it does its thing. I can say like, OK, I want Vim. And it can write to the root file system, whatever. All these things are being stored in a temporary overlay file system. When I leave this, all those things are lost. However, if I go into the read-write directory, I can touch foo here. And over here, you'll see that there's a foo file here. I can edit it here on my host system. And then I come down here, and it's there, right? So bidirectional communication. This is how we save our JLL outputs. Everything's good and happy. Oh, and just so you know the things I said were true, there we go. Everything's demonstrated. Awesome. All right, so that's Sandbox. Any questions about this real quick? OK, good. I think actually we should probably save questions for later, because we need to do the microphone thing. So back to the keynote. All right, JLL prefixes is for dependency collection. So one of the hard problems we have to solve in Binary Builder is getting all the JLLs that we need for our build. We need the transitive dependencies, we need to obey the compat bounds, and most importantly, we need to ignore the compat bounds that the Julia resolver would normally enforce based on the current running version of Julia. Because Julia itself has some JLLs that come with it, and usually you would want to resolve, say, libcurl to the same version of libcurl that Julia itself has. So JLL prefixes is basically a way to get stuff in the way that Binary Builder wants. It's not exactly that exciting, but the cool thing about it is that it allows you, as a user, to get JLLs, unpack them into a prefix, and then use them outside of Julia if you want to. This is how we unpack things like GCC, glibc, binutils, etc. So here, I'm going to download ffmpeg.jl. And what I do is I tell it, OK, collect me the artifact path for ffmpeg. So it resolves ffmpeg, it finds all of its dependencies, it collects all of the artifact paths, and gives me a list of paths. Then I have this thing that allows me to deploy it to a prefix. And that will either copy or hard link or symlink or whatever your operating system supports to put it all into a prefix. And then all the files are living next to each other, and we don't have to do any of the fancy shenanigans that we normally do in JLLs to allow libraries to find each other, because they're all sitting right next to each other. So if you wanted to, for instance, have ffmpeg available on your system built by Binary Builder for whatever reason, you don't want to use apt-get, you just want to use the JLLs because you love them, and you're a fanatic, you can do this. And you can unpack it into your bin directory somewhere, and it will just work. So you can see here, all I did was I just ran ffmpeg-version, and it has it here. It says, yep, I was built on an ARch64 Linux machine, because right now this is running inside of a ARch64 Linux VM running on my ARch64 Mac OS machine. But we can go one step further. We can say, all right, Elliot, you said that Sandbox allows us to run foreign architectures. What if we were to collect the ffmpeg artifact paths, but for, say, an x86 machine, and unpack them, and then use Sandbox to mount in our ffmpeg directory, and say, Sandbox, I want you to include the bin format MISIC hooks needed to interpret x86-64 on ARch64. And this all just works. So here, we run this example. And these examples are live on the Binary Builder 2 repository if you want to peruse them in greater detail. I know I'm going super fast through them. I'm mostly showing you that this stuff exists rather than going line by line in the code. And here, yes, when you ran version, it says, nope, I was built on an x86-64 machine. So very transparent, very easy to use, as long as you know the magic incantation, which is that extra little bit here saying, hey, I'm multi-arch, and the platform that I want to add is this foreign platform, which is this one, where I choose the architecture that does not match the one I'm on. All right. That's enough of this package, I think. Quick little side note. I've been using these platform objects. They're in base Julia, but Binary Builder, as usual, needs to do weird, unusual things, like talk about cross-platforms, where you have a host that's x86-64, for instance, and a target that's ARch64. The way we do this is we create a cross-platform object. And this cross-platform object encodes the target in the tags of the triplet. So you can see here, like, if I want to talk about a cross-platform object here, I have this string that says, oh, I'm x86-64 Linux, but I'm targeting ARch64 Mac. And by using this, the whole artifact system is able to deal with these cross-platform objects natively. So you're able to download and use artifacts for your local machine very easily. This is just a brief mention that these kinds of things exist. So when you see these cross-platforms, this is what it means. It means we want to run something that runs on Linux, but it builds something for Mac. And so when you want to specify a compiler or anything, you have to use these kinds of cross-platforms. For the internals of Binary Builder, that is. OK, let's build our way up to the tool chains. So Binary Builder toolchains is a package that downloads GCC, it downloads binutils, it downloads the Linux kernel headers, etc. It unpacks them. It builds bash scripts to do argument parsing, like, for instance, disallowing setting the microarchitecture if we don't want to allow that, like automatically setting the sysroot, all these kinds of things that you don't want to have to deal with. There is some really interesting technical choices made here, such as Julia code that creates bash scripts, but the structure of the Julia code mimics the structure of the bash scripts. What I mean by that, I'm just going to show you, just so you can feel the insanity of what has to be done here. In the C toolchain here, we have these wrappers that we build for things like GCC. And so here we say, OK, here's the function that's creating a wrapper for GCC, and it's writing the wrapper out to I/O as it goes. And it needs to do things like check, hey, is the lock microarchitecture flag set in my toolchain struct? If it is, then I need to match all the arguments, all the flags that are being given to me. If any of the flags match this March thing, then I need to make an error. So the way you would normally do that in Bash is you have an if statement with like a regex compare, and then inside the body of the if statement, you would error out, etc. I don't want to maintain like 37 different variations of these same bash scripts. I want a way to generate the bash scripts. Well, what language am I going to use to generate the bash scripts? Of course, it's Julia. So what I do is this flag match like function that has a do block will create the if statement that does the regex compare here using my own like string macro thing here. And then inside here, I can just print out whatever bash stuff I want. And so all of these things are this like incredibly cursed mixture of Julia code that's generating bash scripts. End result is we have a slightly more maintainable way of creating these bash scripts that make the wrappers for the executables that we're going to run to build things in Binary Builder. All right. So right now, these tool chains, there we go. They only contain GCC and binutils and such. Eventually, we'll have toolchains for Fortran, Rust, Go, etc. There's still a work in progress, though. But the course is already plotted. We already have something that works kind of end to end for this stuff. The coolest part about this is that it's usable outside of the sandbox as well. So you can run this code, create a platform that goes from your host platform to your host platform, and then say run shell with a C toolchain and a host tools toolchain. Host tools toolchain is the thing that has like make, awk, grep, that kind of stuff. And then you can just say like pound cc, and it will have defined an environment variable that points to the wrapper scripts that it generated, and you can just use it. So let's see if I can put my money where my mouth is. This is where the demos get real dicey, because these toolchain examples are a little crazy. So by crazy, I just mean there's a lot going on. So I'm going to get this running in the background. So this toolchain example will ask for a C toolchain and a host tools toolchain for the platform that I defined. It's going to call this with toolchains function, which gives me where the toolchains are unpacked, and also the environment block that needs to be applied, such that things like CC, LD, AS, et cetera, are all defined. Then, in a temporary directory, I'm going to spit out a main.c. I'm going to run cc-o main, blah, 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 main.c with this environment. And then I will actually run main. And here, it successfully said, hello, JuliaCon. If I wanted to, I could also do the run shell thing. So I'll just do that as well afterwards. I'll run shell on the tool chains. And by the way, all these like warnings and stuff, this is my patented system for remembering when I need to implement something later. So you'll see a lot of these. And that didn't work. Why did that not work? I need to save the file. That's why they pay you the big bucks. All right. Nope, that didn't work either. Let's look back at my slides. I think I had this in my slides. Huh. Oh, no, it did work. I'm in Bash. That's right. So, yeah, I have CC defined. That's funny. It's just it's reusing the styling because the PS1 and stuff is environment variables that got carried through. I'm not inside a sandbox. I'm just inside Bash inside of Julia. So, so yeah, I have a CC here, and I can do CC, version, and it's GCC 9.1, which is the version that's coming from Binary Builder by default, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I have like an AS and all that kind of stuff. OK, and I exit. Now I come out to my real Bash, and everything is good and happy. All right, real quick, JLL generator is machine-readable descriptions of JLLs. So all the JLLs built from Binary Builder 2 now have a JLL.toml file, which is like the machine-readable way of saying what products are there, what license is it, what sources did it come from, what actual upstream version is it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. One of the nice things that it has is library dependency graphs. libfoo depends on libbar, which came from libbar.jll. The reason why that's important is because that enables the next package, which is the lazy JLL wrappers. This is kind of a fun place for people to suggest new ideas because we could have some really nice, rich metadata about JLLs here, things like SPDX software bombs or something like that. But the real reason I made it is because I want to load libraries lazily. And on Julia 1.11, if the whole subtree of dependencies has been built by Binary Builder 2, then we get lazy libraries for free, which is great. So libraries will not be loaded until the first C call. Probably the first things that we'll see this actually used for are the dependencies for Julia itself, because those will have the biggest impact. They'll cut down a little bit of our time to first, well, not time to first plot, but the startup time of Julia, because you won't have to load, for instance, OpenBLOS until you actually try to do a matrix multiply. OK, so that's my whirlwind tour of some of the packages that make up Binary Builder 2. I want to quickly say, for the users, build tarbos will remain relatively unchanged. There'll be a little bit of stuff that you have to move around. But like eventually, we're going to have Yggdrasil able to build both Binary Builder 1 and Binary Builder 2 builds. And we'll just slowly move things over to Binary Builder 2 once that support comes online. Let's really quick talk about the build flow changes in Binary Builder 2. So Binary Builder 2, to solve the problems that like LLVM and CUDA and stuff have, it now separates the notion of building, extracting, and packaging a piece of software. So you have a build config. You can call build on it. You get a build result. An extract config takes a build result and extracts things out of it. And you can run multiple extractions for a single build. So you could have like a build of a package that have an extraction that takes only the shared library and uses that with Julia, and another one that takes everything and uses that for Binary Builder. This is the idea behind separating out these two pieces. You could also have a build that builds all of LLVM, then separates it out into Clang, liblllvm, whatever other things that you build from LLVM. I'm not sure. A package config takes multiple extraction results, like across all the different platforms that you did these builds on, bundles them together, and creates a JLL from them. The build tarballs function does all this for you automatically. So 99% of people don't need to worry about this. For the people who need that extra bit of like, insane customization of their build, these nuts and bolts functions are available. The GCC build process, for instance, uses some of these things. I said all these already. Yep. Oh yeah, another example use case could be like you have a host-only tool like TableGen that you need to build once and then use and follow on builds. So you could have that as its own build, and then the other builds can use it in later on steps. Another thing with Binary Builder that is very useful is universes. So sometimes you have a package that depends on another package, and you want to build new versions of both. Like you want to build a new version of libfoo, and libbar depends on libfoo, and you want to test them together. So you can add this --universe flag on the CLI when you run your build tarballs, or there's also programmatic ways to do it. And this allows you to have them, they live in the same registry, in the same depot, etc. So all the changes happen together. And then when you try and deploy it, if you specify the universe name, it will push it to a branch on your GitHub repository. So you can have multiple universes all in parallel for different things that you're testing. So if you're working on something, you specify the universe name, and it's very easy to access and share and use. OK, I have a little bit of debugging improvements here, but I'm just going to skip that because I'm running out of time. The Binary Builder 2 demo is actually the least impressive because it's basically just a build tarballs call, and it basically just proves that it works. So I'm going to skip that, and I'm going to go straight to questions because I'm running out of time.
Thanks. Round of applause. Thanks. Do we have a question? There. There we have a question.
When you said that with lazy JLLs you could avoid loading OpenBlast, for example, do you have like an estimate how much RAM and time we could save loading Julia if all of these things that it loads are lazy?
Yeah, it's not much. It's like, so back when we did the experiments, back in like the 1.10 or 1.9 time frame, I think it lowered the startup time from 120 milliseconds to 100 milliseconds. I don't remember how much memory it saved. There is a GitHub issue where we did those experiments, but we'll have to redo them because we have new versions of Julia now. But it's it's like a 10% savings, 20% savings, something like that. So it's something, but it's not a huge amount.
Thanks.
In the coming world of Julia C, what about binary building shared libraries with Python, R, MATLAB wrappers around them? Is that something that's a binary builder thing, or is that a separate issue?
Python wrappers around what?
Yeah, so you use Julia to write all of your serious high-performance code, but if you want to have impact and make your code usable to Python users, to R users, to MATLAB users, to say, here's this really cool new algorithm, the source code is all in Julia, but we want the entire world to be able to use it. Is there a pipeline yet, or thoughts about a design where we can build shared libraries with automated wrappers that get created for all these high-level languages?
Right, great question. So it's kind of the inverse of binary builder in a sense. Instead of bringing the world to Julia, it's bringing Julia to the world. I think the main difficulty there will be generating the Julia library for all the different architectures, because Julia itself does not cross-compile well. The sandbox component can be useful for that, because with sandbox, and I've done this before, you can build Julia for other architectures on that one machine. So that makes it easier. But there's a lot of questions about like the language bindings for Python, R, etc. I think that's going to have to be solved on a package by package basis, where we'll have like, we already have some interop packages. We'll have to work with each of the interop packages to figure out the best way to do that.
Nice. So we have time for one small question. Yes?
Yeah, hello. So if I want to execute a thing from a JLL, an executable, without going through the JLL, so just directly execute it from bash, what do I have to think about? Like, I don't have the ability to run any arbitrary Julia code before executing it.
Yeah, you need to use JLL prefixes to unpack it and all its dependencies into the same prefix. And you may need to set some environment variables depending on the JLL package. Many don't need any environment variables, but for instance, Git does.
Will the environment variables be encoded in the new JLL.toml then, so I can only use that as the source of truth, or where would I find that?
It's something I've thought about. Let's talk about it at the BOF this afternoon.
Great.
Thank you all.
Nice. Extra round of applause. Thanks. It was a really great talk. So our next talk is from Sebastian. And Sebastian will talk about infiltrator.jl. And as all of you know, to write a high-quality code, you need a high-quality debugger, basically to transform a low-quality code to high-quality code. So this talk is about interactive debugging in Julia. So Sebastian, stage is yours.
works. All right, hey everyone. My name is Sebastian. I'll talk about infiltrator.jl. It's got a weird name, but essentially it's a no-overhead debugger for Julia without any additional dependencies. Well, when I say no overhead, that might be overpromising a little bit. It is a low runtime overhead debugger for Julia, but we'll get to that in a little bit. Why does this package exist? Well, we didn't have anything like it in 2019 when I wrote the package, and at that JuliaCon, Tim Holy, Christopher Carlson, and I had a talk about debugger.jl, which included some talk about downsides and limitations it has, and that basically spawned the idea for infiltrator.jl. Generally, I think we should take a look at what alternatives there are for debugging in Julia. Like the most basic thing is print line debugging, or using logging macros. It doesn't have a lot of runtime overhead, right? It just prints to standard out, standard error, whatever. Not much going on there. But on the other hand, it's not particularly flexible, so you need to know what you want to look at before executing your code, right? It needs to happen at code write time. And the output can end up being pretty messy if a lot of function calls happen. So another thing we have is debugger.jl, JuliaInterpreter.jl, which is nice when it's fast enough, but also carries a fairly big overhead for each function call that gets interpreted, which needs to happen for breakpoints to work at all. So in some cases, it's just way too slow to be tractable at all. You'd wait a couple of minutes for code to execute that, when compiled, would only take a few microseconds, if at that, just because Julia is optimizing so much away, or inlining function calls and so on. What else is there? Well, GDB, RR, those exist. They're powerful. Do carry some limitations. One is that it's often hard to map back to a Julia expression from wherever you ended up in the C, in whatever C frame you ended up in. And yeah, it's also user unfriendly. I don't know how to use it properly. Many of you probably also don't know how to use it properly to debug Julia code. It's nice to look at Julia internals, but for high-level Julia code, it gets difficult. All right, let's talk about infiltrator.jl. It has a fairly simple API. There are two main macros, at exfiltrate and at infiltrate. Exfiltrate, well, it exfiltrates local variables from a scope into a safe house, which essentially is just a module. And at infiltrate, smuggles a REPL into a local scope, so you have interactive code execution there, and have access to every binding in the local scope, as well as the module scope it lives in. All right, let's look at a quick example for code exfiltration. So I've got this super simple function here that has a bunch of local bindings, x, y, z, and zz. If I call exfiltrate in there, then our safe house at the bottom ends up with all of those bindings. So that's like the most basic use case for that. I think exfiltration has its place, but its power pales in comparison to infiltration, for which I've got the exact same example, except that now instead of assigning the local bindings into a module, we get dropped into this infil REPL. In there, we have a bunch of primitives defined, like at trace, which just prints the current stack trace, and a few others. And as I said before, you get full code execution and access to local and global bindings. So I can compute what 2 times z ends up being in that, or at that point of execution, and yeah, it's 6. Now, you might wonder how to use Infiltrator when you're developing packages or don't just have a function in the REPL that you want to inspect. Because it requires source code modification, I'd suggest using revise for that, which means you have to dev the package, find the function you want to set the breakpoint in, drop in main.addInfiltrate in there, go back to your REPL, and run the code. revise will take care of the rest. You can also use inline evaluation in VS Code if you want to do that, or use the functional form of @infiltrate, which is just infiltrate the function without the @, which is precompiled safe if you guard it properly, but I would not suggest doing that because A, it ends up in your code and you might accidentally end up committing it because your tests might still work if you guard it properly, and B, it's also much more annoying to use. All right, I've got a quick demo here. There's this package, TST parser, that powers basically most of the parsing for the VS Code extension. And recently, Julia got this public keyword. We had to talk about that yesterday. The initial implementation of that was slightly buggy. It would it would not handle the conditional parsing correctly in some cases, so this would end up being parsed as a keyword as well. Instead, it should just be a function call. So I've dropped this main.infiltrate in the function definition, where I know that public is being handled, and I can query what infiltrator can do for me. As I said before, it has a bunch of primitives defined, just as macros, macro-like objects that are special cased in the REPL. You can, for example, toggle an infiltration point on and off, or make it conditional if you want to. You can continue to the next infiltration point, or just exit this infiltration session completely. Anyways, I'm interested in this parse state object. And in this case, going back here to the code I'm actually parsing. I'm here. This is working fine. I had Control-D to move on to the next breakpoint. This REPL fully supports tab completion. So if I want to inspect the next token here, I see that it's a left parenthesis, which I don't care about. I am much more interested in some other objects here, namely the next white space. It's empty. In this case, that serves as a pretty good indication that I shouldn't parse this as a keyword. So I can just add a not is empty white space here into my code, and well, I'll just do it here. I'll exit the session. Yeah, if I run my code again, hopefully this parses correctly. You also see here the overhead. It's mostly compilation overhead. And there's not much we can do about that. But the runtime overhead should be fairly minimal. Anyways, I'm running out of time, so I'll switch back to my slides. When it comes to the implementation of this, it's pretty basic. It uses base.add-locals, which got introduced in Julia 1.1 or something. So it should be fairly widely compatible with many Julia versions. And then there's a bunch of eval magic into anonymous modules. And there's a whole lot of REPL boilerplate. But yeah, it's not rocket science. So yeah, in summary, infiltrator.jl is an interactive print line debugger. Feel free to add it to your global environment. Put it into your startup.jl. The loading time is minimal. All right. Any questions?
Thanks. Do we have a question from the audience? Oh, yes, we have a question.
When working on the packages, should infiltrator be part of, say, package dependency? And how do you remove it, or what workload should you use?
Right, so I would suggest putting infiltrator into your global environment and doing your package development in a local environment. These two get stacked on top of each other, so you still have access to the infiltrator bindings in that local environment. I would never suggest adding infiltrator to a package project.toml.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks. So thanks, Sebastian. Extra round of applause.
Thank you.
So, yes. So our next speaker is Pere. So, and the talk is going to be great, right? So the talk is going to be about Genie. It's a web framework written purely in Julia. Pere will talk about latest advancements in the package and also introduce Genie Builder, as far as I know. Nice. So, round of applause for our speaker.
Thank you. Is working? All right, well, hello everyone. Is it working well? I'm Pere Jimenez, Data Science Advocate at Genie, and welcome to our Genie talk. As many of you know, Genie is the leading web framework for creating data-centric web applications in Julia. And today, I will bring you some new product updates that will make it easier and faster than ever to build data applications in Julia and Genie. Data applications, like this one that we have here, where we have a dynamic system implemented with Modeling Toolkit and a dashboard to run the simulation, explore the results, and set the parameters of the components in the dynamic circuit. Also, applications like this one, where we have a dashboard for exploring a large 2 GB dataset of weather measurements taken across the United States. And we have some controls here to the right to set the information that is being displayed on the two charts. So for our first big news from this past year, we have Genie Builder 1.0, which is the best and fastest way to create data apps in Julia without having to write any UI code at all. Genie Builder is built on top of the open source Genie framework, and it brings an improved and streamlined workflow that enables users to create the user interfaces visually with the drag and drop editor. And so now I will show you the typical steps when building a new Genie application. The first step is to create the application with the visual editor. And this visual editor has a library of components of over 70 components and charts that you can use to build your interfaces, as well as a configuration panel to configure your components, and more features like an integrated AI assistant or a theme and style editor. Now, this visual editor makes it easier, faster, and also precise to build your user interfaces. It is easy because you don't have to write any UI code at all, so this lowers the learning curve. It is fast because anything you might want to do with your interface is just one or a few clicks away. And it is also precise because you can drop things, you can drop the components and place them right where you want them and easily configure them to your needs. Now, after this first step in which we have implemented the user interface with the visual editor, the next step would be to add some backend code to handle the interactivity of our application. In this backend code, what you will need to do is declare input variables to hold the information that is being sent from the browser to the Julia backend, some output variables to send data from the backend to the browser, and then set a series of handlers that will execute a snippet of code whenever a user interacts with the interface or performs any action. As you can see, this is a pretty simple API. With just 3 macros, in, out, and on change, you can implement all sorts of interactivity within your app. And so after these two first steps, that is the design of the interface with the visual editor and writing the backend code, we are done with the development of the Genie application, and we are ready to deploy it online. You can deploy it on Julia Hub in just one click, where after a moment, you will have a link that you can share with others so that they can also access the application, or you can also deploy on your own infrastructure. Genie Builder is an extension for the VS Code editor that can be installed locally on your own computer, or it can also be used online on Julia Hub in their cloud IDE. For the local version, there's a free light plan that's available to download and install for free. There's also free IEDU licenses for educational purposes, and for commercial usage, there is a paid license. And this is it for our introduction to Genie Builder. Now we also have some more news regarding our open source stack, that is Genie Framework. As a quick introduction to Genie Framework, let me say that Genie Framework is a complete toolbox for creating production-grade data applications in pure Julia. This framework is composed of several packages, the main of which is Genie.jl. This package implements all of the necessary features for writing code that runs on the server. If you are familiar with Python, this would be similar to the Django in the Python ecosystem. Then we have Stipple, which implements a low-code API and a UI library for creating interactive user interfaces. Again, with comparing to the Python ecosystem, this would be similar to Streamlit or Dash, except that in this case, you are writing your interfaces in pure Julia. Then we also have Searchlight, which is a package for interacting with relational databases without having to write any SQL queries. Again, all in Julia. And finally, we have first-party plugins that provide more advanced features like authentication, authorization, API documentation, and so on. And over this past year, since our focus has been on improving the workflows for creating data applications, we have made many improvements to the Stipple package. Namely, we have migrated the front-end stack implemented by Stipple from Vue 2 to Vue 3 in order to improve the support for this front-end stack. We have also added many new plugins to the Stipple ecosystem, like Stipple LaTeX for rendering LaTeX equations on your apps, also Stipple Kepler-GL for improved map visualizations, Stipple Downloads for the managing of file transfers, and Stipple Markdown for rendering Markdown code on your apps. And of course, we have also fixed many bugs and made many stability improvements across the entire Genie Framework code base. And we have also focused over this past year on improving the documentation and the accessibility of the Genie Framework. And so we have created a new website at learn.genieframework.com in order to centralize all of the documentation from our packages and Genie Builder as well into just one place that is easy to browse and access. In this new website, we have a new design, and we have new starter guides to help you take your first steps when getting started with Genie. We have also added a new tutorials page, which explains and implements many end-to-end workflows within Genie. And we also have a new gallery page, which lists many demo applications that belong to fields like scientific machine learning, dynamic system simulation, combat optimization, data analysis, and a few more. And we hope that with this gallery, you will be able to find an application that is close to your use case in order to get started building your apps. And if you look at it and you see that it's missing something that might be useful for you or something that you think might help the community or those in your field, please let us know, and we will be happy to work on adding new demos to our gallery. And well, this is it for our documentation news. Also, as our last piece of news, I just want to say that we are running a Genie competition this summer in which you will be able to win cash prizes and credits on Julia Hub. In order to enter the competition, you just need to create a new Genie app and upload it to Julia Hub. If you want to know more details about it, please check out our website at genieframework.com and go to our blog, and you will see the full details of the competition. And well, this was it for this quick presentation about what's new with Genie over this past year. The Genie team will be around this Saturday for a Genie hackathon. So if you would like to get started with Genie and learn more about it, please come see. Please join us, and we will be working with you and help you out. Also, we have a booth here on the third level. So again, if you want to talk about Genie, learn more about it, please come say hi. And by the way, we have the creator of the Genie framework, Adrian Salciano. So if you would like to meet him, drop by, and he will be there. So thank you, everyone, for your attention, and thanks.
Thanks. Great talk. Do we have a question from the audience? OK, I have a question.
OK, you have.
So the Genie Builder is really cool. I really like the integration with VS Code.
Yeah.
So, what do you have else? What else do you have? Secret. like secrets.
What else do
What's
I
the
have?
next big thing for Genie in the coming year, 2 years?
Well, we are working on evolving, for instance, the AI assistant, okay, to streamline the workflow even further, so that we would like to also more write the front-end code, but also the back-end, so that you don't have to manually declare of all of the bindings and the handles and so on. So that's one thing that I can say. We're also looking into making Genie Builder more extensible so that you can import custom components, okay? So that maybe you need some specific visualizations, some kind of visualizations for your field or from other frameworks like React, for instance. We are working on making it more extensible so that you can do pretty much anything with it.
Nice. Do you also work on some sort of integration with deployment systems, like say GitHub Actions, one button, and Genie website is running?
As of now, we have a partnership with Julia Hub, and that's our focus. Like we have been focusing on the builder, and for deployments, Genie Builder is totally integrated with the Julia Hub infrastructure, and you can do one-click deployments there. Whether in the future you will be able to deploy it right from the VS Code, I don't know. We'll have to.
That's very cool.
We'll see.
Thanks. Extra round of applause.
Thank you.
And we have a small break, 10 minutes before our next big keynote. So you have some time to stretch your legs, get some drinks, but return.
Yep, hi. Can you hear me? Great, super, thanks.
Alrighty, everybody. So we'll go ahead and get started here with our second keynote of the day, at least for JuliaCon. Our keynote speaker right now is Dr. Andrew Fitzgibbon. He's an engineering fellow at GraphCore. He's best known for his work on things like the 3D camera, the Emmy Award-winning camera Buju, the Microsoft HoloLens, and the Microsoft Kinect, doing the computer vision segments of those projects. Like I mentioned, he currently works at GraphCore on their systems. And he is also the recipient of many, many awards, including one I mentioned this morning. He has been being inducted this week into the Royal Society. So please welcome Dr. Andrew Fitzgibbon, Fellow of the Royal Society.
Okay. Right, you can hear me? Good. So hi, everybody. I can't see any of you, so I'm imagining lots of happy faces. As Ray will have said, incredibly sorry I can't be there to hang out with all of you. I will definitely make it next year, whether or not I'm speaking. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about sort of experiences I've had with making AI computer vision systems that really work, that people can really use on various types of hardware. The theme, the kind of overriding theme of everything I'm talking about is how you write efficient code. And there was a time, and maybe sometimes still now, when efficiency is a sort of a dirty word in computer science. So you hear people saying, and I'll show you my don't take home messages. You hear people saying, you know, programmers are expensive, compute is cheap. Well, now it's very easy for a programmer to accidentally use, you know, 100 machines for an hour and you know, incur real costs in terms of energy and money. There's a time when people say, you know, correctness is all that matters. Efficiency is something that you put in later. But actually, I'm going to argue that most correctness bugs might actually be put down to being efficiency bugs. So, for example, you might get a buffer overrun because a C programmer decided that it was too much hassle or it would cost too much time to stirlen the two strings, malloc enough space to store the result. I might just put something on the stack. So often, or you might have a bug like Spectre, where because the chip is speculatively executing both branches of an if, you get a security hole. And again, that happened because we care a lot about efficiency. So efficiency is actually very, very important and is part of everything we do when we program. And I know, you know, in the Julia community, of course, that's not as surprising a message as it might in other places. We do generally have the idea that you can't, you know, if the machine offers you a certain number of flops, of course it's hard to get peak flops on real problems, but it's definitely doable. And I won't have an answer in this talk, but you know, a question we can ask ourselves is how easy can we make it to get peak efficiency on real problems? And then something I'll touch on at the end is what we should do. So I work for a hardware company, GraphCore. What should we do when we're designing chips to make it easy for programmers to be efficient? And of course, the natural way of thinking is branch predictors, caches, out of order execution. I wonder if there's a world in which we can simplify the chips, complexify, of course, the compiler. And you know, we'll again, I've got no real answers, but let's think about how Julia could be part of that world. As I was saying at the opening slide, sorry. As I was saying in the opening slide, efficiency used to be a bit of a dirty word, but of course, what happened in 2012 is that Krzyzewski et al. Wrote this paper, and this paper, because they made convolutional neural networks, you know, let's say 1,000 times faster, completely changed the world. This is the paper that introduces the concept of deep learning, and you know, which later, I guess, led us to transformers and the AI revolution of today. Sorry. So I give you my don't take home messages and my do take home messages, and I often give a talk like this to non-Julia communities, and I always include this slide, which is the key take-home message of everything I think about is it's just code. The slogan is just code, and I'll show examples of how I use that in teaching mathematics, how we use that in ways I think about automatic differentiation, and so on. Now, I'm afraid I have to apologize. Most of the code samples in here are in another language that shall not be named, but let's call it pseudocode samples, and hopefully we'll see how that works for us. So, as I said, efficiency is key. So first of all, I'm going to tell you about a case study, some work that I was involved in, where we had to make an algorithm which used to run on 2 GPUs, run on 1/100th of an iPhone 7. So a massive increase in efficiency of an algorithm. So the algorithm, the problem we were trying to solve is you're wearing a augmented reality headset. So this is Microsoft HoloLens. I was working in Microsoft for a long time, and this was one of the projects that I was involved in for several years. So this is the Microsoft HoloLens. It contains various cameras on the top, including a depth camera that looks at the world. And what we want to solve is, if that camera looks at my hand, can I exactly track the motion of my fingers in order to build a user interface? So we did a prototype. This is the prototype that runs on, I think this one was maybe a couple of GPUs or maybe 1 GPU. And our idea was, so here at the bottom here, we have a Kinect camera looking at the world. Obviously, we're not doing this, we've got a VR headset at this stage, and we've got a big PC behind us. And our idea was, if we could make an interface where you could track your fingers, then you could just use your knowledge of physics of the world, and you wouldn't need to learn anything to do your interface. You can see that we were integrating both the user interface design as well as the hand tracker. So, for example, the reason this slider button is so thin is because we thought it was going to be super important that your fingers got haptic feedback. Turns out that doesn't feel good. But this next bit, that bit where you just tip the slider, actually feels amazing. In fact, the first time I played with that, I thought one of my colleagues had implemented an audio cue because it felt so amazing to touch the thing and it moved. Whereas when you pin 2 fingers together, it turns out you're getting kind of conflicting messages, so it doesn't work as well. So that was a surprise. Okay, so how does the hand tracker work? So, as I said, we have a depth camera. The depth camera gives us, I can't remember, let's say 100,000 or 1 million 3D points. We downsample that 1 million 3D points to maybe 256 or something like that. So, a couple of 100 3D points. So this doesn't seem much in this image, but as I play the video, you can see that this is the signal that the system has to understand. The problem we want to solve is a model fitting problem. Obviously, there's a kind of a deep learning bit first where we get close, but the problem I want to focus on is a model fitting problem. So what the model fitting problem has is, for each of those red points, which is the data that comes from the sensor, we want to find that we have a computer graphics, essentially, model of the human hand, which has 30 parameters corresponding to the various joints in the hand. And what we want to do is every frame, so at 60 hertz, we want to link each of the red points to their closest point on the model while varying the model parameters, right? So it's a nonlinear optimization problem using Levenberg-Marquardt algorithm, if you know that thing. So, and what that was showing is every frame, we solved this 530 dimensional optimization problem. Not huge, but the hardware we have to work on is not huge either. So this is HoloLens V1. We were working on V2, but similar. So HoloLens, amazing device, if anyone's ever tried it, has a pretty decent laptop CPU, a pretty decent laptop GPU. But of course, we as the system programmers are not allowed to touch the CPU and GPU because those are for customer workloads, right? Those are for the games or utilities or whatever that's running on the device. So what we had was this beautiful object, which is called the HPU, or holographic processing unit. And what this has is 24 quite small DSP chips, so 500 megahertz each. What did I say? 3 or 4 gigaflops on each of those. 4 gigaflops on each of those. Quite a small amount of RAM. You just program it in C++. You don't have to use assembly language. And again, I guess one could imagine a Julia backend for this, but we just had the C++ compiler that was supplied. So when we went in, we had ported our C++ code to run on a laptop, a 25-watt laptop. So we were already super happy with ourselves, and we thought we had super efficient code. we ported it to this device and it was about 100x too slow. Now, some of that 100x were like simple 5x's that you get back, and some were hard work. So I'll talk a little bit about, how we made it fast, how we made this problem efficient. And this is just sort of a rough graph of progress over, the years 2016 to 2018. It was released in about 2019. So this is, an indication of the, whatever that is, 100, 200-fold speed up we got. Now, when you make your stuff fast, of course, you must use better algorithms, right? So we were initially using a sort of a gradient descent style of algorithm. We moved to a second order algorithm that we, optimized very well. You use approximations, and I'll talk more about this in a minute. But our first code, for example, was double precision because that's what we ran on a PC. Making it run in float 32, which nowadays, of course, most code, I would say, runs in float 32, was tricky. The Phong surface was a graphics representation. So we were initially using subdivision surfaces, beautiful objects, but they're kind of expensive to compute with. So we invented a very simple, something halfway between a polyhedron and a subdivision surface. Of course, there was some instances of just manually reordering assembly language for the inner loop. And after we unrolled it 8 times, we went to what I call floptimal, i.e., we were getting the rated flop rate of the machine. Every multiplier was operating at every clock cycle. And then something I'm going to talk quite a bit more about in the talk is what I would call handwritten gradients or PyTorch by hand. So we were in C++ then. There's no good AD system in C++. And even if there was had been a decent AD system, you have to hand optimize the gradients because you have to care a lot about what piece of memory is where. And then speaking about what piece of memory is where, you'll recall there's 128 kilobytes on each of these cores. So essentially, there's a whiteboard in the office where you have the name of some tensor, essentially who's responsible for it and why it needs to be in RAM at this point. So in the end, I think our working set was about 140K on the 128K device. So halfway through the computation, we manually checkpoint some gradients out to DRAM, do some more work, and then pull the gradients back in. I think what's fun about this is that I'm talking about a 128 kilobyte machine, but today, if you're on a 24 gigabyte GPU, you have almost exactly the same sort of constraints. You need to have a mental model of where each of your, massive 1 gigabyte tensors is situated in your 24 gigabytes of DRAM. So it's actually very interesting. I think that the same constraints apply on systems, almost 1 million times larger than we were dealing with. I talked a little bit about approximations, and approximations are very interesting, as we said right at the start, right? If you don't care about correctness, just return 0, right? And that'll be return a vector of zeros, and that will give you a bounded error. It'll be very fast. So a kind of graph that we would study quite a bit during this work is a 2D graph where we have error on the x-axis, so low is good for error, and then we have time, cycles per frame, so low is good in cycles per frame. So we can see here that we started in January, at a certain speed and with a certain error. We made it faster, maybe by using some approximations. So the error increased while speed decreased. So that's okay. And then we made some, focused on sort of accuracy for a while. And roughly at the same speed, we made the thing more and more accurate, which then allowed us to make a speed improvement until sometime in October, when we had to make it worse for a few weeks because we had a plan about something we were going to replace. So we had to make it less accurate for a few weeks so that we could get a bit more speed and then come back down here. So it's a really interesting kind of 2D. It shows that it's non-monotonic. Some of these bits of progress, and it's quite good because when you're explaining to the bosses, if the bosses see a dip in the graph at some point, they're like, okay, that doesn't look good. Surely you can fix that. When you explain to the bosses in a 2D graph, the ones that understand the 2D graph totally understand that you might need to make things worse before you make it better. And the people who don't understand the 2D graph then obviously don't understand it, so they don't realize you're making it worse before you make it better. So 2D graph to get the good bosses. Okay, so that shipped a few years ago now in HoloLens 2, and obviously hand tracking is now kind of widespread in the various AR VR headsets. So not saying they used our code, just that the idea of hand tracking was something that we were, we worked hard on. I'm really proud that it's out there now as a user interface. I started thinking about all the stuff we'd had to do with manual code modification in order to make it run on this device. So I was thinking about various programming languages and AD, and I actually spent quite a while working with Julia, as some people in the audience will know, although for other reasons for the past few years, I've been working in another language. So what do I mean by AD, right? And let's just kind of do this from the top. I'm sure lots of people in the audience know what I mean. I mean, someone gave ye code for some function which takes a bag of any values, bag of values, but we're only looking at the floats. So it takes a bag of floats to a bag of floats. It has some source code in it. And what I really want in AD is I want source code in the same language that computes the Jacobian. In my dreamland, I can then edit this source code and somehow it'll magically, if I change the input, it'll remember the edits. I'll talk a bit about that later, but I don't know how to do that. But so I want source code pretty much in the same language that computes the Jacobian. And I'll show you why in a minute. And of course, so the definition is, given f, produce code that computes this function jf, the Jacobian. Now, of course, we know that these numbers n and m are often in the millions, so we can't compute the Jacobian. That's a million by million matrix if these are both a million. So there are various variations of this which go by different names, right? So forward AD, which computes the function jf times dx, backward reverse AD, and then the special case of the gradient. So that's nice. It's nice to have these clean definitions. And there's a natural extension to arbitrary data structures, right? So containers of reals and other stuff. And there's a paper I'll talk about in a minute where you sort of define these. So f takes s to t. Now the signature of jf is a function that takes s to a linear function from ds to dt, and then ds is the tangent space of s, i.e. The type of small changes to s. So a small change to a float is a float. A small change to an int is just null. It's just empty, right? Because you can't make a small change to an int. So that's the story about what happens when you do gradients with ints. As I said, my dream AD is literal source to source. Of course, it should be optimally efficient for all programs. Of course, it should support all the language features. And as I said, it should look a bit like handwritten gradients. I'll get there. Okay. I want to do a little aside, which was I was lucky enough to work with these excellent people here on kind of a theory paper about AD. So we wrote this paper about provably correct reverse mode AD. There was an implementation in it, but it was very, very, sort of a very bare bones implementation that just about managed to explain the paper. Published this, and then 4 weeks later, Mikolai here writes us an email basically saying, thanks for your paper. I've implemented it in Haskell. There were only a few bugs in the paper. And what I love about this is it's really kind of science doing its job, right? So we didn't know how to do the implementation. We knew how to do the theory. Mikolai took the theory and produced a beautiful implementation, like super fast. So it was very, very exciting for all of us. Many of you in the room will be researchers in some areas or other. I want to just do a little aside about code and math and stuff. I'm going to claim the greatest fear of researchers is that they'll be understood. And obviously I'm a bit tongue in cheek here, but the point here is that if my idea is too simple, because I understand it, then maybe the reviewers will think it's too simple and they won't accept my paper. So then we sometimes add some math to make it look a bit, smarter. But actually, I'm going to argue we should add math to make things clearer, and I hope I can show an example of that. One example where, and yet the most common complaint that people give about their papers is reviewer 2 didn't understand my paper. So I just want to show one example where we rewrote a paper and it, completely changed, the outcome of the paper. So this is a long time ago, but we wrote a paper, and the reviewers gave us borderline reject or poster, right? And then in the end, it got rejected. And we were grumbling. Oh, silly referees, why didn't they understand it? We rewrote it from scratch. In fact, one of my co-authors said, I'm not sure I like this paper. A baby could understand it. And the rewritten paper won best paper. So it was exactly the same idea, exactly the same content. It was simply that we just rewrote it from scratch as clearly as we possibly could. And you know, the luckiest thing that happened to us was that it got rejected, because otherwise we would have had a borderline poster, you know, would have sat there and we would, you know, it would not have been anything like the outcome. So just really, it is a good idea, I believe, to write as clearly as you possibly can. In this case, we had kind of an excuse because the whole industry of the techniques we were using, quadratic pseudo-Boolean optimization, had kind of got itself into a funny way of explaining things. So coming from the outside to explain it clearer was really helpful for us. I find I use this now teaching, right? And a variation of this. So here's an example maths problem that I've been teaching for many years. It's on the, you know, UK undergraduate engineers will do a problem like this. So you have an integral here with, you know, a 2D integral. And what you're supposed to do is swap the order of integration and figure out what the limits should be. And it's often quite hard to teach. So, sorry, I'm going to cut to the chase and give you the answer. Sorry for the spoiler, but I don't want you scribbling on trying to work out integrals. So the answer is a bit messy, right? There's a min here, and there's different ways to write this, but the answer is messy however you write it. And it's really hard to explain to people what's allowed and what you need to do and what you don't. Until one day, I discovered that I could explain it by taking the integral and simply writing it in code, right? So for x from 0 to 1 step dx, for y from x to 3x step dy, you know, add x squared y plus x squared times y plus times dx dy, right? So just simply writing down the integral. And most importantly, plotting the points that I visited, because half of the key here is to try and get the same region of integration. Now, when you write it as code, brilliant things happen. So if you simply swap the order of integration, you simply swap the for loops, right? Well, obviously, you know, your IDE is going to tell you x was never defined. So one of the things where the undergraduates might think, oh, well, isn't that allowed? You know, we obviously know it's dx. It's like, no, compiler says no, right? So this is the point at which I say code is more precise than mathematics because the rules are fixed and we understand them. Another common mistake is like, okay, fine, yes, I need to like express y in terms of x or something like, you know, x in terms of y. So people come up with this solution, which is nearly the right answer. What saves you here is that when you plot, you can see you didn't visit the same region of integration. So this code is the code that represents a wrong answer. It'll obviously, if you print total, it'll give you the wrong answer, but also you get a clear debugging information as to why you got it wrong. And then of course you can get to the right answer where you put in this min y1, and it gives you the same number, and it gives you, you know, you get further verification that you've done it right. So I'm really increasingly keen on using code to teach math. So instead of asking that all children learn to code, it's saying that they don't learn to code to be coders. They learn to code because code is a great way to express complex ideas, including very complex ideas. Oh, sorry, I don't know why that's doing. This extends to, at least in my view, this extends to understanding AI models. So here's, you know, there are many ways we express AI models, and a common way is sort of pictures, right? So I'm going to show you sort of, you know, some neurons connected together, and it's nice and visual. I claim that the pictures are useful only when you actually understand what's going on. So, oh, sorry, my keyboard is new to me. So this is a definition of a feed-forward network in code, right? So there's a vector of weights W. I'm sorry, I don't have the annotated version of this. The vector of weight, the tuple of tuples of weights W is supplied as the first argument. The image is supplied, the input image is supplied as the second argument. And then we're going to matrix multiply W1 by X and add a bias. We're going to pass it through a ReLU, matrix multiply W2 by Y, add a bias, pass it through a softmax. So I claim this definition is clearly more complete, it's more compact, and it's in some ways easier to be precise about than it is to look at pictures. I think this applies, something wrong with this keyboard. This applies even if you're doing more complex things, right? So here's the middle of a transformer. Sometimes people draw it like in boxes and arrows like this. I think that's, again, as I say, only helpful after you've seen the code. The math is fine, but it's never quite clear what's going on, where did this decay come from? What does it mean? When you express it in code, you can just simply write down and follow exactly what's going on. So the matmul in here, adding the mask. What's the mask? It's not up here. Well, we have to look somewhere else in the paper. Well, here in the code, you can't hide from what's actually going on. So this is the central core of a transformer. And I won't get you to read all of this now, but here is the entire transformer in sort of 25 lines of code. Take your input sequence of integers x, index into the embedding matrix to get yourself an L by DM matrix. Add some positional encodings for each layer. Perform a layer norm for each head in that layer. Matmul the query head, matmul the key. Compute the attention, remembering what the mask was. What was the mask? Oh, sorry, it's not up here. Well, it's in the other code, et cetera, right? So I can go through and to really understand. So when my colleagues say, "Oh, are you pre-normalizing or post-normalizing?" Well, I can say, "Well, I'm doing a layer norm up here. Is that what you mean by pre-norm? And I'm doing one here. Is that what you mean by post-norm?" So again, it's super precise, and this is all the code. So the mask computation should be in here somewhere. Can't find it. My apologies. It's on GitHub. Okay, so I'm claiming that I often refer to this transformer on one slide when I need to remember something about a machine learning model. Okay, and as you can see, it's following the it's just code. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about when I've expressed my ML model as code, how I can use that to optimize it to fit in some GPU. So here's my feed-forward model that I just talked about, right? So matmuls, relus, matmuls, softmax. I'm going to want to differentiate the loss function, which is going to take in, the parameters or weights, an input example, and the ground truth label. I'm going to pass my input example through the network, and then I'm going to look up the so-called logit or log softmax of the correct answer. Right? And this is the function I want to optimize, summed over many examples. Just to sort of make it easier to look at the calculation that I'm going to do with the gradients, I've just kind of straight lined, so I've inlined FFN into loss. So I got matmul add, relu, matmul add, softmax index. So I'm being quite precise about the sequence of operations that I would get. After I'd operator overloaded or traced, this is the kind of representation I might get. This is, yeah. And we remind ourselves, what's the job of AD? So given computer code for F, I want computer code to compute the reverse VJP of F. So what's the rule for handwriting gradients? Well, the rule for handwriting gradients is call your function grad loss. The first n lines of the function are the same as what you had, right? So I'm just copying out the lines of the function. And then my simple rule is that every line of forward code, because they're all now in this form, PQ equals foo of ABC, generates a line of reverse code, which is called foo VJP, passing in the input arguments. So this is an inefficient way of doing it because it's not using any stashing or anything yet. Passing the input arguments and the incoming gradients gives you the outgoing gradients. Where do the incoming gradients come from? We start from the single scalar that we were returning, and its gradient with respect to itself is 1. And then you'll notice that every line here just gets duplicated using this mechanical process, right? And then negate VJP, log VJP. Fine. So far, so mechanical. What's fun now, so I'm just copying the same thing again. Remember, there's our loss. I'm writing the first few lines a bit more compactly. And now I'm just inlining the definitions of the various bits of gradient, right? So there was a log, there was a log in here, which gave a 1 over x kind of gradient. There was an indexing operation, which gave us a 1 hot here. And immediately we can see, okay, that's going to be a source of inefficiency, right? Because I've literally materialized a 1 hot vector there. But then you're going to notice, well, I'm just going to dot that 1 hot vector very soon. So, that's an obvious place I can optimize. And then there's one more, there's another sort of optimization opportunity here because I've made an outer product between 2 vectors or 2 mini batches. So again, why did I create that outer product? That's an opportunity for optimization. But the one that I want to draw your attention to is the so-called long-lived activation here. So I've got variables Q1 and Y1, which are used at the end of the gradient. Remember, everything's in reverse, right? So if I had 96 layers here, Q1 and Y1 would have to be kept in memory until Q1 is used down here and Y1 is used down here. So let's just look at a bit of optimization of that. So what I'm going to do here is just, I'm just going to forget about Q1, right? I didn't need to store Q1 because it's so cheap to recompute it down here, right? I can just use I just recompute the value of Q1. And that's what people sometimes mean in machine learning by checkpointing or stashing, right? So I've saved some memory by recomputing a value. Again, to me, it's clearer to see it written as code and to understand what we should do with it. So that's the first kind of optimization that I'm going to try and do here. But as I mentioned, DW2 now is large and rank 1, but there's nothing we can do about it, right? That's a value that needs to be returned. So now you might think, oh, well, what I'll do is I'll make a new matrix class, which is like an outer product class, right? And then it'll behave like a matrix. Yeah, that's okay. But, you know, when that starts being added to other outer products, when do I change it back into a full matrix? So there's another way, basically. That's a valid way, but there's another way. The other way is you change the function, you change the contract of the function. And I should have renamed it here. So this function here takes in the old gradients. It remembers that normally grad loss 2 is called in a loop. And what happens with grad loss 2 is it gets multiplied by, it gets added into some old gradients, right? We can do learning rates in a second. So I'm going to change the contract of my function to take in the old gradients. And now my output DW2 is adding an outer product to the incoming gradient. We can very efficiently add an outer product to a matrix. So the point is here is simply that you might want to change the contract of your function or change the structure of your program in order to obtain efficiency. So this is a process. This is a process very, very akin to what we did with HoloLens. Try and get your gradients in source code in the language that you're working in such a way as you can edit them. Now, I think here's a project idea that I've not really had any chance to look at, but if anyone were interested in it, it may well be that Julia is a beautiful language to do this in. We have this problem where I've got a piece of code, the mechanically developed code that is correct, so with all my VJPs reversed, but it's too slow. Now, of course, optimizing compilers exist for everything, right? For lots and lots of frameworks. I can write optimizing compilers, but the optimizing compiler will never have the freedom to realize that I could change the contract of the function, and it has very little freedom to make changes that might impact accuracy, but nevertheless maybe impact accuracy by an amount that is acceptable because we speed up so much or something. So often what we want to do is take some mechanically generated code and then edit the mechanically generated code. And then how am I going to preserve my edits when I redefine the original function? So a thing that really was a giant pain for us in HoloLens. Sometimes we would have an idea for a better loss function or a better way to write the forward model. And it was just too agonizingly painful to then update the gradients manually. So, I mean, we did it a few times, we had to, but it's kind of like a 3-week job when it could have been a 3-hour job. So my idea is human in the loop code transformation, poorly formed, but if it inspires anybody, I'd be delighted. Okay, so now I'm going to move on a little bit towards, computer hardware and stuff we can do in computer hardware, particularly the Graph Core IPU. So how do you make numerical computing efficient? And the HoloLens HPU shows us some of the principles here. Principle 1, don't inconvenience electrons. That basically means don't make data travel a long distance, right? So obviously the electrons don't move, as physicists in the audience will tell me. So what that means is that we are tightly binding, or we have lots of little cores, and associated to each of the little cores is local memory. And that local memory in the HoloLens, you can switch between whether it's a cache or scratchpad. And typically what happens is in the early stages of a project, of course you want it to be a cache, right? It's a real pain to manually manage a scratchpad. But caches, just like compilers, can't know the future. And if you want the code to go really fast, then often what you do is you carve out some of the cache and use it as scratchpad. And that's a great way to program. So cache first, and then later push the cache away so you're not having to try and reason through cache lines. And use it as explicit scratchpad. Ideally, the computer, if you're going to make it efficient, isn't trying to speculatively execute anything, right? It's reading instructions at a rate that's fast enough, and the programmer or the compiler has organized the instructions so that even if they take a while, so the HoloLens pipeline was 5 deep. So you had to, so it meant results were only available 5 cycles later, but that's okay because you could overlap them. And for most machine learning type problems, like computing a dot product, it's absolutely fine to have a sequence of instructions with a 5 deep pipeline. Or again, try not to do branch prediction. And of course, all of this is a nightmare if you don't have a decent compiler. And the Tensilica compiler we had here was a pretty good VLIW compiler. But as you can guess, we always want a way for the programmer to get down below the compiler. And that's, again, this kind of interaction, the interactive compilation that I don't yet have an answer to. I'll talk a little bit about the modern world of, I talked about moving from float 64 to float 32. So obviously something that happens today is that you look at an accelerator card, and you'll notice that if you decrease this number, the number of bits in your floating point, you increase this other number, which is the number of flops available. So I've been doing some work recently with the IEEE on defining a standard for 8-bit floats with the P3109 working group, which has been tremendous fun. Of course, it doesn't really work very well, right? So you take your model tensors, you convert each tensor to float 8. You run model.train. Wow, this is weird. This person, this is obviously made up interaction. And this person was incredibly lucky because it didn't go out of, it didn't immediately go to NAND, but this is pretty much what happens when you train with float 8. I'll give you a little sort of reminder of what is float 8 and what does it look like. So if we think of 8-bit integers, they have the range 0, plus or minus 127-ish to 0 to 127. And 8-bit floats are, and we'll look at this one, which has 5 bits of exponent and 2 bits of mantissa. An 8-bit float is 1.ab by 2 to the minus some number, minus 14 to 15. And what are my binary fractions? These are the 4 binary fractions involved in E5M2. Gotcha. Yep. So these are the numbers: 1, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 3/4 times 2 to the power of minus 14 minus 13 update. So it's a very fun format to deal with, and increasingly effectively used in training machine learning algorithms. Okay. So how do you make it work better? Well, first thing you need to do is you need to take a lot of care about the objects in your system scale to a sensible range, right? So you might say scale to the full range of the float format, but of course you'll be multiplying these things together. So you have to experiment to find out what a good range for these values is. And then you do that and you initialize your tensors to a good range, and hey, it might train pretty well, but then it might go on for a while and the loss might not go down so effectively. So this is something else you might have to worry about. I'll just do a brief advert for a recent paper from my colleagues, Charlie, Doug, and Carlo, who have shown us how, here's an example of a computational pathway, a matmul through a GELU through a matmul. And they've shown how, and they don't really like me saying this, but basically by lying about the gradients, so they adjust the gradients coming back, so the scale factors are optimal on the gradients, even though they're mathematically different from what what maths would tell you, and it works great. It trains well, and it keeps your values in a nice narrow range. So that's a really left field idea. It wouldn't have occurred to me to just change the gradients and see if it works. So that's pretty exciting work. Some other interesting stuff that happens in 8-bit float. It's common to want to, when you overflow, to want to saturate to the maximum value. It's interesting that saturation to the maximum value can give you an arbitrarily wrong answer. I think that's fine. Sometimes what we learn again is that in the real world, an arbitrarily wrong answer, correctness, may be okay to lose if everything works in practice. So, I mean, this is just a simple computation where I got this floating point value here. I'm going to do a 4-element dot product. It's the same dot product, just reordered, right? The order of the minuses and pluses here, you can imagine as just representing a different order. And if I accumulate this left to right, when I saturate, so I multiply f by f, which saturates, and and then, sorry, well, I won't go through the calculation here, but basically, you can end up with, under saturation, you can end up with either 0 or 30,000 or minus 30,000, so arbitrarily wrong answers. If you overflow to infinity, you can also end up with, one of three, or sorry, 0 is the right answer, arbitrarily wrong answers. You can also overflow to nan, which is what our hardware does, and it gives you nans in all of the cases, but it's still arbitrarily wrong answers, but in this case, detectable. It's maybe interesting just to have a little look, right? So I'm dot plotting a few vectors here, and the true answer should be these dotted lines, the y equals x line, and then some more dots, right? This is what happens when you overflow with saturation. So most of the time it follows the blue line, it follows the blue line a bit, but there's loads and loads of situations where you got the wrong answer. Notice also that when you overflow to infinity, there are situations where the answer should be negative infinity, but it's positive infinity. So none of these are perfect. It's important that you're able to choose between them in your implementation. And of course, as we know in machine learning, it works well in practice. I'll come to an end pretty soon. I just want to remind you, what does GraphCore make? It makes a thing, the IPU, which is a bit like an A100 or an A100. It's kind of the same, per dollar for most ML workloads. It's a little bit cheaper because we have simple manufacturing. What's fun about it is that it's good for interesting workloads like graph neural networks, models with a lot of sparsity. And something we're looking at the moment is computational chemistry workloads, so atomic simulation, which integrate machine learning and classic high-performance computing workloads. I will actually won't go through lots of that, and I will just I'll conclude. So there'll be time for questions. So here are my take-home messages. Efficiency is really important. It saves energy. It's fun, and if we look at what happened with Krzyzewski to the 2012 invention of the rediscovery of deep learning, if you make your code 1,000 times faster, you can do something fundamentally different that, in terms of research point of view, might make you rich and famous. And no matter what your hardware or even what language you're using, right? So consider the just code paradigm. So if you're in Python, you might use JAX, or obviously in Julia, the AD systems. And even PyTorch has a more functional sort of innards nowadays. So with that, I'll conclude. And thank you very much. And again, really sorry I can't be there in person.
That was a really great talk, Andrew. Thank you. I was personally very impressed. Yes, do we have a question from the audience? Do we have questions? Yes, there.
Thank you so much for the talk. That was really interesting. I wanted to talk back to what you were mentioning earlier about teaching and using code to explain difficult concepts. I've been teaching computer science for about 5 years now, and something I've noticed in the past few years is the rise of ChatGPT in the classroom. And I wanted to get your thoughts on that. ChatGPT is obviously something that can generate code for students to them, like a personalized tutor. There's obviously worries about it generating false code or other things like that. And yeah, I just wanted to get your general thoughts on how you see ChatGPT as an educative tool for giving code to students who need to explain to them.
Yeah, so I think, let me play it back and see if I got it right, which is roughly, ChatGPT is a great code transformer. What about it? Is sort of fair summary. Yeah, I think, it's fabulous. I just recently, it's not in this deck because I haven't fully checked it yet, but I thought to myself, well, I should just do this whole talk in ChatGPT. Why bother with manual gradients? And I think I'm kind of using LinkedIn rather than X at the moment, and you might find it there, but it generated pretty decent code. I think it was a 4-term interaction where I had to say, no. So yes, it generates code, which is super good. But how on earth do we debug it? And kind of our only tool is unit testing, right? Or comparison to the output of something else. So I think, what would I think if I really wanted gradients for my HoloLens, let's say? I think you can use a mechanical system, a trustworthy system, zygote or enzyme or something to actually generate true gradients, and then run them in parallel for a while with the crazy ChatGPT gradients. So short answer is, yeah, it really is a code transformer, and it really is an editable code transformer. How are we going to build confidence in our ways of testing that it's worked?
Yeah, that's great. I mean, that's kind of what I did for my research.
Oh, yeah. So, thank you. Can you rephrase that bit? Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Which bit were you talking about?
So it was a bit about students and teaching. I don't think I got that because I turned up my volume halfway through the question.
Yes. So the students and teaching. I mean, what you were saying before was really great for my research because I had to do manual gradient transformation anyway, so that was really helpful. For students, sometimes I have to explain a very complicated concept, maybe an algorithm, maybe something of that sort. And I'll see my students, while I'm teaching them, generate ChatGPT prompts. And my initial response is I go, oh, I'm right here, just ask me. But maybe that's too grumbly of me, and maybe from what I'm getting from your talk, it's actually better I let them do that, look at the code, have a baseline to go off of, and then talk to me if something feels wrong. What do you think about that kind of teaching paradigm?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think, yeah, I've seen, recently, of course, I've seen students produce things that are sort of obviously ChatGPT code, like they contain lots of comments for, there's kind of too many comments for somebody who I know doesn't write a lot of comments. I honestly think, what's my job when I'm supervising a student project? It's to get the thing done, the task done. So I'm doing work on molecules at the moment, and we want to get this molecular machine learning thing done. So I absolutely encourage it, and I think what you're hinting is, how do we build? Part of what we're teaching now is not just teaching how to code, but teaching how to question, when you need a machine and when you need a human. So I think we'll get better at that.
That's a great response. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Do we have more questions from the audience? Okay, while people are thinking, I will ask my own question. Can you hear me, Andrew?
Yeah, I think so.
So you mentioned during your talk that it would be nice to have sort of like a system that takes slow code and make it fast, in the same way as we can generate reverse autodiff. So, but do you actually have an idea how it can be achieved in principle? So, and while you were talking during your previous questions, I got an impression that ChatGPT is not really the way to go with this, or maybe ChatGPT is actually the way to take this slow code and transform it to a fast, keeping human in the loop. What do you think about it?
Yeah, so I've been rereading recently the theorem proving. So the use of LLMs for theorem proving. So what do we do when we make code faster? Right, we make correctness preserving transformations to the code. We essentially issue rewrites on the code. So I think in the theorem proving literature, of course, ChatGPT isn't used to generate the proof, but it's somehow used to, or can be, but it can be used to indicate which of the huge space of proof tactics might be the next thing to use. And I suspect that kind of LLM guided mechanical system might be something that works well. Obviously, we still have the problem of how do I allow it to make a correctness breaking transformation that somehow I think is okay? I guess it could just say, hey, I think you'd be better off with a fast squirt here rather than your normal square root. What do you think? So yeah, so I think not directly generating, but guiding a mechanical system which preserves correctness might be a direction.
Yeah, I think maybe those kind of systems should be combined or work together. Maybe we should create a system that understands what kind of transformations are really possible with LLVM. Maybe not just the small pieces of transformations that are compatible with the previous, but entirely, right? The entire pipeline can be rewritten.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, the LLM should have read the transformation so that it has an idea what they're. Sorry, I tend to speak in these anthropomorphic ways about LLMs, but yeah.
Great. Yes, we have more questions from the audience.
So when I think about, thanks for the talk, by the way, it was a very lovely talk. When I think about writing efficient code, my mind usually turns to the tooling. So to profile the code in Julia, you know, check that all of the types are stable, etc. And I think often for sort of taking relatively new people to coding, just simply learning how to interpret the output of these tools often is the most daunting step. And I noticed that talking about measurements and profiling was conspicuously absent in your discussions of writing efficient code. What is your practical experience with the need for performance profiling versus just essentially reasoning, if you will, about the code?
Yeah, sorry, maybe Ray, could you repeat the last sentence? What is your practical experience of how profiling tools can?
Yeah, in terms of your sort of guiding younger programmers into the light, what is your practical experience of making it worth the investment to learn how to use all of these profiling, et cetera, tools versus focusing on just reasoning about the code, which, at least to me, assumes a knowledge and an understanding of what's happening under the hood that I think many beginning programmers don't have.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, I generally bring in the profiler about week 3 of a project. So let the student kind of get somewhere, you know, get some stuff, and then absolutely. And it's such a pain the first time you have to get a profiler set up and used, but it's so fantastic, you know, when you get a nice hotline rendering of the code. Actually, on the IPU, here's a tool we have. You know, the IPU has 1,500 different processors, and this is the performance analyzer that my colleagues wrote, it's just a classic flame graph. But down here we have each of my 1,500 processors. Red means computing, yellow means waiting, blue means communicating, and this profiler has just massively improved productivity on the IPU. You know, you kind of write your code, you squint, oh look, a load of yellow, I can go in there and figure out what's going on. So yeah, no, I totally. So profilers are as much a part of teaching, I think, as the code itself, which may be the message you're conveying.
Very good, thanks.
Hi, thanks for the talk. I just wanted to ask, when can we actually get our hands on some GraphCore IPUs? And do you see a future where there's a package where we can write our code in Julia and get them running on your IPUs?
Yeah, if you go to find our current previous generation now, you'll find that they're not available. Please watch this space. Something exciting will happen.
Great, thank you very much.
Yeah, sorry about that, but that's where we are.
Yes, we have more questions.
Also, to your last part of the question, Julia on IPU works according to a JuliaCon talk last year.
It wasn't really a question, but a comment.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay,
yeah, and Mose's probably there, and yeah, we worked together, and it was super exciting, and they did fit really beautifully. So yeah.
Do we have more questions? We have room for one more question. No. Okay, then we'll wrap it up. Thank you very much, Andrew. That was a great talk. Really good.
Thank you all, and again,
thanks
so
for
sorry.
giving your keynote.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you.
So yes, now we have a break for the lunch, and we start again at 2 p.m.
All right, everyone. We have a quick announcement, just so you know. We won't follow the program as it's written in the screen. There were some changes yesterday night, so we have a talk. Let me check. Everything is in pre-talk, so you can check there, but we have a talk during the time of the break. We have a shorter break of 10 minutes, and then we have to come back for another talk. That's the only thing you have to keep in mind. And with that, let's welcome our speakers of our very first talk in the afternoon. So Tim has been working on a lot of the infrastructure for Julia, debugging and increasing the latency of a lot of parts of the ecosystem. And then
my main job.
Claire has been doing some strides in terms of the internals, moving the parser into Julia itself, and doing a lot of internal work that makes things easier for people that want to come into working in the core parts of the language. So let's welcome them and let's hear what they have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. OK, so I titled this talk, Dude, Where's My Code? Because sometimes it feels a bit like this diagram on the right-hand side here. The compiler reads a bit of the code, and then it kind of forgets where things were. So it'll say, oh, there was an error. It probably started, it was in the expression starting on line 10. And then the actual line that the error is on is line 15, because the expression is long, something like that. OK. Oh, and the official title, the non-joke title, Improving Julia's Usability with Code Provenance. So what's code provenance? Provenance is just the place of origin, the earliest known history of something. And code provenance is knowing where in your source code a piece of code came. Well, when the compiler is processing your source code, it'll have some internal data structures, and having your source code attached, a location in your source code attached to those internal data structures at all times, so it can always point at a particular location. So in this example here, we might have a syntax tree data structure, and we're digging into the internal list of children of that syntax data structure, and we can go back to the code and print it out. These are the bytes you're looking for. It's right these ones here. Right, and what we'd like to do, there's this diagram here of the rough kind of list of passes that code goes through in the compiler. I don't know much about this side of it, but this is where I'm working up here. And we'd like to keep that information all the way through. So if we can get it all the way to the end, we can have this kind of provenance information, like this is odd or whatever, being known about in stack traces, for instance. But it's a long way to get all the way to the end. So we're just in the lowering part at the moment. Right, so I've been working on this kind of thing for a little while now. This is the PR which got Julia's syntax.jl into base. And so that's now in 1.10. So that's the first part of this chain of things. Now I'm working on lowering, so a little bit of history there. Back in apparently 2019, I decided it was a good idea to start to rewrite lowering for fun, for no other reason, I don't think. So that was back in Julia 1.1 days. And Tim made this julep earlier than when I started working on it, which I didn't know about, and asked for code provenance, which I didn't know about. So it's lucky that I didn't finish this pull request because it didn't have any better code provenance than what the existing parser and lowering had. So anyway, one thing that's notable about this julep that Tim wrote, there wasn't a lot of discussion, but it's a bit telling the number of issues that eventually ended up linking to that. And there's a lot more actually that should have linked to that, but nobody really knew about it, I don't think. So there's probably, I don't know, 50 or so issues, it would be my guess, that should kind of have been linked to that. OK. Right, so I've got a new package called Julia Lowering, where I'm rewriting the lowering passes. So lowering is symbolic simplification. You have these symbolics, you have a syntax tree and from the parser, and you'd like to simplify the forms, the syntactic forms that you have, to a very small number of syntactic forms. That's really distracting the drone. Sorry. OK, so we're going to show a bunch of cases where better provenance information is going to lead to better things, about better user experience, I guess. So one example here is this is the existing error you get if you do this kind of thing. So what's wrong here is someone has double interpolated this x here. This should just be x, not $x. But it doesn't really say, like, what it does say is that this is on line 2. Now that's correct. And it does say it's involving in dollars, but there's a few dollars there. So it's not probably very obvious if you've accidentally done this, like what is the actual problem? So this is the existing implementation of Julia Lowering, which is very incomplete at this stage, but it does deal with this problem. Just kind of ignore the include string thing there. That's just to do with, and in following examples, it's just to do with, I haven't connected this up to the REPL or anything, because it's all very incomplete, and I wouldn't be able to use the REPL. So just focus on, like, that's the source code, the same as before. In this case, it says, there's the problem. That's what you should fix. OK, so another example of this kind of thing. So that the previous one's an example of a built-in compiler pass that you can kind of think of user macros as custom compiler, custom lowering pass that happens before the rest of lowering. So I've implemented call in the new with the new lowering data structures, and just to give an example here. So the previous error that you would get was actually pretty good. It said what the argument was, some number. So someone's tried to call the C function printf, and they forgot to say what the types were, the C types of these things. So the new system will still say, though, like, here it is. It'll show you your source code, not some reconstruction of that source code. It'll show you your source code, and it'll underline the location within your source code. Another example, which is probably a little bit showing a little bit more detail about, like, in this case, existing SQL doesn't have any syntax that it can use to demonstrate where the issue is, so it can't really print anything useful. The problem is that the cint, colon cint is forgotten off the end of here. And so in this case, it'll say, well, here it was, you forgot it here. I wouldn't say that the error message there is the best thing, but we can work on that. It knows at least where the issue was. Yeah, so this is like user-written macros can emit precise syntax errors, basically, for their custom syntax that they're supporting. OK, so over to Tim for the next.
All right. So one of the things I want to emphasize in this is that in the work that's being done currently to fix code provenance, I am playing no role. Claire is doing 100% of the heavy lifting. My role here is as a wannabe user. Think of me as the evangelical preacher, the motivational speaker, who's telling you that all of you will get ponies if we can only fix this one issue. And I think this is worth doing because all of the difficult issues involved in sort of keeping track of what happens at every transformation stage of our code pipeline are very detailed detailed bookkeeping, and it may sound very abstract, but I really do believe that this may lead to concrete benefits. One of the things I want to point out is that none of these are promises that we can deliver these benefits, but I think one thing that is safe to say is that we probably can't deliver the benefits unless we fix this problem. Okay, so one of the...
So to interrupt you, Tim, there's going to be a comment in the source about ponies.
Yeah.
There isn't yet, but...
Ponies, gotcha,
Yeah,
okay, very good.
You get ponies.
So one of the bits of tooling I'm going to give you 3 examples from my own experiences of working on Julia's tooling where I think this would make a big difference. So one of the places where I and many other people have contributed is in trying to bring information about types back in a more user-friendly way to programmers, both new and experienced alike. And so if you've not seen this before, this is a really nice package called Cthulhu. I'll do it on this little demonstration right here. All this is doing is taking 2 input arguments, and it's initializing an accumulator, and then it's adding them one by one. And I'm breaking it out in these different lines to sort of illustrate a few points, basically. And then so there's this absolutely lovely package, Cthulhu, and if you descend on it, and in this case, note that the x argument is going to receive an int, and the y is going to receive a float 64. And so if you look at this then interactively in your session, you'll see that this code has now been annotated in the following way. And what it's showing you is that even though the raw Julia source code isn't typed in any static way, it's showing you what the type of every object is as things propagate through the code base, right? So you know what the input argument types are. You can see that Z has a type of int at this stage of the program, but as soon as you add a float 64 to it, now Z changes to a float 64. That's not a problem. That's not a type instability. Julia's compiler is perfectly capable of handling it. That's why this is blue instead of red, for example. And then it gives you a return value of known type float 64. Okay? So this is a case where this worked. Now, the thing that should be pretty obvious about this example is we're taking information that's computed at a deeper level of the compile chain, the type inference stage, and we're bringing it back to annotate the source code as the user wrote it, right? Now, we don't really have the tooling to do this. So this is actually a giant hack. It works surprisingly well, but it's very easy to break. And it breaks in real-world cases. I can't give you a real-world case that also fits on one screen very well. But here's a very simple example where I've broken it. I've just rewritten this. It's the exact same code. Julia's compiler generates the exact same machine code from this. It's just written in a different way. And if you pass this through Cthulhu, then what you get is this. So you can see that the type annotation works up to a point, and then it fails. Why does it fail? It fails because the way that we currently valiantly try to bring information back from the type inference stage up to the source code stage is based on 2 things, line numbers and pattern matching. And the problem is that in this case, we have the same pattern, z plus equals x, appear twice on the same line, and the types attached to the things are different in the 2 cases. So there's no really good way of reporting what's actually happening here, right? Now again, sometimes, this is very few people would write this code in this way, but this happens reasonably frequently in more complicated code bases. Not only does it not annotate some types, it also occasionally gets the types wrong. And so, yes, we could continue bashing on this and making it better in principle, but the right way to do it is just keep track of things as you go forward through the compiler pipeline, not try to make guesses based on pattern matching, working your way backwards. Okay, here's another, again, speculative example about what we'll be able to make better. And this is, many of you probably know that Julia has a debugger. And again, this is something that I and many other people have worked on. And it does some nice things. At the last JuliaCon, I pointed out that there are some usability issues in Julia's debugger, though, that are associated with the fact that the debugger works on not the source code, but on the lowered code. And going back and pretending that it's operating on the source code causes some usability problems. Here I'm going to focus on a separate and more speculative issue. And that is that the other big complaint, and it's a very legitimate complaint about our debugger, is that it's really, really slow, right? So here I have a simple test code. It's just going to iterate over an array and sum all of the elements. I'm not putting in that much data into my array, although it's not all that trivial. And if you actually run this in compiled mode, it's 50 microseconds to actually execute this sum. However, if you run this very same code in Julia Interpreter, which is the foundation of our debugger, right, it takes almost 11 seconds to execute the same thing, right? So that's more than 5 orders of magnitude slower than compiled code, right? And so what that means in practice is the debugger is often not useful on the actual, say, problems that triggered the error you'd like to debug, right? You have to construct a small toy example that generates the same error, and then you can step into your code. This is also the motivation in part for other tools like Infiltrator or just print line debugging with Revise, right? But there's a potential alternative way that we could maybe make things a little bit faster. And so for the purposes of this talk, in a couple hours, I hacked together an interpreter that works not at the level of Julia's lower code, but at a deeper level of the compilation, the IR code level. So this is after you type inference and method lookup and inlining have occurred. And if you run this in this little IR code interpreter, which you can see right here, the one problem with this IR code interpreter is that this is literally the only function in the universe this can probably run, right? Because I just built it for this one purpose. But you can see that it's more than 100-fold faster than our current debugger, right? Now, and in fact, we suspect that's not the end of it because there's one single bottleneck that's dominating the output of this, and that is boxing the outputs of Julia's intrinsics for the experts in the audience, basically. And so I think at least in principle, we could have a debugger that is vastly more useful if it were operating at a deeper level of the compile pipeline. The problem is we could write that interpreter today. The problem is it would be useless. And the reason why is that when you're running at that stage of the compiler pipeline, and now you say, oh, what is the value of X on line 37 of my code? We have to say, have no idea what's X. I just know about all these SSA values in my code, and I can't link them back to the actual named variables in my source code, right? So we really can't build a usable debugger that works at this level of Julia's code, but we could if we were able to keep track of where things came from through the stages of compilation. The final thing, a bit of tooling that I'll mention that I've worked on is Revise, and it may be curious that Revise is also affected by provenance. And the reasons why it is because it associates methods with source text. And having only line numbers as a means of identifying the source text is just grossly inadequate, right? One very obvious example of that is if you start editing a file and you just add a comment above some methods, it pushes them down in the file, and so at this point now the line numbers are completely inaccurate, right? There are lots of other reasons why line numbers are inadequate as a source of provenance. And here's an example that it was only when Revise hit 3.0 that we were able to handle code like this. So there's a surprising amount of Julia code that gets defined kind of like this, right? And it's not wrong to say, for example, that this method is defined on this particular line here. But if you edit the text of the file and you say delete, you decide not to support float 16 anymore, then what Revise actually does now is it deletes the method for float 16, right? So that in your runtime, now you'd get a method error if you pass in a float 16, which is what you've decided you want, actually, right? And the problem is that without better code provenance, how is Revise supposed to know that the number of methods and the signatures of those methods that are defined in this line depend upon the line above that, right? And so the way that Revise solves this problem is insane, right? And so it actually re-implements the entire front end of Julia's parsing and lowering framework, basically. Or not the lowering framework, but what it does basically is it builds an interpreter on the lowered code, and it goes through the entire redefinition of the module up to the moment where it would define the method, and then it takes a quick sidestep and says, okay, now I know the signature, stash that, boom, done, basically, right? It's an insane design. It breaks with every single Julia release, and keeping the whole thing running is very, very tedious, right? So what would be really nice is to give Revise a sane design, and then much of Revise could move either into base Julia or a standard library. It wouldn't hopefully break with every release, and that basically involves, instead of redoing all the work that all the parsing and lowering stages have to do, just do it right the first time and keep track of the textual dependencies of every signature. Okay, so those are the 3 examples I wanted to give.
Great, thanks, Tim. Okay, so moving on. Oh, yeah. I think I've got a stray slide in here.
Don't worry, just...
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, okay. I don't know what happened there. Okay, so what I'm going to do is talk about how does it actually work. So Julia lowering, so let's I'll show you a demo of Julia lowering, doing some lowering. Oh, actually, just to talk about this slide slightly. So lowering itself, like I was saying that there's this pass system, the compiler does a whole bunch of passes. Lowering itself is actually a set of passes. So we're going to see that in a moment. I'm going to show you each pass for some example code. But yeah, the passes are listed here. There's macro expansion. There's desugaring, which is taking the complicated surface syntax forms like broadcast and all sorts of things, array comprehensions, various things, and turning them into basically very simple, much simpler syntactic forms like function calls. Then there's scope resolution. This resolves the identity of each name, so you find out which things are local, which things are globals, which things are arguments to functions. Closure conversion, that's not implemented yet in Julia lowering. That's a whole pile of code to write, so we're not going to look at that. IR generation, so the last stage of all of this is to take these syntax trees and turn them into a flattened set of statements, list of statements, which is the body of the methods and stuff which is defined. Okay. And through all of that, we're going to see that the provenance is, or we're going to have a look at the provenance information that we kind of keep track of. Okay, cool. So on the left-hand side here, I've got just a Julia source file, and I'm going to be looking at this piece of code here. So there's a let block here. So let's just look at, oh, okay, sorry. Keyboard shortcuts. This isn't my usual window manager. Try not to do that again. Okay. Okay, so let's look at this piece of source code. So the very first thing is to parse that source code. So that's this line here. Well, sorry, it's further up. These are the passes. You don't have to worry about these. So basically, what is happening in each of these is we're taking a previous syntax tree. So the very first thing was we parse. We parse the source code. We put it into the macro expansion pass, which is called expand forms 1. It does have a couple of things that aren't macro expansions, so that's why it's called that. This is the desugaring step. This is the scope resolution. We've got a linearization step, which is the IR code conversion. And then finally, there's support to convert to Julia's existing format so that we can actually run that code. All of these other ones are data structures which are specific to Julia lowering, and they need to be because we need a place to put all this provenance information. Okay. So, so the expression that we get from that piece of source code. Sorry. The expression we get from this piece of source code is this tree over here. And we're going to look at the desugared tree. So a let block introduces a new x here. So this x here is not this x here. So what we see that has had to happen is a temporary variable is needed to be introduced for the right-hand side of this. So that's this temp here. In fact, let's print that out. The desugared tree. So we'll print this back as Julia's source code. So we've taken that let block and we've created this temporary variable for the right-hand side. We've said that that's a local inside this scope block thing, which is internal concept in lowering. and then we just assign a new x, which is contained within the scope block, to the temporary. So this is like avoiding and confusing which x's are which. And then we print, that's the body of this thing here. Okay, so that is desugaring. So if we dig into this desugared expression, and we look for the second, first element. So this is the assignment to this temporary variable. If we look at the first, okay, so the very first element of that is just a temporary variable. Now, this temporary variable just arises from the right-hand side of this, not the left-hand side. So let's show the provenance of that. Okay, so that says it's in the source code there. And in fact, what's actually kept here is more information. It's the entire set of expression transformations that were done in order to get to this temporary variable, or the entire set of sort of, the entire provenance tree, I guess you can say. This is not an interesting tree, but there are cases where this needs to be an actual tree, not just a linear link, like a linked list. Okay, so I guess we'll also look at the scope resolution pass. Oh. Okay. Let's show that this way. Copy it. So one of the things, oh goodness, let's just copy this. What have I done? Oh no, I see what I've done. Duh. Okay, there we go. So the point I'm trying to show here is that so in scope resolution, the x's, so we've got x's here colored by their identity, not by their name. So at the start, there's an x in the outside the let, and then there's an x inside the let, which is a different x. So I guess another point about this is that say you're writing some tooling like VS Code or the language server, and you'd like to hover over a variable with your mouse and have all the variables which are that same variable highlighted or something like that. So with this, as this kind of like internal lowering pass available to call, we could provide that kind of experience.
4 minutes.
Yeah, okay. So we're running out of time. Okay, so the last thing I'd like to show about this is the compiled expression. We're going to do this. So in this case, we could look at the provenance of, I won't show it, we're running out of time, but any of these statements in the linear IR, so this is like the tree structure of this expression has been removed here, any of these statements still carry full provenance information. So you could show the provenance tree of those. Okay, I had a couple more examples here, but I don't have a lot of time left. So we might skip the macro one and go to the last slide, because I'm excited about this. So I'd like to do a demo, but I think I don't have time. So while we're doing all of this, we basically can't use the expr data structure. It's not sufficient to contain this information. So we've needed to invent a whole new set of data structures for carrying provenance. And while we're doing that, we may as well fix a bunch of other issues. So there's been long-standing issues with macros not being able to call other macros, macros not being able to emit code which has a macro call in it. And that's due to macro hygiene. There's a whole pile of subtle and rarely encountered bugs in macro expansions, the way that macro expansion produces global refs. So like whether it knows that the code that's been emitted by the macro, it figures out that code contains like variables from the module the macro was written in. And one of the big complaints people have about macros is that the ESC, the escape for macro hygiene, is very confusing. And I plan to delete it. And so, so maybe we have like 1 minute left. I might show the demo of that if I can. In fact, no, I'm going to like leave it time for questions.
Maybe we can take one question quickly over there.
Yeah, I think it's a short question. You said that those provenance trees can actually be like non-trivial trees, non-linear trees. I can't really imagine a situation where this would be the case. Can you quickly say something?
Yeah, neither could I initially. OK, so they can be trees when you have macro expansion. So with macro expansion, you have 2 locations at least in the user's source code which are relevant. There is, when a macro emits some code, that macro can arise from inside the macro like implementation, right? So that code has 2 sources of provenance. It has the place where that code, where the macro was called in the user's source code, the user of the macro, and then it has the location of, like inside the macro definition. So there's 2 different places where that piece of syntax arose from. And then when you have macros calling macros, that can be like an arbitrary tree with having like multiple sources of provenance. Yeah, this has been one of the most confusing things that I've done in this project so far, like to figure out what to do.
Do you want to add anything?
No.
OK. We'll have to leave it there, but I know they'll be around, so you can ask them more questions.
Yep.
So let's thank it again. Fantastic. All right, our next speaker is Gajendra Deshpande, and he'll be introducing us to how static analysis of Julia programs work. And actually, we have 2 talks on static analysis, one after this one. So if you'd like to learn more about it, then stay around. Then you can take it away. There we
go. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gajendra Deshpande from India, and today I'll be presenting a talk on static analysis of Julia code. Of course, I will not be going into the depth because there will be many techniques and many packages. So this will be an overview of static analysis packages in Julia and concepts. In today's talk, I'll be discussing why we should perform static code analysis, then types of static code analysis and packages, some code examples, limitations, and best practices. Now, this was the mission Mariner 1, so which failed in 1962. So the Mariner 1 spacecraft launched by NASA on July 22, 1962 was intended to fly by Venus and transmit data back to Earth. So however, shortly after launch, the spacecraft deviated from its intended trajectory. Then after investigation, they found out the cause. So the cause was the failure was traced back to a single omitted character in the guidance software's handwritten code. So specifically, it says that missing hyphen. Actually, it's not a hyphen. It was the bar on the radius r. Actually, so in the guidance equation led to the incorrect data being fed into the navigation system. So this error caused the guidance system to misinterpret normal minor variations in speed as serious deviations, leading to rocket to veer off the course. Then the code error was a missing hyphen in the equation. Then the effect was the guidance system generated erroneous correction signals, which ultimately led to the spacecraft veering off course. So outcome was the rocket had to be destroyed 293 seconds after launch to prevent it from becoming hazard. The next was Ariane 501 explosion in 1996. So it was European Space Agency's Ariane 5 rocket exploded 40 seconds after the launch. Then the cause was the failure was due to the software error caused by an overflow. So a 64-bit floating point number related to horizontal velocity of the rocket was incorrectly converted to a 16-bit signed integer, leading to an overflow and software exception. So the code error was the unhandled integer overflow in the conversion. So effect was the exception caused the inertial reference system to fail, leading to the rocket losing control. So outcome was the rocket self-destructed, causing a loss of approximately $370 million. Then similarly, there were some other incidents. For example, Mars Climate Orbiter was lost its approach to Mars due to the navigation error. And the error was caused by the mismatch in the units between two software systems. So one system used the imperial units, that's the pound seconds, while the other used the metric units, that's the Newton seconds. So there were inconsistencies in the units in the software calculations. So outcome was the mission was a complete loss with a cost estimated at $125 million. Then there was another system that's called as Therac 25 radiation therapy machine. So it administered lethal doses of radiation to patients due to software errors, resulting in several deaths and injuries. So cause was the race condition and inadequate software safety checks. So the outcome was multiple deaths and severe injuries along with significant legal and financial repercussions. Then the next one was the Patriot missile failure in 1991. So the software error in the Patriot missile defense system led to the failure to intercept an incoming Scud missile, resulting in the loss of 28 soldiers' lives during the Gulf War. So the error was due to cumulative timing error caused by floating point arithmetic inaccuracy. Then similarly, there was another incident that was the Northeast blackout. So there was a cascading failure in the electrical grid led to massive blackout affecting the parts of northeastern United States and Canada. So there was a software bug in an alarm system which failed to alert operators to a need to redistribute power after a transmission line overloaded and shut down. So there was a major blackout affecting millions of people and causing significant economic damage. So now these are some incidences which highlight the importance of static analysis. Now let's see what is static analysis. It's a method of examining and evaluating the code of a software program without executing the program itself. Okay, so for example, we need not have to check the output. So without checking the output, we have to determine what are the problems. So there is a process in IT companies which many companies follow, that's called as code reviews. So it's also known as white box testing. So here you analyze the source code to identify the potential errors, bugs, even security vulnerabilities, then code quality issues, and other structural problems. So this process also helps us to ensure that the code adheres to certain standards and best practices. So there are certain standards related to every industry. So the code has to comply to that standards. Now key aspects of static code analysis. One is it is non-execution based, so we need not have to execute the code in order to check the output and check the functionality. Then automation. So developers write a lot of code, so it may not be possible to check each and every code manually and thoroughly. So in that case, automation and tools will help us. Then next one is early detection. So earlier you detect the problems, it is better for the software and the system so that we can avoid the potential problems later. Then there are some comprehensive checks which are discussed here. So So in comprehensive checks, we are going to perform the syntax checking. So here we ensure that the code follows the correct syntax rules of the programming language. The next is the type checking. So verifying that variables and expressions are used consistently with their declared types. Then we have something called as code metrics, measuring aspects of the code such as complexity and identify the areas that might be difficult to maintain. Then we also perform security analysis, detecting potential security vulnerabilities such as SQL injection and cross-site scripting flaws. Then coding standards, so ensuring that the code adheres to the established coding standards and best practices. Then benefits. So benefits are improved code quality, then enhanced security, cost savings, then there will be consistent code base. Then your code is compliant to some standards. Then types of static code analysis. So when we consider types of static code analysis, there is syntax analysis, semantic analysis, type checking, data flow analysis, control flow analysis, abstract interpretation, code metrics analysis, security analysis, style analysis, resource and memory analysis, and concurrency analysis. So we'll go through all of these in brief. So first one is the syntax analysis. So it ensures that the code adheres to the grammatical rules of the programming language. So tools can be compilers and linters. So example can be the detecting missing semicolons or mismatched brackets. So here you can use a library called as lint.jl. So it provides basic linting capabilities to detect syntax errors and common issues in Julia code. So by default, nowadays many programming languages including Julia have better error detection. So many times you may not need these basic libraries also. Then semantic analysis. So it checks for the meaning and consistency within code. So here you need advanced linters and static analysis tools with semantic capabilities. So example can be ensuring that variables are declared before use and that function arguments match their definitions. So here you can consider using the library called a staticlint.jl, so which is for static analysis of Julia code, which can be integrated with languageserver.jl. So that provides a semantic analysis including checking for undefined variables, unused variables, and type mismatches. Then the third one is type checking. So it verifies that types of variables and expressions are used consistently. So here you have to make use of type checkers, compilers with type checking features. So example is ensuring that an integer variable is not assigned to a string value. So earlier there was a library called as typechecking.jl, but it is not updated. But now we see that there is an alternative library which performs type checking, that's called as jet.jl. Then next one is data flow analysis. So here you examine the flow of data through the code to identify the potential issues. So you need here data flow analyzers. And the example can be detecting the use of uninitialized variables or the dead code. So you have this library here, sidalwho.jl, though primarily it's for exploring the type inference and optimization decisions. It can help understand data flow and identify related issues. And you can also use jet.jl here, so which performs comprehensive type inference and detects potential runtime errors, which often involve data flow issues. The next one is the control flow analysis. So here you analyze the order in which the instructions are executed. So you need here control flow analyzers. Then the example can be identifying unreachable code or infinite loops. So package which we can use is jet.jl, so which analyzes the control flow to detect issues such as unreachable code and potential infinite loops. The next one is the abstract interpretation. It basically uses mathematical abstractions to analyze the behavior of the code. So that's also part of formal methods. So tools that you can use are abstract interpretation frameworks. So examples include detecting potential runtime errors like division by zero error or buffer overflow errors. So you can use the library called as sai.jl, so that is static analysis infrastructure. So that provides a framework for building static analysis tools in Julia, so leveraging abstract interpretation techniques. Then you also need code metrics analysis. So that measures various attributes of the code to assess its quality. So tools can be code metric tools such as SonarQube, which is a third-party software. Example can be calculating the cyclomatic complexity to assess code complexity. So here code matrix analysis can be integrated into the existing packages to measure the various code metrics such as cyclomatic complexity. The next one is the security analysis. So it identifies the potential security vulnerabilities in the code. So here tools can be security analysis tools such as Checkmarx or Fortify. Again, these are third-party tools. So examples can be detecting SQL injection vulnerabilities or cross-site scripting flaws. These are specific to web applications. So we can think of security analysis here with respect to Genie framework, which is a Julia's web framework. So here security related static analysis can be integrated into tools called as staticlint.jl, or custom scripts can be written. And if you are considering web applications, here you can try to integrate OWASP top 10 rules. The next one is the style analysis. So that ensures that code adheres to coding style and conventions. So every language has got its own coding style and convention, so it has to adhere to that. So tools can be again linters and type checkers. So example is enforcing consistent indentation and naming conventions. So the packages which we can consider are document format.jl, which automatically formats the Julia code according to the style conventions, so helping to enforce consistent style. Then there is another library called Julia formatter.jl, which is a highly configurable formatter for Julia code, which helps enforce code style guidelines. The next is resource and memory analysis. So it identifies the potential issues related to resource and memory usage. So again, tools can be static analyzers with memory analysis capabilities. So example is detecting memory leaks or improper handling of file descriptors. So you can consider a library called as valgrind.jl, which is a Julia wrapper for Valgrind tool. So which is typically used for dynamic analysis, but can be integrated with the static analysis tools to provide comprehensive resource and memory analysis. The next one is the concurrency analysis. So it analyzes multi-threaded code for potential issues related to concurrency. So here we need to make use of concurrency analyzers. So examples are detecting race conditions or deadlocks. So here you can use a library called as threadsanitizer.jl, which is a tool for dynamic analysis to detect race conditions integrated with Julia's threading model. So static analysis for concurrency might be integrated into existing tools like jet.jl for early detection and potential issues. Now let's consider an example here. So we have a static code analysis example. There is a simple function written here which just adds two numbers, and there is another function called as example, and there is some variable which is named unused variable, and we are not using it anywhere in the function. So our static analyzers should be able to detect such variables. So then in the next step, so in the previous step what we have done is we have created the code and saved it as example.jl. Then next in this step we are using static lint library, then we are using symbol server and language servers, and we are setting a file path. Then we are using the static lint.document.method. Then we are running the checks on the code, and we are printing the issues using a loop. Then when you see the output, you are going to get the output like this. For example, it says unused variable. So unused variable is assigned but never used. So this is the message we are getting. So we have to resolve these issues. And you can also see that in the function example, unused variable equal to 42. This line is highlighted. The next example is using jet.jl. So here we have some multiple functions. So one is faulty function, then second one is the unused variable example function, and third one is the divide by zero exception function. And in the main function we are invoking all these functions. So in order to use the jet library, you have to first install it, and after installation you can say using jet. Then you can include this line @report_include faulty code.jl. The entire code, whatever you want to check, that has to be saved in a Julia file, and then that Julia file name can be passed as a parameter here for analyzing. And this is the output you get here. So you can see here that there are multiple issues which are identified here. So one of them is again unused variable, then second one is possible divided by zero error. So there was another issue here in the faulty function, that was the type instability. So we have to modify the code and we have to fix it. This is the fixed code where we have fixed the type instability. Then here in this function unused variable was there, so we removed the unused variable. Then in the previous case we had written a code which was potentially leading us to division by zero error, but now we have handled it, so we can avoid the division by zero error. So then next is limitations of static code analysis. So there can be false positives and false negatives. So it's a common problem. Some problems may go undetected with static analysis. Then there will be limited context understanding. So your code analyzers may not understand the entire code and their semantics. There will be performance impact. Then complexity and scalability issues will be there. Then lack of semantic understanding. Then you need to configure and customize the static analyzers to suit your needs. Then limited security analysis, because security is again a different game. So there are many issues with respect to web applications, system applications, and so on. Then there are integration challenges, because you need to work with multiple code analyzers. It may not be just multiple static code analyzers. It may be static code analyzers and the dynamic code analyzers as well. Then there will be dependency on the language and the environment. Then next one is the best practices of static code analysis. So it's often said that you integrate early and often, so that you can detect the problems early. So here continuous integration CI/CD pipeline is strongly recommended. Then next is automate the process to run the static analysis tools, code commits and pull requests, etc. Then use multiple tools because a single tool may not be sufficient to detect all the problems. Tools will be having limitations. So it is better to use multiple tools, and depending on our objective, we can select the tool. Then customize and configure the tools, because these tools are basically they work on specific issues. So you may have to customize these tools to suit your requirements. Then review and act on findings. So you need to perform frequent code reviews, frequently the output of these code analyzers, and act on the findings. Then educate and train the developers. You need to create the awareness among the developers regarding how to use these static analyzer tools, so that they can start reading the problems and start resolving them. Then incremental analysis. So you do not have to perform analysis only at the end. So you can perform analysis as soon as you write the code block or a module, so that you can detect the problems early and find the solutions. Then you can also measure and monitor the output of these source codes. Then integrate with code reviews. It may be process, it may be tools. Then use the community and use the community forums and other platforms to get the updates, or even to get the solutions, or even to get the best practices, suggestions, and so on. Thank you for everyone. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak here. Thank you.
All right. Is there any question from the audience? Over there.
On one of slides you showed the valgrind.gl. Where can I find it?
You can find it in GitHub repository.
I tried to search. I cannot find it on a Julia Hub or on a GitHub.
Okay, fine. You can contact me after the talk. I'll share the link.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We had another question over there.
Thank you for your talk. You presented various packages, I understand. Do you have any statistics about usage of these packages? Are they used often, and which kind of companies? How does it work in practice?
I don't have any statistics, but if we go to the repositories of open source projects, then we may find some statistics.
You mentioned a bunch of real-world examples of software bugs causing problems. Do you have any sort of analysis of what proportion of software bugs could be caught by static analysis, especially in the context of Julia?
No, I don't have any idea.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Any other question? If not, let's thank Gajendra again. I want to quickly remind you that there are headphones if the noise on the background is too noisy for you. Otherwise, can you start setting up? So. Okay.
Okay, nice. Okay.
I am part of the...
Oh, you're part of it.
Yeah, I misinterpreted what back on the stage meant.
Oh yeah, you have to extend it. Seems to. Like this. That's the only thing. All right, so we have our next speakers. They are core developers. I don't need to introduce them, but we have Keno, who has always pushed the boundaries in terms of what the Julia can do, and Shuhei has been working on all of these static analysis libraries like Jet, and they'll present more on the internals of static analysis in Julia. So you
All right. Perfect, thank you. Very happy to be here for my 11th JuliaCon. First time I'm playing a stadium, though. So that's definitely going on the resume. I'm here with my colleague Shuhei, and we're going to be telling you a little bit about some of the cool new features that we've been adding to the compiler over the past, let's call it 2-3 years. Before I do that, though, I want to give you a little bit of a conceptual framework for what it is the compiler is doing. And the place I want to start is the method table. So if you've attended any sort of introductory Julia talk, one of the things that the presenters will often do is show you an exit of the method table. For example, in this case, the method table where all the first arguments are equal to plus, and then tell you something like, this is sorted in my apologies. This is sorted in specificity order. And the thing that Julia does is, at every call, control transfers to the most specific applicable method. Now, each of those terms, most specific, applicable, and method, probably a full talk on their own. In fact, there have been talks on most of these terms at previous JuliaCons. But this is the core semantic that Julia has. This determines precisely what code runs. But it's the only thing that determines what code runs. So you might ask me, well, where are the semantics for things like integers, arithmetic, arrays, strings, memory, floats, pointers, all of the things that make Julia Julia? In other words, how does the system know not just what code runs, but also what code means? And the answer to that is that some parts of the method table are special. There are special entries in the method table that have special semantics. For base Julia, that part of the method table generally has this signature. It's all those method table entries where the first argument is some subtype of core.builtin. Just like in the method table for plus, the first argument was always plus. Now, I have a little bit of a disclaimer at the bottom, since this is a little bit of an oversimplification. But in general, if you have an implementation of dispatch and you have an implementation of each of these built-ins, you have a correct but slow implementation of Julia that will be able to run all of Julia base, all of the packages that don't do anything too crazy. But basically, anything that you think of Julia code, you would be able to run just with an implementation of dispatch and an implementation of all the built-ins that match the signature. Now, I was very careful to say that these are the parts of the method table that define the semantics of Julia base. Because part of what I've been doing a lot over the past 5 or 6 years is explore what would Julia look like as a system if the intrinsics were something other than core.builtin. So if you'll remember the XLA talk I gave at JuliaCon 2019, basically what we did there was we said, OK, rather than using LLVM's semantics as the inductive basis for a system, what if we used XLA instead? And rather than using core.builtin as the special part of the method table, what if you used XLA.HLO up? And if you do that, you get something that inherits XLA semantics. So rather than thinking about memory and pointers and integers and floats and that kind of thing, you think of arrays and I/O and spaces where those arrays get allocated. If you watched my talk yesterday, you might have seen a slight variant of this where the DAE compiler package adds additional semantics to a part of the method table corresponding to all calls to a DAE compiler.variable that are called on a float64 argument. So these sorts of games are something that we've been looking a lot into, that we've been refactoring the compiler to allow exploration of more. Now, I've said that if you have a specification of these built-ins and you have dispatch, you have a fully working correct implementation of Julia. So if that is the case, what does the compiler actually do? So why do we have the compiler? And the short answer is the compiler makes things fast. But how does it make things fast? I think the fair thing to say is it makes things fast by doing two things. The first thing is to figure out large chunks of these intrinsics statically from a given entry point. And in fact, it tries to figure out the largest possible such chunk and then give it to some backend optimizer. In Julia base, that would be LLVM, but in XLA.jl, it would be an XLA. In DAE compiler, it's something written in Julia. So that's one thing it does. The other thing it does is that it has models for the behavior of this part of the method table that corresponds to the intrinsics. So what kinds of models of the behavior might it have? Perhaps the most obvious one, and the one that everybody is familiar with, is it has information about the type behavior. So it knows that if you call core.intrinsics.addInt onto integers, you get an int of the same type back. But more recently, it also has more information. It has information about whether the intrinsic throws an error. It has information about whether the intrinsic has a side effect. And it has information about if the intrinsic throws an error, what kind of error does it throw. So part of the job of the compiler is to lift this information that it has built into it about the intrinsics to information about the whole static subgraph that it extracts for the compiler. And there's also some back and forth here. So improved information that is statically lifted to these static subgraphs might actually allow you to discover a larger static subgraph. The obvious example, again, type inference. If you know two things that are integers will always return an int, then you can go from there and use that information that's going to be an int to discover statically the next intrinsics that it's going to call by devirtualizing that dispatch. But that is a general property. OK, so I want to hand it over to Shuhei for a bit of a deep dive into these middle three, effects, exception types, and lifetime/escape analysis. And then I'll take it back for effect preconditions and some future musings about what we might do.
OK, so I would like to introduce some of the new static analyses that have been recently added. And the first up is effects analysis. Effects analysis is a new static analysis added in 1.8, and it automatically analyzes the effects of a program. And here you can think of the effects as a set of conditions of programs that are useful for optimizations. And the result of the effect analysis can be checked using base.info effects. And the effects are represented as a collection of what we call effect bits, each representing some condition of an analyzed method, like consistency of return value and the slowness of the method. And due to the time constraint, I won't be able to explain the meaning of each condition in detail. But if you are interested, please refer to base.assume effects for more detail. Here, as a concrete example, let's take a look at the effects of sign function. And those green effect bits indicate that the conditions are met. So we can see that it generally has good effects. And for example, the green plus C indicates return value is consistent, and green T indicates the execution of sign always terminates quickly. On the other hand, the red T indicates that sign can sometimes throw exceptions. So now let's take a look at what kind of optimizations are possible using these effects. And there are two important optimizations that are what we call concrete evaluation and dead code elimination. And the concrete evaluation evaluates consistent, effect-free, and terminating method calls at compile time, which significantly improves the accuracy of type inference. And dead code elimination is an optimization that removes method calls that are effect-free and no slow and terminates if their return values are not used anywhere. There is also something called finalizer inlining, but this is a rather niche feature, so I will skip the explanation here. So let's see how they work in reality. And as a concrete example, let's consider this function effect demo and its call site where the value of the argument x is known to be constant 1.0 and the type of the argument y is known to be float 64. And we can use Kutru package to check how concrete evaluation works. And when we pass the call site to Kutru's descent function, it provides a view like this. And here, the display %3 equal concrete eval indicates that the call to the sign function has been concretely evaluated. And in other words, the compiler confirms from the effect of sign that it is safe to call the sign function at compile time and actually evaluates it to get its return value as constant. Next, let's check dead code elimination. And the optimized area of this function becomes this simple. And with a closer look, you can see that the call to exponential y is completely gone. And this is because if else is just a function call, so with Julia's Jaeger evaluation semantics, its argument exponential y would be executed without optimization. But the compiler knows that x is not infinity, and so the target element is unnecessary in this situation at this call site. And from the effect of exponential y, compiler knows that it can be safely eliminated. And as a result, the call to exponential does not occur at runtime, so saving unnecessary runtime cost. Now I will briefly explain the algorithm of the effect analysis. It's a simple algorithm that is performed simultaneously with type inference and analyzing the effect of each statement and merging them into a single state that represents the effect of the method. And given this effects algo function, we can use Kutu again to observe how the effect analysis works. And when you pass the with effect keyword to Kutu's distant function, we can see how local effects of each statement compose the global method effect. Here, the effects are effect to the right of the top line invoke #16 represents the overall effect of the function. And for example, we can see that the call to sine and cosine to taints no slowness of the method effect, and the set index taints effect freeness of the method effect. So in summary, effect analysis is an analysis integrated with type inference that manages a single state. And as a result, it is very cheap and fast, and it benefits from the inter-procedure information propagation and the convergence guarantees provided by type inference. But because it only manages a single state, it is not data flow sensitive, which means it may not always be accurate. So for example, this effect limit function is actually effect-free, but allocated object XX is not returned and not escaped to anywhere. So the effect of set index on XX does not need to taint the overall method effects, but the current effect analysis doesn't understand data flow of the variable XX, so it ends up tainting the method effect. In other words, to improve the effect analysis in such situations, we need a new analysis that analyzes how variables are used. And this is where the new escape analysis comes in. So escape analysis is a new static analysis enabled from 1.11 that analyzes how objects are used. And for example, it checks whether an object is returned or whether it escapes to the global namespace or it is thrown as an exception. And the result of the analysis can be checked using the eautils.jl script that located in Julia's test folder. And when you pass effect limit function to code escape function, which is an entry point of the analysis, you can get a view like this. And the green check mark to the left of the statement %1 equal invoke %new indicates that the variable XX doesn't escape to anywhere. Using this analysis from 1.11 onwards, effects are refined in this sort of situations, and as a result, it is now possible to successfully prove the effect freeness of this function, as indicated by the green E mark. Now I explain the design of EA quickly. Unlike the effect analysis, which is performed along with the type inference, escape analysis is performed as an independent analysis on the code representation after optimization. So from 1.11, a new analysis phase has been added to Julia's Julia level compilation pipeline, which we call post-optimization analysis. So EA is implemented as a post-opt analysis, but it's still uncertain, honestly, whether this design will remain the same in the future. The reason is that the analysis on post-optimization IR, especially IR after inlining, can easily achieve a certain accuracy, but it also leads to redundant analysis, and the analysis tends to slow due to the larger IR. And additionally, we also want to differentiate it from the existing LLVM level escape analysis, and I believe it should particularly focus on Julia level 1, especially should focus on inter-procedural information propagation, which cannot be handled by LLVM level escape analysis. So there have been many points for reflection, and EA is still in development stage, but EA has great potential, and with various future applications such as improving memory efficiency and enhancing the accuracy of type inference. So we will definitely keep working on this aspect in the future. Now let's move on to our very latest static analysis, which is exception type inference. From 1.11, the types of exception objects can also be inferred, and it can improve type stability within catch blocks. So consider a function like this with a try-catch block. Until 1.10, the type of the exception object was not analyzed at all, so it was always any But from 1.11, the type of the exception object is inferred. So the type of error variable here is inferred to be a union of domain error and float 64. I will quickly explain how exception type inference works. And Julia compiler now analyzes all exceptions that may occur within a try block and merge them and propagate it as the type of the exception object of a catch block. Here, the compiler understands the sign x function call may throw domain error, and the throw x definitely throws a float 64 object. Merge those two types, and it propagates the resulting union as a type of error variable within the catch block. So what this means is that the domain of type inference has expanded to track exception types in addition to return types. And in summary, as you can see in this diagram, the scope of static analysis performed at Julia level computation pipeline significantly expanded since 1.8 with those newly added static analysis. So that's all from me, and I will hand over my mic to Kenno.
All right. One additional thing that the compiler now does, which didn't really fit into any section, so I just put it here, is that we have something called optimized generics. So I said before that we have parts of the method table that have magic properties because they have magic semantics. Now we have more parts of the method table that have magic properties. But rather than having magic semantics implemented not in Julia, these are ordinary Julia functions that have magic semantics for the optimizer. So currently, we have exactly one of these, which is used inside the implementation of scope value. The implementation that we have is called key value. And basically, what it asserts is that if you implement a generic function that is a method of core.optimizeGenerics.keyValue.get or set, which is deliberately a mouthful, then those get and set methods have to obey the lens laws. So if you put something into the collection and then take it out again, those have to be egal objects. And if you don't do that, that's undefined behavior, and you get crashes, and people will write angry blog posts on the internet accusing you of not caring about correctness. So use this very carefully, or don't use it at all. And if you do use it, tell people not to yell at me. OK, let's move on. So all of those features are implemented in Julia 1.10, 1.11, or 1.12. The features I'm about to talk about are either implemented only in PRs or only in my imagination. But I thought it would be fun to talk about them anyway. So if you're watching this anytime after today, the design has probably changed. OK, so the first one of these that I want to do is called effect preconditions. And it starts with this kind of question. Is this at inbounds required for performance? And I would do this interactively, but we're running out of time. So I will tell you that I want the answer to be no. I tried this last night, and it regressed. We have some sort of bug where it is actually required on current master. But just pretend the answer is no. And why is the answer supposed to be no? Well, because we know, or LLVM knows, because it's in the same function, that I is always between 1 and length. That's the exact same check that the bounce check does when accessing the array. And LLVM can, in most cases, determine that and just get rid of the bounce check on its own. And that's actually a very good thing, because with all of our fancy analysis that we have now, at inbounds is not only a problem for crashing and undefined behavior if you use it incorrectly, but it can actually also make your code slower even when used correctly, because it makes the kind of constant folding and the kinds of effect analysis that we do more conservative. Because there's now this kind of thing that was not proven to always be true, but true only conditional upon the long list of conditions that make inbounds used correctly. So we would like to use inbounds less. So why can't we use inbounds less? So in that example, we could just get rid of inbounds. But there's cases when we can't get rid of inbounds. For example, this one, which is semantically equivalent, but has a function boundary in the middle. And we use LLVM only within one function. We don't use LLVM interprocedurally. And even if we did, this is a toy example, so maybe it could figure out this one. But in practice, you don't want to have to inline everything into one function just for LLVM to be able to do things like bounce check elimination. So I have an idea of how to fix this. And the idea is to extend effect analysis to not only be able to tell you, yes, this function doesn't throw any errors, or no, I don't know if this function throws any errors, to also be able to say, I know this function does not throw any errors if this predicate is true. So for example, for the add one no throw, it might lift that to a predicate that says, I know this function does not throw any errors if I is between 1 and length a. And then it might inline that into the predicate for foo. And then you run the ordinary optimizer on something that's much smaller. And you get the answer, oh, actually, foo is always no throw. And then you can use that, as usual, to automatically remove the bounce checks as LLVM would do if it was within the same function. Now, you're not always going to be able to constant fold it to true, but even if it still folds to some simple predicate, like I has to be greater than 10, you might be able to evaluate that predicate because it's a pure function. You might be able to evaluate that predicate quite eagerly and have very high level in the stack a branch where if that predicate is true, it goes the super fast, no bounce check version. And if that predicate is false, either because you know it's going to throw or because you weren't able to analyze it, it just does what it does right now. This is the infrastructure for this is implemented in this PR. What's not implemented is the automatic lifting of the predicates. But this is something that I'm hoping to do over the next year or so to hopefully get rid of as many inbounds annotations as possible and make sure that we retain the same performance without all of the both performance and correctness traps of using at inbounds. OK, another thing that I'd like to do is motivated by this example. So people ask me, now that we have these fancy effect analysis, I have some type that constrains what the value is by assertions in the constructor. So for example, the struct not 0 enforces that the value x inside of it is never 0. So people complain to me, why can't the compiler figure out that if I take x out of this and divide by it, that will never throw a divide by 0 exception? I mean, shouldn't it know that? It knows that it's not 0. And then people say, well, OK, you guys just haven't done a good enough job of building the compiler, so I'll just put assume effects on it and do no throw. But that is actually not legal and will cause undefined behavior. And why is it not legal? It is not legal because constraints in a constructor are not semantically mandatory. Both the compiler and the user have ways to invent values. So how might the user invent values? The user might invent values using reinterpret. The user might invent values using a pointer load. Or the user might invent values using an explicit expr new. And this is deliberate because structs are supposed to have C interoperability. So you're supposed to get them from things other than constructors. But now that we have all of this fancy optimization, maybe it would be nice to say, actually, I don't care about C interoperability, but I really do care that these constraints are mandatory so that the compiler can use them, that I can rely on them for assume effects. So maybe we should have some way to say, actually, this is a constraint type, and the constructor constraints are mandatory. OK, and this is my last slide. And I apologize for cutting into the Q&A time, but I'm happy to stick around. So this is a package I have called interface specs. And to me, this is kind of the final boss of this sort of way of thinking. I haven't done much work on it because the model for the intrinsics that we have in core.compiler is not precise enough to really fully leverage this, but just to give a brief hint of what I might talk about at JuliaCon in 2 years or 3 years, or whenever I manage to make the compiler good enough to actually enable this. Interface specs adds 2 intrinsics to the method table, exists and for all. There's various things that you can use them for. You can use them to prove correctness of these sorts of assume effects annotations and optimize generics annotations, and all of these annotations that, if you use them wrong, cause trouble. It would be nice to have some way to at least specify what it means for them to be correct, and interface specs is designed to do them. But more fun thing you can do with them is to use them for testing and to use them for synthesis. So in this example, which works right now, and this is the only example that works right now, I define a function interesting int, which constrains some int, and then I ask it, does there exist an int that satisfies these properties? And if so, give me one. And it's able to find one, and it's able to find one by compiling that expression down to Z3. Just as XLA.jl compiled things down to XLA, and then asking for an instance that satisfies these constraints. So a little bit of a preview for many years from now. All right. We're happy to take questions.
Questions, anyone? Over there.
So does this mean that we can use the special version of compiler intrinsics whose built-in is in Julia to make all of our math faster? And make it so the compiler knows that x to the 1/2 is the same thing as square root of x?
Maybe. I mean, that's sort of an ill-defined question, right? The question that you want to ask is, what optimizations do you want to permit? And if the question is, can you use this to permit to do rewrite rules, to rewrite x to the 1/2 to square root by some user-defined rewrite rule? The answer is not quite. People have thought about this, and certainly cleaning up the compiler intrinsics and cleaning up what it means to be an intrinsic will help build extension points for doing rewrite systems, but none of what we talked about helps you in building a rewrite system.
Thank you.
We can have another question.
Yes. Where? Oh, OK, I don't need to throw it.
What is the optimized generics public? Can I use it in a package?
It's experimental.
Experimental, love that. That means I can use it in base. Should it be used for array and dict?
Probably not, because array and dict are mutable, and people can do various nasty things to array and dict. And in fact, the package ecosystem does various nasty things to array and dict. And it's very, very bad if those interfaces don't implement their contracts. And in particular, the contract of this is not defined with respect to concurrent mutation. In fact, it's not defined with mutation at all. Currently, it assumes that your collection is immutable because it's defined in terms of egality on both the collection and the return value. So if you have an immutable vector, you might want to use it. But basically only if you actually need it for performance, which scope values do, but maybe most other use cases don't. The only reason, I'm not saying it wouldn't work, I'm just discouraging it because the consequences of getting it wrong are bad.
Thank you.
All right, in the interest of time, we have to cut it here, but Keno and Shuhei will be around, so you can ask them more questions. Let's thank them again.
Thank you, everyone.
So we have an 8-minute break, and we'll have a session on Julia in air-gap environments. So it's not listed in here, so keep in mind that we'll be back in 7 minutes now. All right, so we have to get started again. We have now Avik from Julia Hub, and he'll be presenting on Julia and air gap environments, as I said before. So let's welcome Avik.
Thank you. Does that work? Cool. Thanks for coming. Hope you're all enjoying JuliaCon. This talk is based on work that was done by my colleague George Day at Julia Hub. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here, so I have been volunteered to do this and bring this to you. So what we're going to talk about is using Julia in secure code environments. As an example, we did work for the US Air Force, where a lot of the development can and does happen on unclassified or open environments. Again, there are obviously different definitions of open, but certainly, things where some version of internet access is possible in development. But a lot of the deployment happens on classified or secure networks where internet access is completely not available, primarily because the data in those environments are very sensitive, right? So even though the code that is being developed may not be that sensitive, the data that it operates on is very, very sensitive. So for example, the work that we did for the Air Force was about developing some data visualization, some data analysis software for some kind of secure data that they had. The analysis itself was done on an open environment, but the data itself came from devices that were very secret. So the question then is, how do you get your Julia code, including all your dependencies, the Julia packages, the DLLs, the JLLs, how do you get them into the secure environment that you can then run your code on the data that is in that secure environment? So this can be, if you imagine adding a package, which is, if you're doing a data visualization project, you will have some kind of plotting library, Marquee or plots. So the first thing you would do when you want to run this code is add the plots package. And if you do that without internet, everything works. If you do that with internet, everything works. If you do that without, then the first thing that Julia tries to do is update the registry. That will immediately fail. Julia sort of tries to continue even if the registry is not available. It tries to determine the highest compatible version, which it will try if it has a local registry. If not, it will fail. If it has a local registry, it will try and get the package version from the package server or from GitHub, and obviously that will fail. So you will not be able to get the code that you want for the dependencies that you have without internet access, right? That is how Julia's package basically works. It assumes you are in a connected network. So before talking about solutions, let's talk a little bit about the sort of scenarios that are possible. The easiest one that we will talk about most is you can move text files and artifacts into the secure code environment through some form of constrained file copy, essentially. There are other environments where you can only move text files and no binaries, and we'll talk a little bit about that. Where sometimes binaries can be installed in the environment already. Sometimes binaries are not installed and you can't copy them, and that becomes very difficult. The fourth scenario is, of course, that you want to do all of that, but for more than one application, more than one user, and how do you do that? How do you do that multiple times? So the solution that I want to talk to you about today mostly is a package called Depot Delivery, which was developed by Josh for this project. And what Depot Delivery does is essentially very simple. It starts with an empty depot. For those of you who don't know, a depot is where a Julia installation keeps all the dependencies that it uses, right? So all the packages, some settings, all the binaries that it downloads, everything is kept in a depot, which typically is .julia in your home directory, but of course you can set it to anything else, right? So what Depot Delivery does is starts with an empty depot. It does pkg activate, which then uses the package toml that exists in a certain directory, and then instantiate it, which basically installs all the dependencies that you have. And finally, what you need to do after that is to move .julia, move the contents of .julia or the depot into this environment, right? As I said, through some version of constrained file copy. And that looks easy to do, right? All these 3 steps you can do manually, and that's certainly possible. You could do that today. But it's cumbersome, right? You have to keep deleting your .julia directory or a depot every time. A particular problem is that child Julia processes don't use a depot that you have configured for the parent. It uses an environment variable directly, so you have to remember to set it, and sometimes we forget, and that fails. Second or third, your build environment has to be identical to your deploy environment, right? If you are building on Windows, deploying on Linux, this process does not work, right? And finally, if your project is not, the project that you're developing, the stuff that you are writing yourself, if it's not in your depot, if it's not in .julia dev, you'll probably have to move it from somewhere else, which is always annoying, right? So depot delivery basically automates all of this, does that consistently every time that you run it, because obviously with a manual process, things can change. And so what depot delivery does is that you just use a build function with a path where it creates this bundle. You can give it a platform. That platform can be the default platform that you're on, or it can be a completely different platform. So on Windows, you can do Mac. On Mac, you can do Windows. And that's it. That this one function will create a bundle in the path and return the path to that bundle to you, right? You can, as I said, build for a specific platform. You can use any of the platforms that Julia supports by default. Once the depot is created, once that bundle is created, you essentially move that bundle to your secure code environment. And in your Julia session, you just include this depot startup file, and that will set everything up for you. After this, you can code on the REPL normally you can run your own script, and all of that you can do exactly how you would do once you have done this depot startup, right? So let's go back to the scenarios we talked about. If you can move text files and artifacts, then this method that I described works very well. If you can only move text files and the binaries are installed in the secure code environment, you can move the bundle without the artifacts, without the .sos or .dlls, and you can use something called overrides, which Julia supports, to point to DLLs or .sos that are already installed, right? That works. If those DLLs are not installed and you can only move text files, you basically have to rewrite any binary dependency in pure Julia. So one example is, there's a package called xml.jl, which Josh wrote, because the other XML packages essentially use C libraries, right? And the last one is, if you have to do this for multiple users, this is always annoying. One potential solution is, the Julia platform, which, this not being a sponsor talk, I will not talk about too much, but you can go and talk to the people at our booth. And that's basically what I wanted to talk to you about today. Thank you. Any questions? I think we have time for 1 or 2 maybe.
Yes. Questions? Anyone?
Yeah. Can you use the mic, please?
Oh.
Thank you. No, I can't hear you.
1, 2? OK.
Perfect.
Yeah, so thank you very much. I am in that kind of environment.
Yeah.
So I'm going to bring the lessons learned back home.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm around for the rest of the day and tomorrow, so come talk to me if you need. Thank you. Thanks again.
Yeah, I think.
Perfect.
No, but
No, it will switch.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so now we have a talk by Raphael Schouten from an ecologist based in Copenhagen.
Copenhagen, yeah.
And
Globe Institute.
Guillaume, who is in EPFL, right? And they'll talk about one possibility to have interfaces in Julia. So take it away.
Okay, I'll get started. So today we're going to talk about interfaces.jl, a way of making interface tests for your objects. So the motivation of this is that Julia has no formal interfaces, and this can lead to a bunch of correctness bugs, famously talked about in this post by Yuri a couple of years ago. And this package was kind of a response to this. And the question is, what can we do about correctness bugs? And can we implement interface testing in a package? Kind of as a way of setting up for doing it in base later and exploring the space. So there are a bunch of packages that have done this so far from different angles, required interfaces, interface specs, duck dispatch, and interfaces.jl. And this is just one possible approach, and by no means the most sophisticated, but it kind of works. So I'll just start by defining what we mean by an interface in interfaces.jl. So it's a set of functions with documented contracts, and it may be tied to an abstract type or not. Think abstract array versus tables.jl. Behavior may be testable at compile time or runtime, so we run runtime tests. And interfaces may have optional components. And for abstract array, setIndex is not implemented for some static arrays types. It's a classic example of this. So I'll go through the approach of interfaces.jl with a simplified abstract set example. So first, we define the interface using the interface macro. We give it a name. Here's set interface, abstract set as the supertype, pass in some components that we'll define in a minute, and a description of the interface for the documentation. So we define mandatory components in a name tuple, and we use this component with a tuple of label and function as the standard syntax. So here we have a tuple with 4 mandatory components, and you can see the last one, in. We have in is true for all elements in the set, a very basic test, and then we have the test after it that tests that for some object. Pretty simple. Then we can define optional components, also for set. And these are things that may be implemented for some types. You can see at the bottom, intersex has multiple tests for one component, so it's kind of extensible in scale. And then we can combine these mandatory and optional components into our overall components object. And of course, you can write this all in line in your tests. It just doesn't fit on the slides, so we have to split it up. Now we've declared interface. We can declare an implementation for a specific type, and here we'll declare it for set. So we have the implements macro with set interface and some optional components, then the type set, and then the test data for set. So we define some test data in the macros so that we can call functions on it later without data. And now we can test the implementation just by calling interfaces.test, set interface and set. And we get this printout back with the passing tests on the objects, and we would get them back red if they failed with a false answer. So it's like an abstraction of testing for arbitrary objects. We can also just call test on the whole interface and test everything in scope at the moment. And that will iterate over all of the objects available. Here we've only got one. We can also check traits, and we can use this as a traits interface. So using the implements method, we can check interfaces.implements, the set interface, set, and that's true. And we can also check the optional components and which ones are implemented and not. And none of this has a runtime cost, so it can be used as a trait. We can also check extended help, and all these details are available from the definition to read and check the interface. So a bit of a status roadmap on the package. We've got the base interfaces sub-package, which is partly written, but it's a lot of work to define all the base interfaces, and some of them don't have actual documentation yet, so some help would be appreciated with that. And there's a bunch of implementations out there in the ecosystem. Dynamic expressions.jl has implemented it. dimensional data and the graphs ecosystem has. And on that note, I'll pass over to Guillaume to talk about the graphs ecosystem.
Yeah, so in a nutshell, I was interested in this interfaces.jl package because the Julia Graphs interface is one of the most common ones in the ecosystem, and a graph is not really defined by what it is, but what it can do. And so this is a perfect use case of an interface. So the abstract graph interface, if you go to the Julia Graphs documentation, you'll find a list of methods that you need to implement. But this list of method is provided in natural language. And so here, what I want to do is test them in a formal, rigorous way. So among these methods, some are mandatory, like listing the vertices of a graph, listing the edges of a graph, and some are optional. For instance, not every graph is modifiable, so add vertex bang may not be useful for every type. And the real tests that we want to run is not just whether these methods are defined, because that's easy. We also want to check that they are coherent with one another. So we wrote an automated checker with an intern of mine, Oleg Fafurin. It's called Graphs Interface Checker, and it checks your graph implementation. So there are a few checks that can be done at compile time and that are fairly simple. For instance, the number of vertices of a graph, the function nv, should always return an integer. But as Raphael said, there are some checks that you can only do at runtime. For instance, for a given graph, nvg should be the length of the iterable of vertices. And so that's typically something that you want to test not in the generic abstract way, because both of these methods could be defined, but their coherence could fail. And so thanks to this automated check suite, we have a lighter interpretation burden on the user, and as a whole, a more robust ecosystem, because we used it to actually find some bugs in a few graph implementations in the organization itself. And thank you for your attention. We are happy to take questions.
Okay.
Okay, so what interfaces are already checked with interfaces.jl? Can I check in array interfaces, or what's there already?
At the moment, there's just these packages, dynamic expressions, dimensional data, and the graphs ecosystem. I've started on writing out the base interfaces, but it's quite a lot of work. And some of them aren't actually defined clearly yet. They're defined in unmerged issues. One of them is frames issue for set interface, which I use for the example. So I would really like some help to write all of that out if anyone's interested. But yeah, it's not done yet.
But we could probably already catch some bugs. There's like iteration sets, dicts.
Yeah, there's the dict set, iteration, and array interface, but they're not complete. But they may help. Yeah.
Any other question? Over there, I think there's one. Here.
Over here in the corner.
Hi, thanks for the talk. So I was wondering how this could integrate with maybe some IDE support to like discover what methods I can use with a given type, maybe from another package. Do you think it could tie in with that?
Yeah, maybe. I never thought of that, but it possibly.
It's a bit more difficult because the interface is not really defined in terms of which methods should exist, but rather in terms of a set of functions that return a Boolean. They return true if something is right and false if something is wrong, and so it may be slightly hard to run this all every single time. So what you could check in the IDE is the trait, probably, but checking with each condition individually may not make much sense for the code writer.
Thank you.
On top here?
Over there.
Maybe one last?
Hi, nice talk. I was wondering, since we have like the type system which relies on a hierarchy of abstract types, would it be interesting for the interfaces to do something similar? Because you have now the iterable interface, but also the array interface, but of course that is a superset of the iterable interface. So is there like any support for those things? Or would it be more like trait-based, like?
Yeah, we actually have a PR sitting there for that at the moment, but the idea was to try and do multiple inheritance rather than single inheritance, because actually we're often combining multiple. It works at the moment, but it turns out to be, it's a bit vague with the optional parts of the interfaces. When the inheriting component needs some optional parts and you've originally defined different optional parts, it's not quite clear how to use those together. But it kind of works, but I haven't merged it for that reason.
but maybe then you should remove optional part from an interface and just say you have a interface base iterable or something, abstract iterable, and then if that's the other methods, you get this multiple inheritance. No.
So we have to move the conversation out stage, but let's thank Rafael and Guillermo.
Thanks.
There's USB-C as well.
Is this yours? Yeah, but I can, because it bumps.
Hey, hi everyone.
Oh, sorry.
Hey, so next up we have Gabriel, who is a compiler engineer at JuliaHub, and Jeff, which you might know. If not, then he's a violin virtuoso, but it also happens to be the co-creator of the language and co-founder of JuliaHub. So they'll talk us about new ways to compile Julia. So,
thank you. All right, hi everyone. So we're going to be talking about some things we've been working on recently as far as compilation artifact features, along with Cody Tapscott up there, who's also been working with us on this. So here's the headline. And by the way, you've seen this already because the State of Julia talk stole our thunder. Thank you, guys. But this is basically the headline. This is kind of everything you need to know about we've been working for several months basically just to make this slide work, where you can write a short source file, hello.jl, that saysccallable function main. Soccallable is basically like extern C. It means generate this with a C ABI and name, and then we can print hello world and return 0. And then we have this new script. This is the first of two things we're introducing here. This is JuliaC, which is basically a compiler driver script. And you can tell it to output an executable. And then the second thing we're introducing here is this -- trim option, which means I want a small binary. And we're going to be talking about what that means. And you give it your file. And this generates a hello executable that is currently about 900K. That might not seem particularly small, but compared to the state of the art, if you build a Julia system image, it is well over 100 megabytes, and it can easily be 200 megabytes or even more, depending on what you're doing. So 900K executable is real progress. And you can run this, and it works. So this is basically the feature we've been working on. And this is currently available on a branch. I have a PR up where you can try this out.
I think
so. As far as some history, so I was the last time I was in Eindhoven in December, I gave this talk about what the situation was with Julia binaries and what we were doing to be able to generate smaller binaries. So this is a great sequel to this talk to hopefully show some progress. And I also want to point out, if you look at the bottom there, a very common response in the Julia developer survey is one of people's biggest requests / complaints is wanting to be able to generate smaller self-contained binaries. So this is one of the reasons we're working on this. And at that time, at the JuliaCon local Eindhoven in December, I showed this graph, which is over time, the smallest thing we've been able to generate by package compiler. Basically, if you put hello world into packagecompiler.jl, what size of stuff does it produce? And we've done various things. So the first thing is an upgrade to package compiler version itself, and then we added things like being able to remove unused standard libraries, removing codegen and LLVM, removing metadata and IR, all things that you can do to cut down the size, and so it's dropped quite a bit. And here is the next update. So we have the next update on that. It's a pretty dramatic drop. You actually have to look at a log scale to really see it, because it's actually quite significant. The trimming thing that we have now is a bigger difference even than all the other things we've done so far. So I think we're going to try to explain how this works. And so yeah, Gabriel, go ahead. And yeah, we're going to talk about how we output things, and you'll be able to see how this works.
Right. I think it's important to know how Julia currently makes images to understand what trim does that's different. And in a nutshell, what Julia does to make a system image is that it looks at all the modules it has loaded and finds pretty much everything that's reachable from those modules, which means all bindings, every global that you made, every method that you declared, every specialization that has happened. So for those that are used to, like, oh, I have to have a precompile script, what your precompile script is doing is generating all the specializations that we will then cache. And then with those specializations, we go and then store the native code for that code. So when you load Julia again, all happens pretty quickly. The thing is, we walk through everything. So you find lots and lots of objects, arrays, the proper compiler itself. And there's a good reason to do that. Julia is an interactive language. It's very dynamic. So if you want a good REPL experience, you are conservative. You save all that code. Otherwise, you have issues like, oh, I want to run this simple function. It has to compile the whole call graph for it, and that takes some time. And as a user, that's not super nice. But that leads to, well, it takes a while to load. It's really large in your disk. The relevance of that is debatable, but it is there. Like, you can make system images. There are several gigabytes if you include like differential equations and the SciML.
Yeah, and importantly, since we generally assume, our default use case has kind of been in the REPL historically. So when if you compile something, and it's going to be used in the REPL, we don't know what the user is going to type, right? They might ask for any function in there. So we have to include everything from all of the packages because, so you can type names of all those functions.
So where does trimming come into this? Well, instead of saving everything because we expect an interactive use case like the REPL or a script or something, we ask the user, what do you want to keep? What is important to you? There's a new function that's called entry point. It has the same API as precompile, and the idea is to use it very similar to how precompile works, which is basically telling the serializer, hey, this is what I want to save, and anything that's reachable from that function will be saved so that your code works. But all the extra things, the compiler, linear algebra if you're not using, and everything else gets thrown away. So basically what you're exchanging is dynamicity. So if you reach new code, you can't generate it. You no longer you threw it away. But now you have a smaller size. It's faster to compile. I think people that have used package compiler have complained that it takes several minutes to compile a Julia binary. The idea is to bring that down to the order of seconds and maybe even lower. And load time. I think the first slide Jeff showed, Hello World takes under 50 milliseconds, and now you're starting to, like, the shell delay is a relevant amount of time on something like that. And I think we can talk about a little small, simple call graph.
Yeah, so here's just to illustrate what this kind of looks like. If I start with this main function, which is very simple but sort of still non-trivial, because I generate a random array and then broadcast the sign function over it. And what we're going to do is once we run all of the optimization and inlining passes and everything over it, we start then looking at the code. We start looking at main, which is right in the middle there. And we start looking through and compiling through the code and finding everything that it calls and finding everything that calls. And so in this case, this is what you end up with. So after optimizations, it looks very different. We find that main is calling, well, it might throw a bounds error. It calls sign, which might call sign domain error. And it calls some inlined random number generation functions. So it might call these either the SIMD or the no SIMD version of the RNG and so on. But then once we reach all of these functions, anything that doesn't have an arrow coming out of it is basically a leaf function. And then it's just some straight math, essentially, and it doesn't call anything further. So when we have this situation, we know the full, as we call it, static call graph of the program. And so we know we have proven every piece of code that's going to be needed at runtime. And so in that situation, we know we only need to keep this stuff and delete absolutely everything else, with some exceptions that I'll mention. So there are some limitations to this. So this is a bit of it's a strange thing. It's not something it's not similar to any way we've compiled Julia in the past, because we're doing this extra step of basically going through and deliberately deleting things. So we're this is a destructive process on the stuff you have loaded into the system. So we do try to support all the language features. So there's nothing, like exceptions or garbage collection or something. There's no feature like that you can't use. You can use every feature of the language. But some things might break or might work differently. And the best way to understand it, to get a mental model of what works and what doesn't, is just to basically think about exactly what it's doing. Which is that we are going to delete some things. So if you do reflection, like reflection on bindings by, say, constructing a symbol out of some random string and then trying to look that up in a module, that might have been deleted, so it's not going to produce the result you expect anymore. Or if you do things like looking at method tables at runtime, you will not have the full set of methods that's normally there. Fortunately, it's pretty rare for programs to do things like that. It would be pretty easy to avoid, I think. So, but technically, things like that will change. And then also, to allow us to delete some things, some code patterns might get in our way of the ability to determine that full static call graph. So if we can't determine a static call graph, we can't meaningfully delete anything. And for that, we are going to need compile time errors, which when you opt into this, you're going to be opting into these kinds of errors as well.
Right, like the idea is we want you to, while developing this, we implemented the deletion before we actually had the errors, which led to very fun psych faults and all the other errors, because you deleted something that you then discovered that you actually needed. So basically, the approach we then took is, OK, we need to know every piece of code here that might use something non-obvious. And I think like the very classic thing is a dynamic dispatch. A dynamic dispatch is an edge in your call graph which cannot be statically followed through, trivially at least, because you might find multiple methods on the same call site. So for example, if a call site finds too many methods, you're doing, I don't know, push bang on any, you will find hundreds of options of methods. And basically we say, OK, that binary is going to be super large. The user is not transparent to the user why that binary is so large. So we just error and say, OK, we detected a dynamic dispatch here. Figure it out, change your code slightly, make it more type stable, change how you structure it, so that we can then compile it statically.
And we do have to make some judgment calls there. So certain things obviously work. So if a call site we know it has exactly one method match, that's obviously great. That's fine. But that's not really. We found it's not really enough to handle a lot of reasonable real-world things that happen. So we also allow if there are multiple call targets, but they're all very concrete. So if, for instance, if you have an abstract type that has 5 subtypes and there's a method defined on all of those and it might call any of those, that's probably OK to include those 5 methods to handle those cases, because you're sort of using dispatch as like a sort of a fancy switch statement. So that's sort of OK. So we have to kind of make a judgment call about what is and isn't OK. Otherwise, you'll get if you have a call site where we don't know what function is called and we don't know what any of the arguments are, which is possible to do in Julia, we'd have to include every single thing, and then you'd get no trimming. So we have to kind of, there might be some tunable knobs for this possibly at some point in the future for how much trimming what kind of call targets do I want to be able to handle. And so as we've gone through and tried various programs with this, there are certain common problems that we hit. So the things that will tend to come up right away is like dynamic standard out, for example. So the base std out variable is an untyped global because you can redirect standard out at any time to any other kind of I/O stream. So if you do print with one argument or you print to standard out, we don't know where that call is going. So this is something that you'll hit a lot. Unfortunately, logging is another one because the logger is also dynamically configurable. So any logging statement, we don't know, what logger it's going to hit. So that will happen. And another huge problem is actually the dunder init methods that exist in base and in many packages. The interesting thing about those is that semantically, we promise that they run first before anything else, and then we can't tell what code might depend on those having run. So any init methods that are there to be strictly correct, we have to keep all of them and continue to run all of them. Because, yeah, we just don't know what might be depending on them running. And so actually, there's a huge amount of the remaining space, the 900K in Hello World, and even the startup time, which the startup time is OK, but it could be a lot better. It's actually all because of that. It's all of those init methods that are setting up your active project and looking at paths of things, and who knows what. That's all still happening in there, and so that's actually a big reason for that. The next one is great because I put catching exceptions on there because typically we haven't known the type of caught exceptions, but as of about half an hour ago, I could delete that line. That's now obsolete because thank you, Shuhei and Keno. Now we do know the types of exceptions, so we can delete that one. That's good. And generally, type unstable things. If you have take something out of an any array and call a method on it, that's probably going to be a problem.
Yeah. So this is just an example of an error that you might get. Here we're using the logger because it's a very common case. And logger is calling display size on an untyped I/O object. And this is a very dynamic call site because I/O can be one of many things. And instead of just compiling the whole universe to handle a logging call, we've decided, as Jeff said, that OK, this is where we basically give up and say this is an error. You should change your code slightly. Cody very specifically has been working on making the logger more manageable for this workflow because while we can change some things in base not to use the logger, add info, at warn, and at error are used very extensively around the ecosystem. So like having this not work at all is something that is, I think, hurts a lot for you folks to adopt this feature. And the error, we try to make it look as much as possible as a normal Julia error. And so one simple example, I think we showed the Hello World executable. This is basically the Hello World shared library. I have a little function that takes in a pointer to a double array and just calls sign on every one of its values. So this is the C callable, same thing. And now I also have a little bit of C code that calls that function. And I think the more interesting thing is to show that similar to the Hello World, the shared library is around 1 megabyte, and it works as expected. The goal is to have Julia shared libraries behave just as C shared library, C++, Rust, whatever other languages you might be used to.
Oh yeah, and we have this little feature, this -- compile C callable, which will basically, anything that you have annotated with at C callable, it will consider that to be an entry point that you want, which is, if you're making a shared library, that's probably what you want.
We also have, I think, this is, of course, a very experimental stage of this feature. We have lots of work to do, and a couple upcoming things are, we want to at least the init methods in base to be reduced. If any of you were in the Binary Builder 2 talk by Elliot, there's the lazy JLLs. JLLs make part of like a large amount of the inits in base are just loading shared libraries. And with the new design, we moved the load from the init, which is a really costly thing, and it's hard to know who's using this, to the C call, which then makes it really obvious if someone is using the library or not. We're making fixes to base. One thing that becomes relevant now as well is the binary is about 700 kilobytes. The libjulia runtime is about 3 megabytes. So now we've gotten to the point where the size of the runtime is a very significant part of the size of deploying Julia as a whole. So we want to make changes to the runtime to potentially have a deployment version of it, which doesn't have the front end or things that are now unnecessary. So it's smaller. Together with the deployment, we want a fully statically linked version of it so that a user doesn't even need to link to the Julia runtime. It's just one compact binary that has everything it needs on its own. And if you deploy it somewhere, someone won't even know that it contains Julia. And I think the final thing is to have a Julia C app. Christopher has been working on the apps feature. We want to have Julia C be one of those apps that you use just like you use GCC, Clang, or whatever compiler you're used to using, so that it's a nice feature to use.
And yeah, it'll include, it'll be basically an extension of package compiler functionality. So it'll be basically a new front end to package compiler plus a couple of more features that we can do with the trimming support. So I think that's it.
Yep.
And we anticipated that there might be a lot of questions, so we're going to leave a lot of time for questions.
So we have our first question there.
So you spoke to the size of the init methods, but do you have a feel for what the actual runtime performance cost is? Like, do these init methods have to be run before any function can be run, right?
Yeah.
So is that on the order of like microseconds?
I didn't time that exactly, but it's surely the majority of the remaining startup time, because there isn't anything else happening.
Okay.
Yeah, and like they look up paths, so they do syscalls and other things, which takes time in the order of maybe hundreds of microseconds, but that's the order of magnitude we're talking about anyway. So yeah.
So could there be some mechanism for functions to know if they depend on an init method? Could that be a path forward, or?
It's maybe possible in some cases, but I think it's pretty hard. I think we're going to pursue multiple approaches to that. I think some init methods are just not necessary. Actually, if anyone develops a package that has an init method, your homework is to see if you can get rid of it. And a really good way to deal with it is to actually do an initialization lazily. So basically, like the first time a function that needs it is called, do like if not initialized, then do the init then. And then that will totally solve the problem, because then if no one calls one of those functions, that you're basically putting in the information that this function depends on the initializer. And then so then if one of those isn't used, the init won't be needed. And so that's the best general way to deal with it. And so we'll be going through things and trying to do that and seeing if we can just cut them down generally.
So we'll take one question there and then we're Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I thought it was someone else. So you said all the features are still there, but you also compiled to a binary smaller than libjulia?
Yeah, so that binary still depended on libjulia.
So that needs to link to the Julia runtime?
Yes, yes.
Cool, thanks.
Yeah, so I guess I just wanted to say thank you for trying to make things like logging work, because I fear that if you didn't do that, then you'd end up with packages kind of forking into a version that works with this and a version that works with everything else.
Right, right.
So I just appreciate that.
And in fact, one thing that we do is, and it's a little bit underhanded maybe, is in this script, we actually apply a bunch of patches and changes to base. So to change some things to make them work better for this. And so you'll be working in a little bit of a different mode. So yeah, some things might be slightly different. So if you want to be able to, if you want to develop something that uses this, obviously you have to CI it, and you have to run the Julia C and run your tests against the output of that in CI. Otherwise you have to test the thing that you deploy, right? So that should fix it. That should make it work.
It seems like the way you're talking about it, the too many call sites problem is different than union splitting and max methods. Do you want to talk a little bit about why that's a different problem and why you're not using the same system for the two?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. Yeah, so type inference has this max methods parameter, which is basically when we're doing type inference, if a call site has multiple possible targets, how many should we bother to look at and infer into before just giving up and saying, OK, it's too many, it's any. And that actually has to be a very small number. It's currently 3. It could even be 2 or 1. And it has to be a small number because, especially as you have abstract typed call signatures, and that fans out into various other abstract signatures, which will lead to even more abstract signatures, and it actually really blows up, and you can get the time it takes to infer things it must be like at least exponential or something in that parameter. It's like very exponential in that. I think if you turn it up to like 5 or something, you can't even get a system image to build. It's pretty crazy. So that you can't really turn up very much. But in this case. Interestingly, we don't necessarily need to know the return types of things. We are not really concerned with that. All we need to do is identify things that we need to compile and put in the output so that they're there available to be called if you hit one of them. So even if you have a call site with 20 targets, we know that those 20 targets exist. We can just say, OK, compile all of them. And we might not know the return type, but that might be OK.
Which is why having like an any signature is really costly here, because any signature is fine, super specific things, but if you have your own abstract something that has maybe 3 or 4 subtypes, then that's a behaved call site.
Or actually, the good way to put it is that the number of things we compile here is bounded by the total number of methods in the system. It can't be bigger than that. But in inference, it can be much bigger than that because it can be every method times every possible combination of types.
On your back, Matt. There you go.
Yeah, at some point you mentioned that it's a problem if you have untyped containers and you pull functions out of them and call them. And that's pretty much what Markey does all over the place with its observables. So would it be enough for a function of a given type, or like a certain function, to be pushed to a vector so that it will be included because it has been referenced by this push function? Or does it actually have to be called? Because that would be, I guess, more difficult to do.
So yeah, there are several approaches to that. But yeah, OK,
so
go ahead.
We've been working exactly because we've seen this pattern in several code bases, and I think there's a couple approaches. One of them is what Cody and I have been working on, which is for those people who have used some like a function wrappers.jl. That approach of instead of putting a raw function object, function with a capital F, you put a function wrapper which has a well-defined call signature, because it's very often that you know what types are going into that function, you just don't know what you're calling there. But function wrappers doesn't precompile. And the idea is to make a version of it that actually properly precompiles and works well in this mode. There are other options that we are also working on, which is basically a little bit more unsafe, which is, I promise that on this call site, anything that gets hit, that this is roughly implemented right now, but I promise that anything that is on this call site will be precompiled. So you basically take the responsibility out of the compiler, and if you haven't precompiled, you're going to get a runtime error, basically a code not found error. That's another option that is possible. And maybe there are other options as well, but we'll see.
Yeah, cool. Thanks.
Over there, around.
Okay. Yeah, hi. So I just wanted to ask that you mentioned that there's a cutoff for the number of dynamic calls that a function can have and the number of methods associated with it that you can find. So are the criteria for how you determine that cutoff very explicit to the user, and is it configurable? Because I might have a function that I know has a lot of dispatches that I still want to include despite the impact of the binary size.
Yeah, so I think what we're doing now is there's no limit on the number, but they all have to be concrete.
Okay. There is a limit.
There is a limit. Well, it could be unlimited, though, really, since it's bounded.
It could be configurable. It's just a number that could be changed. I think currently we default to 10.
Yeah, but I think it could be anything because it's bounded.
Yeah, but basically the larger constraint is those method signatures must be what we call compilable. So they're either a no specialized method signature or a concrete method signature. If they are just an abstract type method signature, then there's unbounded amount of specializations of that method that could be found, and there might be something we can do here, but currently that's something that we will just error out on.
I think there could also be an option for, just go ahead and try to compile everything that's reachable, even if it might be way too much, and you're willing to run the risk of ending up with a 100 megabyte binary again. There could probably be an option for that.
Right. Thanks.
We can have a last very quick question.
It's a very short question. So when this discovers calling the eval function on some not compile time known argument, is that then a direct like bailing out of trimming?
Eval is actually weirdly kind of okay because eval itself is sort of a built-in function, and you're just passing it an expression, and it will eval it, as far as I know. So that will kind of work.
Or that could call like any function or do anything.
Well, then that will. Depending on what happens inside the evaled thing, yes, you might get errors. That would be tantamount to some sort of arbitrary reflection. Right. But yeah, eval itself is
like eval itself
loud. I mean, you shouldn't do it. Obviously, it's very much not in the spirit of this to call eval. But yeah, eval itself wouldn't be the problem. It would just be the things inside that we don't know what you're reaching.
Yep.
All right. So let's thank the speakers again. Okay, so now we have Helmut Hansen and Sarah Wierzig presenting on, they are from Merck, and they're presenting on using Julia for sustainable chemistry, right?
So let's check whether we can. Yeah, is that?
So it will start when you start.
All right, now we have heard much of the internals that bring Julia forward, and now we go to the other extreme. We go to the side of how can we leverage all that great code that has been developed over the past years and bring that to the user to really make sure they take advantage of the high computing power of Julia. So I'm Helmut Hansel. I'm from the Merck company, where headquarters based in Darmstadt. It's the other Merck. There's another Merck based in the US. So there's some confusion here and there, but well, 50,000 employees all over the world. And I'm one of the handful of Julia developers who have developed an application that deals with the fact that we really want to know how much carbon footprint a chemical has if we have finally synthesized it. Our company deals with 3 different things. It's electronics, it's healthcare, and it's
life science.
Life science, thank you. And with this introduction, I hand over to Sarah, who will start off.
Exactly. So my name is Sarah Wierzig. I'm actually a computational chemist, but I had the honor to work with Helmut on this app for the last 2 years. So at Merck, we have quite ambitious sustainability goals. And so we want to be climate neutral by 2040. And how do we achieve this? Well, for a lot of our carbon emissions, we have to measure the output from our processes, from our chemical processes. And to do that, we have to measure and then improve, right? And one of the tricky things is that, especially the pharma market, but also like the electronics semiconductor market is highly regulated. So if we want to improve things, we have to do that really early in process development. And therefore, our target group is a typical R&D chemist. And what does the R&D chemist do? He or she does route scouting and selection, and they do it really well. And therefore, it's also a really good point to improve and make our processes greener. But also, they are not sustainability experts. And also, they shouldn't need to be, because they are experts in a lot of things. And they do not have a lot of spare time. So what we need is an app which is really intuitive, really easy to use, and has all the approximations, all the regulations which we need for sustainability already implemented, so that they just need to click a button, basically. So when starting this, we were thinking, how can we make it easy to use for them, but also easy to implement for us? And so Helmut decided basically on we're going to do it in Julia. It's going to run super easy. It's going to be super easy for us to implement. And we're going to use the Genie framework with all the stipple components that we have. And then what we really wanted to have is automated calculation. So live connection to the lab notebook. This is like the only place that the lab chemist puts their information, puts their data, and then we're just going to read from there. We're not going to have like copy-pasting, manual entries, and all the errors that come with it. And then also, we have to have everything implemented in a way that scientists don't have to be sustainability experts and get their footprints within seconds. What made this even trickier, but also probably more interesting, is that chemical synthesis, like a process, is not just one step. You cook something, you're ready, because that would be really easy. But like, if you want to have like an OLED material or pharmaceutical API, you have like 10 or 15 steps, something like this, and you have branched synthesis, and we all have to connect them, and then calculate like resource efficiencies, like all these KPIs that we put there for the whole tree, evaluate waste treatment, recycling potential, and then produce a carbon footprint estimation in the end. Yeah, just a little self-advertisement. We were awarded the German Excellence Prize for this, so it works by now. We're still developing, but most of it works. And we're in the process with TÜV review, because most of these like carbon emission measurements, they are not they are not generalized that well. So companies cannot really compare their outputs that well, and we are hoping to like have a common base on which we can talk. So with that, I just want to show you the app before Helmut goes back to the actual technical stuff a lot. This is what GreenSpeed looks like for the scientist. Oh.
No.
And the only thing that they have to do is like enter the experiment IDs. Each experiment ID is a key that links to one entry in the experiment database, basically one part of the experiment, and they just put the IDs in any order, and then we pull all the data, and the algorithm connects the single steps and calculates everything we want to know. So they just click load, and then it's done. The main KPI, or basically the first thing that the chemist looks is probably this picture, and it shows them that we actually did a good job and put everything in the right order. And then we calculate the PMI, which is like the main KPI that we have is resource consumption. So how many kilogram of resources were used per kilogram of product. Then we have a little more granularity, complex materials, solvent intensity, water intensity, but they all contribute to the PMI. And from these, we can approximate carbon emissions from our materials, from waste treatment, and then the whole carbon footprint. We also have some nice Sankey diagrams, which can be used in a couple of ways, but I really like this one, where we can see that we have like 60% of solvent, 30% of water, and then just a couple of specialty chemicals. And it's really useful, for example, to reduce solvent consumption and also recycle those. And then, of course, we also have all the tabular data, all the information on the single steps. Chemists can download this and then do further analysis or just store it somewhere. So this is basically the main assessment of the process. But for the interested user, we also have like a tree with all the information, and then which is probably even more important than just assessing the carbon footprint, we also want to improve it. And for this, we implemented this similarity search, which searches the whole database for similar reactions. So that means in this case, for the same reactants, the same products, but it might have different process parameter, different solvents, and all of this like influences the PMI and our resource consumption. We want, of course, to have a low PMI, but also we want to have a high yield. So in this case, we don't really have other experiments to learn from, but it's also due because I cannot show you that many data points. I'm sorry for that. But mostly, we can have like hundreds of points in this diagram, and then we can really look what others did before us and learn from them. In this tree, we have way more information, and one of those is the roles of all the reactants. These are like automatically assigned, but depending on the data quality, it might not be the perfect role. So the user here has the chance to just select the right role from the drop-up menu, and then just, yeah, sorry, I just have to pause for a second, otherwise it runs. It just updates everything. Another thing we can do is, and you might have seen that, but just want to show you again, select what we're going to do with the solvents. So per default, we assume that it's going to be burned, because that still happens a lot of the time. But we can also say, we want to recycle it. Yes. And then we go to our recycling tab and see that this, even though it was just one solvent stream, already lowers the carbon emissions. Another thing that we implemented was an option to approximate the energy which is used in the process itself. So not coming from the raw materials, but coming from the unit operation. So what people do to actually build up the chemicals in terms of we heat it, we distill stuff, things like this. We cannot, all of this information, we cannot all of it read from the journal, but we can read some of it, and then we implemented a lot of defaults and also some user input. So the user has to do a little bit more than for the normal evaluation, but still it's really fast, and they get information on all the steps that they did in their process. And then the whole value is added to the product carbon footprint, to the total. But they can also look at it in detail, per step. And then after we evaluated everything, we just save it for comparison for later. And I want to show you one last feature. It's a synthesis tab, and it's basically a draggable tree, which allows the user to, if we actually did not put the steps in the right order, which happens rarely, but might be in special cases, then they can now reorder the steps and just say, for example, this HPC 0 didn't create this material, but the other, whatever. Just pull it there, recalculate everything. And then you might not remember the values from before, but it did update. And to show you, we're going back to the comparison tab, save the new values, and you see something changed, right? And then also we have all the details for further analysis down there. So, and with this, I know this is not a sustainability conference, and you might want to learn more about how we actually build that. I'm handing back to Helmut.
Yeah, thank you. So you see, this is a full-fledged web application with lots of calculations behind for calculating the PMIs of all the similarity search, for example. It needs quite some computational power, and that is what we really have with Julia at hand. And now we go a bit to, there were some pieces missing when we started off in the Genie framework. And I show you some of these that were missing and that we added and that we then contributed to open source. This is one of the things. People are concerned, if you're in a big company, about corporate design, because if 200 people are using that, they want their colors, for example. And what you see here is, on the left-hand side, corporate design is what makes it difficult to have enough character space. Yeah, I have to maintain the white borders, for example, here. So this is why I have more line breaks than I wanted. But what you see here is, for example, you have plot colors, and the web designer typically gives you these coordinates. Then you pass that to with the color package to Merck, to normal Julia colors, and then you can, and this is now the feature, construct a CSS color table that will be used then in your application with a simple call of CSS colors. You give it a name. Well, in this case, I called it Julia color. You will know why. And finally, before you can use it, you need to call add CSS, and then that will add to your app, and you have all your colors at hand. And now I want to show you a bit how that looks like. I have a fresh terminal now. I started off, so yeah, everything that happens is live now. We hope that it works and doesn't break. So you load the packages here in order to take advantage of the Vue 3 framework. I don't call the Genie framework, but the packages themselves with the latest versions. I load the color package and the Plotly base package for plotting, because that's easy to implement Plotly plots in the web framework. And now execute what I showed you just before. I add this, and just this is the way how plots are generated normally. If you use the Plotly base interface, it's a really convenient interface, and you see, yeah, this is the plot properly that I wanted. Go away now for the time being. And now I construct an application that shall contain a switch, so it's a button that I can press. It contains plot data. If I want to modify the layout, I'll also add a variable that can contain the plot. And so I add this. It will complain because I selected something. I should just remove the thing, and now it will work. Now I have a user interface. The user interface is a header 4. And now that's how I specify that the text color should be my Julia color and the first color of that scheme. And there are other colors that are available. Just you say now the background color, BG for background, minus, and then the color name and the numbering from light color 1 to 10. And you have so many colors available. It's a Hello World example. And then you add a toggle button to switch something on or off. You bind it to your variable with this statement, my switch, and you say this shall be the color Julia 2. So I have to say two things. Plots are different from the other frameworks. So plots take these colors as you get them from the web designers. So Plotly.js or Plotly base will accept these types of colors. This is why I here use these colors. But for the web framework, I have just texts that I enter in the classes of the elements, and that's how it works. But if I have an element that has already the color scheme, then I can also paste the color here, like color is, and I don't have to prefix with any text or background whatsoever. So that's it. I placed the plot below, just linking plot data, plot layout. Let's try whether we can get it working. This is just to make sure that the root tab is then going to the model. Let's start the server and start the browser. It takes some time, but not too long. And build with Genie. Yeah, here we go. It's the Hello World. It has a Julia blue color. It has a toggle, which is Julia green, and it has the plot as we wanted it. So here we go. We have all the colors that we wanted. It's just 4 lines. So this is now available with Genie framework, and we can push it even further if we want. We can add 2 more toggle buttons which connect to the same switch. You will see what that gives. And we even attach an action here on change my switch. So if I press it, if it is true, I add another data which is constructed of element-wise multiplication of the 2 y components of the 2 data we had. Otherwise, we go back to the original data. So let's call that, go back to my tab, and now it's quick. So now we have 3 switches here, and if you switch it on, yeah, you have the 3 Julia colors, and you have the 3rd multiplied line here. So what's next? Sometimes we have tables. The need to have tables, and this is, of course, implemented because it's so normal to have tables. So you have a data frame, You build an app that contains the table, and you have a user interface that just has this table. Oh, go the way. Don't want this. That's a normal way of calling a table in the application, and then you reload the page, and it contains your table. It's a bit small, perhaps, but it's Sarah and me, but you cannot edit this. And very often, you want to edit these values. And it's difficult because it has so many fields. How do you know which is the correct field, and how do you enter all this? Well, we developed an interface that does it, and how do you do it? You just say edit is true. And if you do it, then you can go to each field that you want, and you can tap through it, and you can enter something. That's already nice. It's easy. Do I really know that it happens? Or is it just that I enter text on a web page and it doesn't go back to the backend? It travels back to the backend, and that's why I show you now with the next lines of code, just to prove it's true. And so I have an onChange table, so whenever the table changes, I will display it here on the REPL. And also I show something more that we added. We have a reference table that we can put in the model. And whenever I change something, I can compare the reference table with the now edited table. And as soon as there's a difference, I can have a different color scheme. So this is a color scheme that can be chosen. I have a class. It's just defined as I showed you before. It's a text and a background. Could be blue. And I only want to now change the email column. And I have the possibility of also editing the age column. And the other column will not be editable because I don't have a general edit is true, but just edit per column. And if I do this, it looks a bit different, but it makes the table highly attractive and easy to understand. This cannot be edited, but here it can. And as soon as I change something, you see that the color changes. And here, this red forces you to enter something. Something's missing, so as soon as I enter something, I think girls are never older than 19, are they? Yeah, so you enter this, and as soon as you go back to your REPL, let me show it here, then you see actually that also the information traveled back. And yeah, let me do it once again, because then the REPL is larger, and you see that the table is correctly transmitted to the backend. So there's nothing you have to do. Synchronization between the variables of the model and any action that you attach to it is just out of the box. You just tell it whether you want it to travel back with this in or with this out, then it only goes out to the client where it will not come back. So yeah, so with this feature, it's a breeze to have editable tables, colorful, and you see what you did. And if you change something, oh, I didn't want to change that, oh, by chance. So it's these small lines of code. Something else, if you deploy things, we have many applications now running on AWS servers, and you don't have actually a REPL, but it simply runs on a server. It's headless. So do you have any possibility of knowing what happens? And the answer is you can build it yourself. And that's what we did. And we have it with all of our apps because it's so convenient. Just let me go here quickly and start this. It's a bit larger, but what does it contain? It contains a console that has an input, an output, an error field, and the submit button, which is this error, which is false in the beginning. And then as soon as you press the enter button, it will evaluate what you have in the input, just bracket it with begin and end. And yeah, you have some redirection of the standard input and output variables. And then you have an interface that consists of a header and of some of the fields input, output, and error. So in order to run it, I still need to go to the end and say I want to use it because I put this all in a module now. If you do this, then it can be precompiled, makes things faster actually, but I didn't show you that before. So let's now try to, something went wrong. Yeah, what did go wrong? I didn't go to the right place because I said the admin panel shouldn't appear in root, right? It should be somewhere else. Not everyone knows, and you can choose any, a secret. But now I called it admin, but it's not so secret. So yeah, what do you have? You have a Julia console here, and it will work in your application. So I can calculate things. I could even say, hey, I want to run a command here in my system. So, for example, git status. I will give me the git status here. So yeah, that's really convenient because something breaks, the user has some difficulty. Oh, come on, I cannot read that molecule. You don't know what happens. You go here, you watch, you can even change code. Because if you have revise JL running, you just overwrite your thing and you're done. And you can fix things, half-fixing your application. And as long as you don't have, as it's internal, you can really take advantage of that. And people say, how did you fix it that fast? Yeah, I just went here. So this is something we really use a lot. And this is just the lines of code. I think it's somewhere already posted in GitHub, but I will put it somewhere that you can copy-paste this also after the conference. There's some procedure to have it officially released, but I think we can do that. What else? We have Julia attributes. Oh yeah, we're running out of time. I'm going quickly now. We can even have Julia variables here as arguments. I don't go over that. We have more complicated stuff. If you have charts from D3, for example, org charts, that's how we implemented the reaction tree. You can do more stuff to bring, for example, a view component into your use space. And if you do that, that's probably my last slide. Let's see whether that works. Yeah, it did. So now this is a tree. And this is just a library that I copied. It's a JavaScript library that was not, of course you have to know some JavaScript if you want to bring it in, but you can do your job and use it in the Genie framework. So I think it's quite flexible. And with this I stop, and I hope you loved it.
Will we have the end folder?
We have a question over here. Can we?
Wollen wir da hingehen?
So first, appreciation of the Julia console wordplay. And when you showed this table editing feature, when you edit the table, is always the whole table sent back to the back end?
Currently, yes.
Okay, so like if I have 10,000 rows and 100,000...
It will send the full table back, yeah.
Okay.
We had actually some time ago a feature that we could send only parts of it, but we have somehow got rid of it. We need to re-implement.
Okay, but so like it's possible. It's not like you say, oh, it's like fundamental.
One direction is easy. The second, so from the server to the client, it's easy, but back is a bit more difficult, I think.
Okay. Would it be possible to have validations on the input when you edit the content of a cell, like to see if it's got a certain format, like an email or something?
Well, it's not in the interface. You would have to write it by hand. It's not so difficult to write it. But what you could do is you could just check, and you have your reference table, for example, and the original table, just check in the back end, and then tell the front end that there was some error, and just send a notify. That's not so difficult.
Would it be possible to create a package of the console, like the admin REPL, so it can be installed in any app?
Sure.
That would be very cool.
Any other question? So for the tables, could you do it so in a way that you can have like the table to be dynamic in size, so you can have entries, for instance?
Sorry?
In the tables, would you be able to do something like a dynamic table where you add rows? If you
yeah, sure.
Do you have that already, or?
I think that's intrinsically already in. If you change your data, the table will update.
Yeah, that's on the, if you modify the data frame by hand, right? But in the interface.
You're saying from the interface.
Yeah,
and we were thinking of something like this.
Like,
oh.
can I add a
we didn't implement it.
We didn't implement it. That's easy also.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else? If not, let's thank our speakers again.
Yeah, thank you.
And we have a 10-minute break, and after that we have our last keynote of the day. And we also have a picture that is going to be taken by drone, so we need everyone seated in the central part of the stage, if possible. Oh, well, there's a leeway on the people that can sit on the sides, but okay, cool, thank you. So we have an inconsistency in our schedule. So it looks like the keynote will be at 5:30. So you have a bit more time if you want to stretch or go grab a drink or something.
base, you better be afraid. Not hot, not rain, you've never been this way. No, we'll never be the same. I know, you're screaming out my name. Give me eyes, give me a break. Give me all the things so I just can't escape. Higher than a mountain, even better than a dream. Flying like a dragon, now I never ever seen. Balance, no base, you better be afraid. Not hot, not rain, you've never been this way. No, we'll never be the same. I know.
Everyone, we're closing the third floor, so if you're on the third floor balcony, could you come down? We're going to do the conference photo. Yeah. Okay, here we go. If you're on the third floor balcony, please come down to the red seats here. We're going to be doing the conference photo from the drone in just a few minutes here. And we're also just closing the third floor in general, so thank you.
The first floor, that's the white seats. So if you're on the white seats, please come down here, because we're closing off the third floor. Thank you. I know, you've gotten used to the luxury life up there, but it's down to the plebs. And if you sit down, please scoot into the middle as much as possible. First of all, it looks great for the photo. Secondly, it's always nice to sit next to awesome people like yourself. So you don't have to click, right? No. Working. Okay, can we go up? Welcome. If you go to the right side, it's much easier to scoot in. You can also walk around here if you want. But please do sit in the middle as much as possible. For one, again, it's nice for the picture, and for two, it's going to be a great performance. So you want to be here. And take a view. Perfect, thanks. So you will tell me that otherwise nobody will know. There's still about 2 more rows here in the front if you want to sit here. It's the best place in the house. Usually during games you'd pay extra. Here it's free. Komen er nog veel mensen, Max? Yeah, I'll ask again. Guys, especially if you're sitting on the edges, would you mind maybe moving into the middle? Because it will look great for the picture. And this is what Julia and PyData will use for the next 10 years probably to show off how amazing an event this can be. So I want you to be part of that history. So especially when you're sitting down at the edges over there, come join us here in the middle. You won't regret it. And also make sure not to leave as few gaps as possible. So if you've got a seat to your right or to your left and you can scoot one seat more to the middle, please do that. Thank you. There's also one more row here in front. A few more seats over here. Thank you so much, folk. Really appreciate that. Alleen de video, oké. Alleen de drone. Drone is de mooiste foto? Oké, nou is goed. Ja.
Maak ik van denk ik 3 hoeken.
Ja.
Dus een keertje zo, een keertje achter het podium en een keertje links.
Ja.
En daarna film ik vanuit die kant weer terug.
Oké.
Dus zie je het leuk als iedere keer dan zwaait met het filmen. Ja. Maar zal ik het zo met jou coördineren? Dat is het makkelijkste.
Ja, dus 3 foto's en 1 keer een flyby. Ja. En met flyby gaan we allemaal zwaaien. Perfect.
Maar die drone zie je wel.
Ja. If you can prove, we're golden. Sorry about the delay, just want to get a quick picture. Do you want to be on it? He needs to be on stage, probably. All right, everyone. If everyone can find their seats, thank you so much for your cooperation. This already looks much better, so that's really appreciated. We're going to take the group picture by drone. So here's the plan. We're going to take 3 pictures. One with the drone over there, then one in the middle, and then one from your right side, my left side. After that, we'll have a flyby, where the drone will fly from left, from your right, back to left. And we'll all be waving and cheering and going wild for the drone, right? Yeah? Okay, let's practice that just once. Drone starts there, flies to there. What do you all do? Nice. I would ask for a wave, but it might be a bit much at this point. And I do want to get to the final keynote. So we've got the drone over there. Picture number 1. Yeah, you can already practice with it flying over there. Oh. That was photo number 2. We'll fix it in post. Photo number 3, I think. Yeah, and the flyby. There we go, guys. This is what we practice for. The final moment. Let's go. Oh, yeah, we're doing one more. Not my idea, not my idea. Yay! Woo! Woo, yeah! Amazing, folks. Thank you so much. All good? Nice. Okay. Then it's time to go to the closing and the final keynote for today. So thank you for being part of this. It's much appreciated, and I'm sure the footage will be awesome. So closing for today. The 3rd day of JuliaCon, depending on how you count, 2nd day maybe. And the first and last day of PyData Eindhoven 2024. My name is Rob. I'm one of the co-organizers of PyData Eindhoven, and it's my great pleasure to speak to you today. I just have a few closing remarks before we move over to Sam for the final performance of today. So first of all, thank you for being part of this. It's been a really amazing day. Just a general thank you from the PyData team as well for letting the JuliaCon, toward JuliaCon for letting us be a part of this. We're really happy to have put this together with all of you. Again, why do we do this? Especially PyData and Julia as well. We are financially supported by NumFocus, and NumFocus maintains and financially contributes to a vast number of open source projects, which I think is really cool, and it helps us share knowledge, and I think the tagline is a perfect summary for that. Open code means better science. All of this wouldn't be possible without our sponsors, so a big cheer for our JuliaCon sponsors, primary of which ASML. Thank you. Sorry, Julia Hub, of course. Like it's so close to the Julia logo. Like it goes without saying. I would almost assume. Woo, Julia Hub. If I missed anyone that I should have shouted out, come find me at the after drinks. I'm sorry in advance. And then for the PyData sponsorship, all of these nice companies, primary of which Intel, our diamond sponsor. Thank you. And it would not have been possible without companies like these. This is a stat from PyData Eindhoven specifically. This is the number of euros that PyData Eindhoven has been able to contribute toward NumFocus because of events like this. And I think it's really worthwhile, and it shows the impact we can have as a community, and that's something we should be proud of. Now, all of this would not be possible without a great group of volunteers. This was last Monday at the pizza party at TUE, the local university here. You will have seen them during the day as moderators, as people handing out mics, as people helping you find your place throughout the stadium. The people with the black and white shirts, thank you so much. Yeah, you're the heroes of today. And then to put a name to all of these faces, of course it's not yet time to thank the JuliaCon folk, because the closing for them will be tomorrow, and you'll get the chance to see them shine here on stage as well, and be able to thank them on your behalf and on our behalf. I just want to shout all of these people out before I got to the PyData organizing committee. So all of the people I've had the pleasure to organize PyData with. Gareth, who's been, like, you can't fault him for his enthusiasm. He's the only person I know that could have brought together such a group and made that bridge between Julia and PyData. So Gareth, thank you so much for your effort. That's not to discount the other contributions here. I won't shout them out as much in depth, but the two Koen brothers, of course, Gijs and Alma. It's been my great pleasure to work with you all together. And I'm really proud of what we were able to do here today, working together with the amazing JuliaCon people. So, thank you. Again, there will be a more concise closing tomorrow for JuliaCon, but if you would like to get involved with the PyData chapter here in Eindhoven, feel free to send us a message if an event like this seems amazing for you to organize, or a local meetup even. We're always looking for volunteers to help put up events like this, and we'd love to work together with you. So feel free to reach out to us. You can also find us on LinkedIn or wherever on socials. And if you can't wait for the next edition of PyData Eindhoven, then PyData Amsterdam is also coming up in September, which is shaping up to be a great event as well here in the Netherlands. So I would love to see as many of you there as possible. Now, finally, some closing remarks. All of this, the program, that's what you come for, right? So the speakers, I think we've had 62 of them today. Thank you so much for your amazing contributions. It was not easy making a decision out of all the great proposals we received, but I think we can be very glad about the ones that we picked and the amazing talks that you put together for today. So thank you, speakers. Now, two practical matters. First of all, for the JuliaCon people who did buy a ticket beforehand, there will be a diversity dinner later after the closing keynote. So that should commence at about 6:30. This will be on the 3rd floor, where all the sponsor stands were today and where you had your lunch. And I want to reiterate that you should have bought a ticket for this beforehand. It is sadly sold out. So if you didn't get a ticket, please don't go to the 3rd floor again. You will be refused at the door. They've got a fairly strict policy. For those that do have a ticket, I think you're set up for a great dinner. So enjoy that part. Then for the and I should, of course, mention that tomorrow for all JuliaCon attendees, there will be drinks to celebrate the closing of the conference. Because it's PyData's first and final day already, we do have PyData drinks after the closing ceremony or after the closing keynote, which will be in the Frits Philips lounge. So if you walk out of the stands, take a right turn and just continue straight on, you will walk into the drinks area, the bottle area, or you can just follow the volunteers with the white t-shirts. Now, without much further ado, I've been talking for way too long. It's time for the closing act. I would have said keynote, but I think you'll find that it's more an act. Sam is a speaker I greatly admire. I had the opportunity to see him last year in November at a conference in Utrecht. And I'm really glad we were able to have him come here, fly out to put this together. I won't spoil much more because I think Sam is much better equipped to tell it himself. Please give it up for Sam Aaron.
Hello, can you hear me? Perfect. Closing act, Sam Aaron, that's me. Right, let's find it. I don't have any slides, I'm really sorry. I haven't done slides for about 10 years. Oh no, there we go. Right, yes, this is what I'm going to talk about today. This is my project I've been working on for about 12 years now, I think, maybe a bit longer. In a space I've been working on for many more years, really. But this is the thing that has had the biggest sort of community growing around it, and it has interesting things to talk about. Has anyone here heard of this software before? Oh, that's awesome, brilliant. That's growing every time I give a talk. Well, you will all have heard about this by the time I've finished. And I heard it as well, because there's actually a bunch of things it does. But I think it's important to spend a bit of time to actually describe why it exists. And to talk about the background of it, because that's really the crux. It's not me here selling my software, which obviously I can't because it's free, it's open source, but not really sort of promoting it, really. It's more about promoting the ideas that it's trying to solve. And it's one of many pieces of software trying to solve that's the same problem. And this is my attempt. And the real problem was that I was working as a researcher at the University of Cambridge, and my contract was about to expire. And a couple of things happened at the same time, which were pretty lucky for me. One was that the UK government just released a new curriculum to teach computer science, which is amazing. It was an amazing result to have that. Not just teaching how to do logo designs or spreadsheets, although spreadsheets actually are amazing, and they're just more interesting than people can actually understand. But the basic kind of ways of using spreadsheets and PowerPoint presentations, they were instead going to teach algorithms. Now, who here knows what an algorithm is? Great. Now, this is a problem because I am not talking to the right audience. Because the real problem is, how do we get everybody else who aren't here, right, to understand what an algorithm is, and why should we get them to care? And in the UK, we just created this new computer science curriculum back then, but there was an enormous challenge. The enormous challenge was most computer science teachers, and I wouldn't say most, but possibly most, don't have a computer science degree. Can you imagine that for maths? Can you imagine that for physics? Right? Can you imagine that for sports, if they haven't got some real depth of knowledge of sports? Whereas in schools, computer science doesn't really have that benefit of having teachers who are really well qualified. So that's a real fundamental challenge. And the other fundamental challenge is society has no idea what computers are, really, how they work. Right? And you can tell this by watching the TV. Right? I remember, it's a bit of a joke, but it really emphasized the point. I remember seeing a TV episode where there were these two hardcore hacker types, and they were standing in this office, and they're like, oh no, and these bells start whistling, we're being hacked, right? And they're describing the hacking scenario. They're through the firewalls. They're around into the routers, as if it's they're actually entering a building, with masks and stuff. And they were furiously typing on this keyboard, this guy, to try and defeat the hackers. Obviously that's what you do. And then all the stuff was whizzing on the screens, because that's obviously what happens in real life. And then the lady hacker, she sort of shoves him aside, because obviously he's not doing well enough to defeat the hackers. But she doesn't take over the whole keyboard. No. She has half the keyboard, and he has the other half. And together, they defeat. What is this nonsense? Society has no idea about what programming is, and this is a problem. And in schools, it seems to be there's a real narrative that schools are there to teach computer science to make the next generation of you folk, the next generation of professional programmers. And to me, that's just bonkers, right? You don't teach maths at school to make the next generation of mathematicians. You don't teach sports at school to make the next generation of professional sports people. right? They might exist, and you can engage them and get them started with those things, of course, right? But it's not the primary purpose, surely. Surely the primary purpose of teaching maths in school is to get people to understand how to think in a maths-like way, how to structure problems, how to break them down, how to really carefully and rigorously work through the answer, how to demonstrate the answer is correct, how to come with it from multiple angles, you know, and to have a conversation with others, regardless of actual language, to actually agree on this and to be really, really confident that the things you've described are actually what you're talking about. Not to make the next generation of professional mathematicians, but to help society have new tools to communicate with each other and to work together on problems. And sports, similarly, is not to make a new generation of professional sports people. It's just to get people moving around and running together and collaborating outside of the classroom, which I think is so important. And it's cruel almost that we make children sit down for most of the day. And this, I think, in 100 years' time, 200 years' time, we're going to look back on the schools of today and be quite shocked by what we do. And so these are problems, right? And so computer science is no different. So this is the challenge. And so the first thing that happened to me was that the computer science curriculum came out, and the second one was the Raspberry Pi computer just got born out of the labs at Cambridge. And that was an amazing success, obviously, that's just skyrocketed beyond anyone's belief. But back in the day, they had a charitable mission to teach computer science. Have since changed that. And they also had a real problem, which was these computers weren't really very good at teaching computer science, because most of the educational software that was being developed at the time was all targeting the web. Because, of course, you would target the web. But the original Raspberry Pi 1, I don't know if I ever had one of those things, was really cheap and really rubbish. And so you couldn't run, like you tried to open YouTube and it just froze, right? And so this was a really low-powered machine, and it was low-powered because it was very affordable, but there was nothing really around. So they had this challenge of, can we maybe get some software to develop to work on the Raspberry Pi to teach computer science? And I was like, my contract's about to end, maybe I can build something. So that's how this project gets started. But before that, I was working on this other piece of software. Let's see if I can find it over this thing. So I want to talk to you really, I don't want it to be language specific. The Sonic Pi default language is Ruby, which obviously not necessarily Python, although basically they're the same. I'm talking to Python people here, but they are basically the same, especially for everybody in the Western world. There's very little difference. They're both object-oriented, they've both got functional elements. Okay, the syntax is just slightly different. The communities are fundamentally hugely different, but from a language perspective, they're very similar. But I was very interested in Lisps. So that's my passion, Lisps. And I was looking a lot in the language called Clojure. We are a Lisp person in the audience, great. Parentheses rule. I was interested in Clojure because I was interested in concurrency, I was interested in immutable data structures. I think immutable data structures are amazing, and they really help simplify the problems that I work on in my head. And I was also interested in music. So how do I combine those two things together? And I also went to a conference where they had this party afterwards, which was pretty rubbish. They just got like a few people who maybe could play an instrument and banged them together. And I was like, surely we could code the music, was my thought. Of course, no one is coming up with anything new. Ada Lovelace, when she was working with Charles Babbage on the difference engine, she was looking at this machine and imagining in the future the evolution of these machines could potentially make music of our wildest dreams, right? That's hundreds of years ago. So none of this stuff is new. But anyway, I was working on this system. And it's worth mentioning this for just a moment, because I thought this was pretty badass. This is like a pretty powerful Lisp environment for designing sounds, for implementing new features of sounds, for building new instruments. You've got all the advantages of this amazing synthesis engine called SuperCollider, which is an open source. We built a compiler, which took the Lisp forms and compiled it down into these little synthesizers. And then we could use the Clojure to then control, manipulate, and orchestrate these little synthesizers. And you could build all sorts of things that you could imagine, and super easy to do like distributed stuff as well, to have multiple machines communicating with each other, sending events to actually control and manipulate these sounds. And I had a band, me and my brother-in-law, we live coded together. We had a REPL that was shared, so we were into the same namespace together, manipulating the code together at the same time. It was pretty fun. But there was a real problem, and this comes back to the education. which was people come to the gigs and not have any clue about what we were doing. And that's not just people from society, like normal people who aren't programmers. That was obviously the case. And I got a really good review in a magazine once, and they're talking about all this, like how the music sounded, and it was like, this is great. And then it ended up with great visuals. I'm like, the visuals are actually the code projected for the audience to see and to read, right? It wasn't visuals. It's like going to a Jimi Hendrix concert and saying, great wooden medallion. Don't know what the hell it was, why he was touching it, but it was a pretty cool object around his neck, right? This is going to the problem of a code. So that was a problem, but also the same problem happened for coders. They say, well, what's your environment? I go, well, it's a super weird Emacs setup that I've configured, and the language is Clojure, and you've got to learn, to do this, you've got to learn a whole bunch of esoteric stuff, which is super high friction. It's not that it's not achievable, but it's like a huge barrier to entry. And therefore, very few people took this stuff and did cool stuff with it, because it was just too much work. You had to learn how to design a sound before you could make a sound, right? It wasn't like you buy a keyboard and can make a sound immediately and press with the knobs. No, you had to actually learn synthesis design first. So this was a problem. And I didn't realize this was a problem until the Raspberry Pi opportunity came along, because I developed this software. I was performing around the world with it, having a great time, thinking this is it. This is my professional software. I'm going to use this for the rest of my life. It's brilliant. And then I got this opportunity to build something for kids. I was like, okay, maybe I can take this, make it really, really small. Like, I couldn't use this because my implementation was obviously crap. But also the JVM support for the Raspberry Pi at the time was also really, really rubbish. And so loading the namespaces took 7 minutes. It's like having a ZX Spectrum again, so that wasn't going to work. So I needed a language that was just quick, that I could work with fast. I'd done a bunch of Ruby before, so I thought, I'll take that, and I'll implement the aspects of overtone into a small thing. And so Sonic Pi was born, and so that's what it was. And then the reason why I'm mentioning this, because it's really important to talk about the difference between the objectives. So with the previous software, I built this thing that you could imagine building lots of different things, which is very powerful from a programming language perspective. And you must always have these debates all the time. Julia is better than Python because of. Lisp is better than C++ because of. I remember actually sitting down with the C++ chap. What's he called again? What was it? Sussman. Yeah, no, Sussman. Sorry. Strauss-Strupp, yes, I was right, yes. And I was in the computer labs at Cambridge, and he was sitting there, we were drinking a pint, and I said to him, this is my only conversation with him, what do you think about Lisps? And he looked at me with disgust, and then looked away. So this is a true story. And so the language arguments are ridiculous, but one thing I thought was really interesting that came from this move from Overtone to Sonic Pi was with Overtone, I built this thing which I could imagine building anything, but I didn't consider time. Like, it's okay to say, this language, I can implement anything with it and I can prove it's correct. Great, that's beautiful. And I've even got theorem provers which can go over the thing and prove it's correct. Great. How long have you got? If you've got a year, from a business perspective, that's fine, and it takes you a year, great. But not all problems, you've got a year. Some problems, you've got 20 seconds. And you're looking at me like that's stupid, but when you're performing on stage, you literally have 20 seconds. So what is the range of expressive code you can write in your language in 20 seconds? Probably not that great, because it wasn't designed for that. And now, moving from Overtone to Sonic Pi actually taught me something. Because I designed this to work in the classroom, it was actually designed with teachers. I spent a lot of time observing kids using it, working with it, and all sorts of weird things happened. And I just realized that I need to build something that anyone can use really, really easily. And a whole lot of design decisions came in to optimize it in the classroom. And those design decisions turn out to revolutionize the way I work with programming languages and with systems. Because it actually reduced the cognitive load, actually made it simpler to reason about the things. Obviously, you have to make shortcuts. You can't express all the problems. You're going to work in a specific niche. But if you optimize for that niche, then you can actually make some decisions that make working in that niche really, really effortless. And I'd done that because I was working in the classroom with the teachers. And so when it came to actually writing music in Sonic Pi, when I had to do some code in it, it turned out I could write less, like imagine like a vehicle. I could drive not as far to not as many places, but with a vehicle it would take me ages to get there, like a week or 2 weeks or 6 months. The kind of place I could go to here were much more immediate, much closer, a bit more like writing on a terminal, but that made it so much more fun and engaging and interesting and allowed me to learn much more rapidly. And I could actually wrap my head around the semantics of the system much more quickly because of that effortless, low-friction thing. So I think it really, when we talk about languages A, languages B, don't just talk about proofs. Don't just talk about correctness. Don't just talk about efficiency. They are all interesting things, but also talk about time, development time. Right? And know that different contexts are going to have different demands on each of those things. And there's not one solution that's going to work well for all of those things. Right, are we good with that? Making sense? By the way, if anyone's got any questions at any time, there's a cube thing going around, and you're welcome to ask me questions. So, what should we talk about next? So, yeah, going back to the classroom, it was like, well, actually building a piece of software to teach basic computer science and map it onto the curriculum wasn't that hard. It's not that hard, right, to build a basic little system. And the computer science curriculum UK is very simple. You've got like lists and data structures and algorithms and basic things, conditionals, right? So you can start to map all those things onto a variety of different things. So that didn't actually turn out to be the problem, although that was what I was paid for. That was my remit. The actual problem turned out to be, how do you get the kids to care? Right? It's not good enough to say, today you're going to do this, and these are your learning objectives, and we're not going to leave the classroom until it's done. Right? You've got to get them to be excited. You've got to get them to be interested. You've got to get it to be matter to them. Right? How many of you here have fun sorting? Right? You're all nerds, okay? Right? That's fine. But even then, only 4 of you, right? So I remember in the early days, they created these curriculum support documents to help the teachers. And one of them was, have fun with sorting. Like, who, like, what? And the other one was like, the other one felt like a bit weird because it was like drugs. It was like, give binary a try. Because it's a gateway, right? If you try binary and you're on. So like again, like that might excite people like us who naturally fall into programming anyway. But I think the goal, at least for me, is not to make more professional programmers, as I said before, is to get society to be a bit more engaged, have a bit more knowledge about what programming is, to understand it a little bit more, so that that's the whole goal, obviously, so we can go to parties and talk to people about programming, and it'd be cool, right? Wouldn't that be nice? So this is seriously, like, so this is the problem. How do you get them to engage? So in my mind, I was imagining, like, wouldn't it be pretty cool if I had like I've got like some photos somewhere. Where's my photo? Oh, I killed the Finder. No, wait. Sorry, Pi thing preview. Yeah, wouldn't it be cool to like go to a nightclub, right? That's what I'm imagining. Tell the kids like this could be you one day, right? And imagining a system that could actually allow artists on a stage like that to perform with the same software that they're using in the schools, right? So this is what I imagined. And so I put all tons of effort into making this thing really rigorously good as a musical instrument. So timing, for example, I wrote like a whole, me and Dominic Orchard wrote this amazing, paper describing this temporal semantics, and Dominic took the Sonic Pi code and wrote Haskell proofs to demonstrate the soundness of it. So we really went into detail about the timing of it. And also things about like the sound, how the sound system worked to make sure that it produced really interesting, useful sounds that musicians could work with. Things like effects and reverb and distortion. None of these things were on the curriculum, but they were important to talk about. So yeah, this actually turns out to be today. This is last year. This is DJ Dave. She's New York based. Actually, she's moving to New York now. Live coder, and she's performing with Sonic Pi on that stage. So that now is a real fit picture. I go into schools and show them that picture. And I'll quickly show you one of the more recent things she did, because this is another thing. So I go into a school, and I'll pop out this video, and let's watch this Well done, Sarah. So I go to schools now and show that, right? And instantly the kids are like, okay. Like, yeah, and today we're going to learn how to do that. Like, okay. And so this is important, right? You need that thing to capture people. It's not sorting algorithms. It's not binary, I don't think. I think music is one of many tools, but it's a fabulous one I've observed to work with to get them engaged. So yeah, so that's what I do, and then we throw it open. We have a go at making some code. So maybe it's time to do a bit of live coding, show you how to use this thing. But before I do, it's important just to recognize, just to go back and understand why we're doing this. So if you think about it, programming is something we do all the time for business purposes mostly, right? And that's unfortunate. And so this is me going to a classroom and not saying you could be the next Mark Zuckerberg or Bill Gates or whatever, right? Because I don't think they're necessarily the right role models to be looking at. I think Sarah Davis, DJ Davis, is a much more exciting role model for kids than a fabulous business figure. And a way to think about that is to imagine a world where the only use of written language was for legal documents. Would that be a world you'd like to live in? Because that's pretty much the world we live in today with programming. They're not legal documents, but business. Right? There's no plays, there's no love letters, there's no text to your friends, shopping lists. All the interesting human expression is removed if we only focus our language on business and legal documents or religious terms. Right? Or even religious terms are actually interesting because they really broadly represent society. With programming, we need to somehow break out of this straitjacket which is holding us in, and understand that programming is not. This is a very, very good tool for business, of course. That's why we're all here. That's how you're all making a salary. But if we want to get the rest of the world interested, I think we need to understand how to communicate with them. And I think making it about being meaningful and being expressive and demonstrating how actually programming languages are incredibly expressive tools for human expression. It's not just a tool to get the machine to something. It's in the same way mathematics isn't just a tool to do equations. It's a tool to think in, to reason in, and to communicate with others in, and to express yourself in. Code is the same. And we need to find ways to get people to understand that. And so this is my attempt to do that. So this is Sonic Pi. It's free, it's open source, it runs on a Mac, it runs on Linux with a bit of fiddling, it runs on Windows, and also the Raspberry Pi. And the idea is it's designed to work in the classroom, so you type some code and you run it and it makes a mistake and doesn't tell you what it does. And this is important to talk about very quickly because most people in the world, somehow, at least people I've spoken to, think that programmers are always working in a state where the program's working. How wrong is that, right? It's never working. It's never, ever working. Well, it does for a brief moment. You're like, yes! And then you're on to the next problem, right? And it's not working again, right? So those fleeting moments it's working, but the rest of the time it's not. So actually getting people to understand that having an error, having an issue, be able to resolve that is normal, I think is a critical thing to start off with. And then it's understanding what are the magical words. So here we have the ability to play a note. And this is where there's one benefit over Python already. I don't have to put parentheses in there, which I know, like, you could, from a professional perspective, can be a bit annoying. But actually, kids don't necessarily need to be faced with restrictive syntax immediately. In the same way, if you imagine saying to a child, I want you to draw me a circle, and they drew you like a crappy circle, and you have to reject it because it wasn't perfect. That's not the way to learn. I think when you work in a professional situation, if your circle drawer, your professional circle drawer, can't draw circles, that's fine, right? Yeah? And you're all professional, so this argument doesn't hold. But in a classroom, I think it's actually really important to allow syntax to have a bit more flex. And that's definitely something I've seen. So if you want to put the parentheses in there, totally fine, that's fine, it'll work, right? So you can do what you want, but the kids don't have to do that. So now we have the ability to play any note. That's the release time of like 10. Yeah, that's good. So the best classrooms are ones with really big bass systems. They don't normally exist, but that gets the kids' attention. So we're showing you a bunch of things here. We've got a function call. We've got some options we're passing there. This is just key value pairs, just a hash map. And there's a whole bunch of things that each synthesizer supports. And play plays a default synthesizer, which is a sine wave. And it's like going to a shop and buying a cool module with loads of knobs, but you don't know what the knobs are. You don't need to know them to play it. But as you learn about how you'd like to control the sound, you need to learn the special words. And then there's different synthesizers. So let's use the Profit synthesizer. That sounds good. Sounds good with a good cutoff of like 70. And if I make the release time like 20. So you'll notice one thing already, perhaps, there's concurrency built into it. So those sounds are overlapping. Every time you press the run button, the screen goes pink. It creates a new thread of execution. That thread is executing the code in the block and playing at the same time with everything else. And so you're able to layer over it all the time. That's a lot of fun. So this is how to play drone music. If you're interested in drone music, go to town. You're free to like do this to create interesting like wobbles in the sign and the It's hard to hear actually with the Profit. If we go back to the beep. Whoa, yeah, we can get the sine waves to really do some cool stuff with each other. So you're free to play any frequency. You're not limited to integers. Obviously, you can play floating point values. Totally fine, right? Cool. Next thing is think about how this works. So if I have a note like 70, and I have a note like 75, right? So imagine what this is going to do. So this is the way to learn Sonic Pi, is to write some code. Don't press the run button. Just try and imagine it, right? I can hear you imagining it, right? Cool. And then you press the run button, and maybe you're surprised, right? Maybe you expected to play one after another. That was a totally normal thing to expect. But this is a system which is designed for musicians, so time is critical. If you don't mention time, they are played sample accurately at the same time. So this is actually all ahead of time scheduled. So there's like a hard sort of local notion of time, which is thread local. And then it's sent to a scheduler, which then schedules those notes to be played at that time. So if we want to actually interact with the scheduler, we use the sleep command, and we're able to then play. Actually, it's currently at drum and bass pace, so that's why. Normally, the BPM is 60, so that you go to schools and talk about seconds, and that's great. So you don't have to think about like speed and tempo in the classroom. You just talk about time in seconds. But of course, you can change the BPM, and that sleep time will be a different period. That's why it's a bit faster than 1 second. There we go. But let's keep the BPM tempo. That's good. Actually, let's go back to 60. And that's there we are. Nice. So there we are. We can play notes. Now at this point, you can actually have access to any melody you've ever heard of or ever will hear, and you can encode it with those two commands. That shouldn't surprise you probably, because if you've looked at things like drawing tools, like the one with the robots, the pen up and pen down stuff. With a few commands, pen down, pen up, rotate, and forward, you can draw any picture, right? And kids do, and kids will take that and make really long. I had my 6-year-old niece. I gave her this, taught her how to do this. She could just type and read, and she'd written 100 lines of code. And I was like, wow! And she said, "I'm not finished," and she was typing away. So that's great, right? But of course, we need to get a bit close to where we want to be. So there's also samples that gives you direct. So the play command gives you access to internal mathematically defined synthesizers, which are operating in real time on the computer using this SuperCollider synthesis engine. And there's a whole variety of different synthesizers you can play with. We saw the Profit synthesizer. There's a Beep synthesizer. There's a whole ton more. And if you like designing synthesizers, you can go and open up SuperCollider. They've got their own language. You design your synthesizer, and you can play it in Sonic Pi as well. So you're free to do that. And if you do that, please send me the synths and I'll put them in for everyone else to use. Hello, question? Can you have multiple synthesizers playing at the same time? Of course, the answer is always yes. So use synth like Profit. Yeah, and play note. I know, like E3. So if you don't know about music notation, just use the numbers. If you do, then you can use this representation as well. So that's great. I can sleep for, well, actually, I can just then use synth. So this is all thread local. So what we're actually doing is use synth-profit, is setting a thread local variable to say this is the current synthesizer, and it's linear. So at this point now I can go back to, I don't know, piano, and play E4 and E6, and they're playing at the same time. So yeah, and you're just saying at this point this is the synthesizer, and you're going down. We'll get to the moment to talk about threads, and actually you can do this as well, multiple threads. But this is how you can do this. And it's also important to point out that it's only deciding the time of the start of the trigger, not the end. So it's not waiting for things to finish. That's the other thing to think about. Yeah. So there's samples. So I can play the drum breaks like this. There's a whole bunch of pre-recorded samples in there. They're all free in Creative Commons Zero license, so there's no sort of issues in terms of using them. But of course, you can pull your own samples in. You just need to put the path on your local disk to a WAV, FLAC, AIF, or OGG file, and it will play that file for you. Now, this is fun because I wanted to be able to do things like the stuff that musicians do. So there's a whole genre. First of all, people want to be able to change the speed of something. So if you want to go to hip-hop, you might want to do it slow and rap over the top. Or maybe you want to go back to the UK and do this kind of, yeah, right. So there's this as well. What do you think this is going to do? It's a trick question. Backwards, yes. Well, I can tell you I'm talking to programmers. Great. So we can play backwards at like a quarter speed and make a horror film. Yeah. But also, I'm going quickly because I want to show you as much as I can. It was really interesting to think about, a lot of dance music is made by taking samples like this and using magic audio scissors to take the data structures of the WAV file and chop it up at the right points and then rearrange it. Like you might take a newspaper, chop all the words, rearrange the article to make a completely different article. So I wanted again to make this something that kids could use. So all the features of Sonic Pi I've designed so that a 10-year-old can use it. And so nothing I've put into it, I can't teach a 10-year-old child. So that's a huge filter of features, and it's taken a lot of time for ideas to be able to be not just something I could imagine, not something I could imagine implementing, not something I could imagine implementing and it fitting with the rest of the system, tessellating well functionally, but also something simple enough to teach a 10-year-old child. If our feature can pass through all of those, then it goes in. And so that was always a real hard thing. So I spent a lot of time walking, thinking. That was how I did most of the development. And so yeah, so like how do I think about doing that with that same kind of simplicity? Well, actually, it makes sense to think of a sample as a list, right? And so if I can use this onset option, I can pick out all the different hits. So it does feature detection on the WAV file, splits up the things, and then just treats it like a list. Great. So now I can do something like a loop, and sleep for a short amount of time, and ends, and now play that one, that's pretty fun. We'll play this one, pretty fun. Or let's use a lambda, which actually randomizes it. Yes! We're getting somewhere cool, right? Nice. And you can change this to like a different guitar sound, whatever. Doing the same thing. So let's do this. So let's have a loop, and let's have another loop. Let's comment this out. And in here, sleep for half a beat, and then we've got kick drum. Probably not loud enough. Let's make that a bit louder. Yeah, cool. So this is code that within a couple of hours, every single workshop I've ever given in, some child puts a hand up and says, I've got a problem, right? Now, this is a good interview question. Hopefully all of you will be able to see the problem, right? Because there's a problem. Right, shall we hear the problem, if you can't see it in your mind? No, it's not the drums not long enough. Where is the guitar sound? Arrgh, that's annoying. Well, let's just really obviously make the problem clear, right? Let's swap them around. Where is the drum sound, right? We have a single-threaded program at this point, right? And loops are like black holes, they suck in the program, and that top loop gets the program forever. It basically says, forever, loop around this bit of code. So that's not cool. Now, I remember this girl, she put her hand up in this class, and she said she did the same thing, 2 loops at the same time. She just imagined it. We taught her loops, and she was cool. I'm going to play the 2 loops at the same time. Why can't I hear them at the same time? I was like, yeah, I can see why. And this is the point where we were actually developing the lessons on the fly. So me and the teacher would sit afterwards and we'd talk about what we're going to teach the next lesson, and then I would go home, develop a new version of Sonic Pi, and then use that new version to teach with. It was like really rapid iterations, like on a weekly basis. So this, in my head, this is like, we'll do this next time. So I said, can we do threads? And the teacher's like, is it on the curriculum? I'm like, data structures, conditionals, algorithms. No, it's not on. She went, sorry, no. And so I went back to this girl and went, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't say this, I wish I'd said this at the time. But terribly sorry, if you want to play the drums at the same time as the bass, you're going to have to wait till you're 18. You know? Because when you're 18, you can go to university, and they'll teach you concurrency, right? And that girl, when I said, sorry, you can't do this, she switched off. She looked out the window, and it's like, what a piece of crap. She didn't say this, what a piece of crap software. Like music software doesn't let me play the two things at the same time. So she was disinterested, right? And it was tragic. This is like, imagine, because I don't know if you've ever gone to a school to help teach computer science. If you haven't, please do. Schools are crying out for your help. And when you go in, you'll be amazed how little time the teachers have to actually do anything. Stop spinning around on your chair, just be quiet. Everyone, I want you to come in, I want you to log on to the system. Like, it takes 15 minutes to even get them to be ready to do anything. And after that 15 minutes, what's your one sentence you're going to say that's going to get them excited? Is it open up IntelliJ? No, right? What is it, right? So this girl, so that not only had this girl paid attention and learned the constructs that we were teaching, loop, she had taken it further. She'd imagined what else she could do with it and given it a try on her own bat. And so this is like a little seed that's just like popped out the ground. It's like, hi, look at me. It's so exciting. I can try all these different things out. And then I'm coming over like, squish you out because it's not on the curriculum. So this is my fundamental argument I had to have with the people who were funding me and the approach. They just wanted to focus on the curriculum. If it's on the curriculum, don't do it. The kids did want to do it. They wanted it to be engaging. So it's like, how do you do this? So as a programmer, the cool thing is we don't have to stick at this, right? We don't have to stick at loop. Is loop the best thing we can do? Is that cool? Well, it's useful, but actually, we could imagine building new kinds of loops. This is a live loop, and live loops are cool because they need to have names. This is Thijs, it's a Dutch name, look. And this is Kate. And once we change them to live loops, actually injects a few cool tricks, actually. So first of all, we've got our concurrency. So we don't teach loops for Sonic Pi, I teach live loops. Teachers have no idea that it's a fancy loop. They just know it does the loop, so they can tick off the curriculum. It's repetitive, right? Great. But it also has this concurrency thing. But there's one thing else, right, that we haven't got to when we're talking about sort of people performing on stages. How many musicians have you ever heard, right, performing on a stage where they're like, right, I'm going to make some beats, yeah. Oh, the bass drum's a bit too loud. Let me just stop it. Right, I think I'm going to... And let's try again, right? Right, because that's the normal programming workflow, right? You do your design, right? Then maybe if you do your tests first, you do that, or you do your type system first, and then you write your code, and then you run some other tests, and you evaluate it, and you see if you like what it does, and it doesn't, it's not working, and you delete it, well, you delete the running memory model, and then you go back to start, right? And you iterate. And we can talk about how long those iterations should be, the different lengths of time. Should it be a second? Should it be a week? Whatever. But it's literally that's what you do. You run it, you try it, you stop it, you reset it. Even with a database, clear the database. Let's populate it with some new data again, right? Clear the database. Because it's much easier to know that you're starting from a sound point. Totally makes sense as an engineer. Does not make sense as a musician. What you really want to be able to do is like, let's turn it off and turn it back on. Let's change the sample to like the Luke Parmen sample. Right, have it just swap in place without losing time, right? This is all like in time. Because the concurrency thing is not just about things running at the same time, which is mostly what we think about when we talk concurrency. Here we have to work in time. Right, so the threads are not just executing similarly, it's not a schedule that's randomly going to bit of you, which it's actually what's happening, but there's also some clever stuff behind to make sure that the timing of these things is all actually exactly right. So yeah, there are languages which you have deterministic garbage collectors, for example, which can help you to make that stuff much more deterministic. Determinism is the way to go as well. But yeah, these things are in time, and you can live code them, you can modify them as they're playing, which is a huge amount of fun. I don't know how long I've got left, by the way. What, is it? I started like at 22, didn't I think? We've got like 20 minutes left, 15 minutes left? Anyone in charge? No? No? Well, I'll keep going until you kick me out. Does anyone else have any questions at this point, right? And I can go in the right directions. Yes, question.
So, say you're a musician and you're kind of used to piano or something. So, can you connect like a MIDI controller?
The question is, can you connect a MIDI controller? Yes. So, Sonic Pi, actually, I did a marketing picture for this. Where are we? Yeah. You can connect lots of things, right? So yeah, so you can do audio, so there's multi-channel audio in, so you can have like lots of different channels. If you've got a sound card with like 8 audio inputs, you can access all of those. You can spit out to a multi-channel audio as well. MIDI, of course, in and out. And able to link, which is a really cool protocol for synchronizing different musical applications together really well in time if they're on the same network. It does like network detection. And then, of course, Open Sound Control, which is just a very simple network protocol. So you can send messages between versions of Sonic Pi, or with, there's a whole bunch of like VJ tools which will receive Open Sound Control messages, or super easy to write. Like people say, I want to control my hardware thing, flash a light. And it's like, well, just write a little Python thing which can receive OSC and then map it out onto the hardware, right? So question over there, yes? The question is, does Beardy Man use it? No, he does not. I did have a phone call with him once, and he seemed interested when I showed like a very complicated diagram of the synthesizers, but he's not particularly interested in the coding aspect, I don't think. I think he's interested in coding, but not live coding, I don't think. So, no. But Beardy Man's a very interesting musician who does a lot of live looping and uses his voice a lot for the sounds, and he's a super cool guy. More questions? Yeah?
So, oh, sorry. Did you want to go first? I could. Okay. So, more back to the teaching kids side of things. So, when your students are done, what is their view towards programming after they've finished your, highly evolved, tried and tested curriculum now?
Maybe it's about we'll spend time looking at this little video here. So there was a project organised by a group of people in Finland, and they took a bus and took it to Africa and taught 2,000 African women and children, girls predominantly, how to code using Sonic Pi. And they made a really cool video. It's 14 minutes long, so I'm not going to play all of that. But you get to understand, actually, that the coding, when you're watching the video, is not something they're teaching. It's something they're actually experiencing and sharing with each other and talking about the compositions they're making. So these two girls, a little bit before, they're talking about how it's like sounds of the Zulu and sounds from African plains, and they're really resonating with each other about what they're doing. Not like, oh, I use an if statement, and the syntax was like no, they were like talking about their expression. And so yeah, here's like just a couple of minutes that shows look at their facial expressions, and then imagine this to answer your question. It's not just about do they understand coding, it's how has the coding experience affected their experience, their understanding, their appreciation of what coding is. Right? And look at this.
So before this,
I smear like pies. Enan, aski segar. Kan os tiene hirtu kamera.
So imagine that being your classroom where you're learning computer science, right? Wouldn't that be a much better place? So hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Down here?
Does this work? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty amazing. My question is, so the idea of programming music is not new, so to say.
Not
so,
at all.
And to me, it reminds a little bit of this old trackers that were implemented in Sega playing platforms, gaming platforms. Do you derive any inspiration of what is out there already in terms of like how the music is being built and tailored, so to speak?
Yeah, my inspiration. I mean, trackers is a really thing dear to me. I remember my mum was a teacher, and she was helping to organise a school musical, and they were taking Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat, and they didn't have any music backing for it. So I actually got the book, and they used a tracker to actually code with the tracker the entire score, and then they use that then to play the piece. So I love trackers. They're definitely very interesting. They're much more like a spreadsheet way of an interface versus code. There's in the live coding world, there's been many years of people doing all sorts of interesting esoteric languages, and I can name loads of them. And like Tidal Cycles is a really fabulous alternative. There's Strudel, which is another version of that, which are on the web. The Superclide language itself, there's tons of them. My focus was particularly to focus on education, like how do I build something that's not just Sonic Overtone was my let's build a thing for musicians. Sonic Pi was I built a thing for teachers. And actually, it turned out, as I said before, that that focus on teachers made me do some interesting design decisions that I wouldn't have perhaps made. But certainly, there's a whole. You could never do anything on your own. So probably the biggest inspirations for me were Superclider itself. And Thor Magnusson as well. He built some really, really cool systems. And also Andrew Sorensen in Australia built really cool list-based systems. And I was amazed by the kind of things you could build with those things. But they were all trying to be much more professional and fancy, whereas I was trying to be much more simple. So yes. Any more questions? Yep.
Do you ever get a critique from the kids or from anybody else that it's a bit contrived, that it would be simpler to make music on a different application? Or
That's a very good question. No, actually, but I do get that a lot from musicians. And I found, actually, I really thought that the code music thing would be a really cool way to engage with professional musicians, particularly those with a classical background. I remember having a conversation with a teacher who was a music teacher, and he'd been recommended to speak to me by one of his friends who said, Sam's doing some cool stuff. And he was there's a lot of gatekeeping in music. So he was like, it's not real music. It doesn't do blurgy blurg. And I'm like, it's something in Italian, right? So I'm like, what is this thing in Italian? Well, what is it? And he's like, and he described the sound going loud, whatever it was. And I listened to him, and I was like, okay. And I coded it up, what I thought he'd said, and played it back to him. And I'm like, oh, yeah, okay. But what about bluissimo? And we did this like 4 times in a row, and every time I coded what he'd said, and it was what he wanted, but he still was never going to be convinced this was real music. And there's a lot of gatekeeping in the music world, which is really deeply frustrating. Even I did a performance in the Royal Albert Hall, and we had like a live coded quartet alongside, I've got a picture of it actually here somewhere, alongside a bunch of other really cool musicians. And so here we are, look. Choirs and string or whatever. And I remember after that, I was like trying to tell this, now I can talk to the violin players. Now, clearly, we've got some kudos, right? No. I was like, but did you hear the syncopated rhythm? No, they weren't interested. So I think that the kids are very open-minded. They're really interested. They're not there to make a musical track, so they're not necessarily aware of other approaches for making music. They're just enjoying themselves. I think if you've come predisposed with approaches, then you're more likely to look through that lens, and that might give you that potentially negative opinion. But even then, I sat and had dinner with the CEO of Ableton, which is one of the biggest DJ production software, and he was really positive about Sonic Pi. We talked a whole bunch about things that Ableton can do that Sonic Pi can only dream about, and a lot of that's because Ableton is a vastly wealthy company and can pay people to do cool stuff. And it's like, I was like, how do you do this particular feature? He said, oh yeah, we have a whole team of mathematicians who work on that problem. I'm like, Great, that's good for you. But there was also, the alternative is true too. There's a whole bunch of stuff that you can do with Sonic Pi and code-based tools that you can't do with these GUI elements. So I think it's open for everybody. So if it's not for you, then just in the same way a saxophone isn't for everybody, but a piano might be. I think that's the way to think about it. But not in the classroom. In the classroom, the kids they just saw it as a really fun thing to do that wasn't boring making sorting algorithms, I think.
And what about the reception within electronic musicians?
What is the reception of electronic musicians? I think there's gatekeepers everywhere. So it's slow. And also, if you're a professional and you've developed your workflow and you're happy with it, you're not going to switch it out to something radically different. So I think we need to wait for the next generation of musicians to use tools like this to see if it ever has any legs, rather than imagining current musicians who are high profile to suddenly just switch up. I'm not going to see, although it would be amazing if Taylor Swift were to make a track of Sonic. Could you imagine the social impact? Could you imagine that, right? How many of her fans would suddenly become coders overnight? It would be revolutionary. You laugh, but it'd be unbelievably cool. But it's very hard to get someone of that status to switch into a completely different process. Question?
Could you show us a little bit?
Yes, certainly I can show you. I mean, how long have we got left? Half an hour left. We've got time. I'll show you. Shall I have a couple more questions, and then I'll show you some things. Loads of questions. That's the thing. The organisers need to stop me. Hi.
Hey, this is amazing.
Oh, thanks.
What do you miss about Overtone, or the first system? If I forgot the name.
That's a really good question. What do I miss? Well, the first thing I missed was Clojure promises. So Clojure has a really nice promise. It's not like it's kind of like the JavaScript promise, but JavaScript you don't actually have threads. And so Clojure promise is like obviously a box you can put a value in at some point later. So I built everything in Overtone around promises. So that was the first thing I actually built in Ruby, was my own implementation of a promise to allow me to do all the concurrency stuff. But other than that, I mean, I miss Lisps. I miss working with a Lisp. I think they're lovely. And a Lisp combined with an editor that understands the syntax is a beautiful thing, because you're not typing text, you're actually manipulating the AST with shortcuts. And that's a really, really, really lovely thing to work with. So I miss the Lisp. But I mean, in Overtone, you had the ability to design your own sounds. I had the compiler. And I guess I missed that a little bit. But it turned out for me the level of abstraction is not the one where I want to be on stage designing the synthesizers whilst I'm performing. Some people do that. Pretty cool. Like, too risky for me. I'd much rather spend time in the studio practicing the sounds I've got and then to work with those. So, yeah. So I guess it's the Lisp. Yeah. Shall we do a demo?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. If you're anyone around here tonight, if you want to chat with me. So Sonic Pi has a few different things. Like, this is the normal mode. We've got DJ mode, of course. We also have like a mode for people with low vision, which is a critical thing, so high contrast. Let's go into the DJ mode. And so here I've got some code I've written before. And I'm just going to pull in some samples I've downloaded from the internet I paid for. So this is a really good way of getting started, is to find samples of the genre you like, get the BPM set to the right thing for you, and just play with it. So I'm going to do some drum and bass. So this live loop here, spinning around, every 64 beats, playing the pads and the voice. The live loop works by swapping the code in the background, and it's only when the live loop spins around the new code is executed. So after the 64 beats, we should hear now a bass coming in your face. Yeah, see?
Balance, no bass, you better be afraid. Not hot, not great, you've never been this way. No, you'll never be the same. I know, you're screaming out my name. Give me eyes, give me a break. Give me all the things so I just can't escape. Higher than a mountain, even better than a dream. Flying like a dragon that I never ever seen. Balance, no bass, you better be afraid. Not hot, not great, you've never been this way. No, you'll never be the same. I know, you're screaming out my name. Give me eyes, give me a me all the things so I just can't escape. Higher than a mountain, even better than a dream. Flying like a dragon that I never ever seen. Balance, no base, you better be afraid. No heart, no rate, you never been this way. No, we'll never be the same. I know, you're screaming out my name. Give me eyes, give me a break. Give me all the things so I just can't escape. Higher than a mountain, even better than a dream. Flying like a dragon that I never ever seen. Balance, no base, you better be afraid. No heart, no rate, you never been this way. No, we'll never be the same. I know, you're screaming out my name. Give me eyes, give me a break. Give me all the things so I just can't escape. Higher than a mountain, even better than a dream. Flying like a dragon that I never ever seen. Balance, no base, you better be afraid. No heart, no rate, you never been this way. No, we'll never be the same. I know, you're screaming out my name. Give me eyes, give me a
thanks so much, Jan. I think everyone really enjoyed that. Oh.
Thank you. I can't take this on the plane home, so we need to drink it tonight.
Ooh. Drinks for Sam.
Yeah.
You will be around for a little while longer, so any more questions, keep them coming. And in the meantime, if you are going to the diversity dinner that's starting in a few minutes, actually a few minutes before now. So please make your way over there. And for the Pi Data drinks, feel free to follow the people in the white shirt. Otherwise, if you're here for JuliaCon tomorrow, see you then. Thank you.